Hello, awesome people. Great to see you. There's so many of you joining in. Hi, Abel, Akash, Alan. Alan, you are joining in from UK, right? I was there. I was stuck in London over this weekend with that all flight chaos we had there at Heathrow Airport. But Amina, Andre, I see some of you, Mark, yes, great to have you here, but most of you are new. So, really happy that all of you could make it today and be a part of Nordic Startup Festival. It's our kickoff event for fall by Nutty Ventures, and we are feeling fantastic today hosting it. And we are hosting it today from our partners' venue, the Park, Sodra. Great guys, great place they have, and we are in their studio hosting it live. So, thank you so much for being here. I would say, everybody, that you can get active on the chat because that's the best way for you to create contacts. Usually, what I tell entrepreneurs over here is when you're joining the chat, tell us where you are joining from, what you're building, what you're passionate about, and also drop in your LinkedIn profile there so that you guys can make some very quick connections. Something which helps really a lot because we are a community. It is if you need help with something, like for example, you might be great solo founder right now with a great idea, but you don't know how to do the tech side. So you could always mention, well, I'm looking for somebody who can do great tech and be part of this build journey with me. So you can ask for help, but you can offer support as well. Maybe you can do great app designing or UX. You're a great person at UX. You could say, okay, I'm here to help startups with UX. So let's get chat on fire, okay? And let's move this forward. It's the second year in the row that we are doing Nordic Startup Festival. We are very excited about it. Last year we did it on 31st August. Last year's theme was what's the Nordic secret sauce of building unicorns? Much has changed in 1 year, and that's why this year's theme is reimagining startups for the big shift. And we are going to be talking about it. I'll request our studio to just play back my presentation so that we can get there and jump straight into the event and talk about it. And let me just do a quick check on who else is joining in this time. So hi Jürgen, Johan, Johannes. I'm just reading all the J's here. Joel, Jason, Shan. Great. I love this intensity of interaction in chat. So let's get chat on fire, as I was saying. So hope everybody is seeing my screen now. So Nordic Startup Festival 2023 Virtual Startup Summit. Thank you all for being here. This is being organized by Nutty Ventures. We'll talk about Nutty Ventures in a moment. As I said, it's reimagining startups for the big shift. And what are these four big shifts that we are going to be talking about today? One is, of course, we are reading a lot about funding. Everybody is on LinkedIn, and there's sometimes depressing cubed news coming in about funding. So we'll crack that code, like, is it good, bad, and what is the situation when it comes to startup funding, specifically in the Nordics. And then we'll jump right into the AI rush. I think AI hit us at 500 miles per hour. That's faster than most trains that we take. And we need to see, are we ready for it as people, as startups, and as venture capitalists? And what kind of opportunities it brings in venture creation space. Impact startups have been in the center stage for quite some time now, but where do we go from here? Achieve something, done something, what's next? So that's the third part. And the fourth part is the great resignation that we are seeing. Big tech is letting people go. People are finding jobs to be not so fulfilling anymore, and hence the remote and not so remote working situation. So we'll also discuss all those areas. So that's why we call those are the four big shifts for this year. And the program layout, I'll just quickly jump into it. I'm the event host and moderator. I'm also founder of Nutty Ventures and a lot of other stuff that I do in the Nordic ecosystem. Then we have a keynote segment today. We are honored that Anna König Jerlmyr, who is the former mayor of Stockholm, could join us, followed by Linus Dahg will be joining us from Inventure. He's the managing partner there. And then we have requested Ville Simola to come and join us and talk about Finland and communities. He heads Maria 01, a great place in Finland if you have been to Finland. After that, we start up with our, I'm just doing a quick run of the program now. After that, we jump right into the first block that we discuss, which is what's the current funding situation. And we are very happy that PreSeed Venture could join us, followed by Nordic Angels will be with us. Andreas will be joining us from there. We have node.vc with us. Wellstreet will be here. Plug and Play will be here. And we've also requested Trond from Norway to be here, and we'll be jumping into the funding part of question or equation as we were discussing. Right after that, we'll jump into the AI, which is the second theme for today. And before that, we have requested, because we had a flight issue with Magnus. We were requesting him to be the part of the earlier part of the program, but we are very happy that he could take the high noon part of the program. So Magnus will be doing a remote address from Singapore, Antler, and then we'll jump into the AI part of the program. Alex will be joining us from Nora. Evelina will be here joining us from Wellstreet again. AI Sweden will be here. We have Johanna with us from there. node.vc again, Morten, thank you so much for being here with us. And Elin, she was recently with me in a startup grind talk, which went really very deep. You guys need to listen to that talk. It was a deep AI talk. Yeah, so that'll be out. After that, we have an impact panel, which starts with we will be welcoming Ashoka, we'll be welcoming Ingemar, who runs the global movement. We don't have time to talk about it. Vincent will be talking it from the MasterCard Lighthouse massive perspective, the impact side of it. Yuan was recently on a startup grind talk with me on building Fishbrain, but now he is building startups as a general partner at Norhen Accelerator. So we'll have his expertise in the room in this. And Sophia will be joining us from Reach for Change. And Harald, who is specialist in ecosystem building, will be here with us as well. We'll take a quick check-in from Mekar Sheikh, who runs Venture Cup Region East, and talk about pitching before we head into the after lunch session, which is around startup pitching, where we have Annette Nordwall, who is an angel, Spintop Ventures, Backing Minds. Johan will be joining us as well from the angel side. And then we have Luminar Ventures, Reed will be here, and Tuva will be here. So we'll be having some interesting startup pitches, a quick preview of startups. So reminded, will be joining us from Finland and various other places. So some of these names you recognize already. So it's going to be a full packed day. I would just request the studio to maybe just play back the next part. I just want to run the partner introductions as well. And a big thanks to our ecosystem partners, the park over here, Startup Grind Stockholm, where we do a lot of our events, Founders Live, which has recently moved to Stockholm, and Founder Institute. I'll stop there and request Anna. This got a long introduction, but I hope it was useful for the entrepreneurs that are joining in. So Anna, welcome aboard, and let's see if we could start our discussion now. Can you hear me properly?
Yes, perfect. What a program. I have to congratulate you. This is amazing speakers, and you yeah, collecting and gathering them all. So thank you for that. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be here.
Thank you so much for being with us. Anna, we are very intrigued. You are a former mayor of Stockholm. And from that period, what was some of the work that you truly enjoyed? So maybe we can start with a little bit about your background and then what you enjoyed in your time in politics and building Stockholm.
Yes, I started being a mayor when we market Stockholm as the capital of Scandinavia. And that really just upset my Scandinavian friends and was not really saying so much. So with my background working very close to business and entrepreneurs, I quite soon understood that we have to change this. after a while, there was a lot of focus on the unicorns, as you mentioned, and we were very proud of to be the unicorn capital of the world. And next to, I mean, it was Silicon Valley, and then it was Stockholm, and we market that, and it was just an amazing story about all the successful entrepreneurs. But in the end, I really felt that we had to change that perspective as well, since a lot of the entrepreneurs, especially, come from like former unicorns, and they were investing in Nordic and other kind of scenes around the region. They were driven by the sense they wanted to do impact and to influence 1 billion people for the better, not just make money. So that combination of make a business successful and a startup to grow, but also at the same time have an impact on people or planet, that was something I felt that it's a very strong community in the city, but also it was attracting talents to our city. And that's why I was engaged in that already, like from the beginning of 2018, when I was elected. Before that, I was a deputy mayor and a man of positions. I've been in the city hall for many, many years. But that was something that we worked with. So in the beginning of 2021, we decided to brand ourselves as the impact capital of the world, because we could see that also the city attracted investment in impact. It was actually, compared to other cities around Europe, we were the city that attracted the most VC investment in the impact field, and we have almost 500 impact companies in the city. So it was a kind of very good, would say, soil for nourishing and for developing impact entrepreneurs.
Awesome. So I think what I hear from you is that impact probably was the center point of all the work that happened, but you also mentioned talent, which is also a very because when you're building startups are in their early stage or whatever, it's all about people, it's about teams, it's about momentum. So if the talent pipeline is not there, the startup ecosystem will choke. So really great work. I remember we have been on some of the talks, and we have had the honor of listening to the great work you had been doing in Stockholm. Let's go to another side, because you have also been a vice chair of C40. Could you tell us a little bit about what that is and what was done in that network that you were part of?
So C40 is actually the world's most functioning, I would say, network among cities, and it's big cities around the world. So we in Stockholm, we are not 3 million inhabitants, and often you need to be more than 3 million to be a member of the network. But sometimes they invite kind of smaller cities to be this innovators or that's a little bit more agile. So we work together with the big, large cities. So first it was LA, there was a chair, and then it was London. But it's cities as Dhaka in Bangladesh, and it's Tokyo, it's Paris. So it's cities from all over the world that work together with climate impact and climate actions. And we try to have a more like holistic perspective of the climate crisis, to see that often it's the more poor areas and the lower income groups that are most affected by climate change. So you need to work also with the social side. And in many cities now, we help cities to transform kind of former oil drillers and to transition them into new green jobs. And for a city as LA, for example, they created 35,000 new jobs, and they are number one when it comes to solar in America. So that's just one example how you can also help cities to transform to the new green economy. But also, of course, working very close with the business. So I was in charge of the business collaboration. And I think that is also something I try to do as a mayor, to combine the engagement from the academia, but also from the public side in the cities, with the startups and the industry, and working together with a vision. And that's when you do that, you can see that helping to set goals that transition, for example, from fossil fuel dependence into renewable, it's not only good for climate, but it's actually also good for economy. And it's, so many researchers now and studies show that it actually brings more jobs. And I think that is very beneficial as well for the communities, especially the more kind of low-income communities around the world. So just one example, but it's reports, and for example, like close to nature and investment in that is also good for mental illness, for people who's suffered from that, but also when it comes to health. So it's so many aspects of working with climate, but as the network, they look at both what's good for the economy and business and startup, but also what's good for the people and planet.
Awesome. So that's really great to hear. I think that must have been very active work, kind of keeping priorities on both sides. And but I think the work that you did in C40 kind of synced well with the work you were doing as the mayor of Stockholm. So I think there were synergies there, and which resulted in the great results we have been seeing in the city. Let's move to some of the stuff that you are now doing. You sit on various boards, startups, and otherwise. How has that experience been, and what do you think startups need to focus on if they want to build strong ideas?
Yes, I think that now I'm guessing you're going to talk about this later today, but it's a shift. So from the focus on growth and scaling markets, now it's just a focus on revenues for a lot of startups.
Yes.
So it's a pressure there, but it's so easy then to forget about the long-term vision and mission. And I think that that's in the end, actually, both for talent attraction, but also for investment in the long term, you need to focus also as well on the impact that your startup is doing, and to have everyone in line with that vision. I think that is very crucial. So don't forget that, but also from the investment side, it's very important not to lose that focus as well. And perhaps to have a little bit more of patient capital nowadays, because a lot of these kind of innovations that we see also demand a lot of investments. It's not only like software solutions nowadays or apps, it's actually also new materials, and it costs like billions. So you also need to have a lot of funding, but also patient capital before you can actually see a return. And that is something also that is challenged nowadays, but hopefully like pension funds and also some case states and others can also provide that kind of long-term support when it comes to startups with the great impact ideas.
I think that's very well said, and I've actually noted this down as a point that I'll be raising in the funding panel that's going to be starting soon about how to the point you made about patient capital. I think that's something we need to discuss, and also you talked about profitability and operational dynamics of the startup. So whenever there is a flux or a change that hits the market, of course some fundamentals change as a result of it. So I think very interesting discussion going forward. But Anna, thank you so much for taking time out today and joining us for this very interesting initial conversation that we have had for the day.
Thank you, Rameau. Thank you for arranging this.
Thank you. Have a great day. We could request, if we have Linus, we could discuss how we are going to be talking about startup funding. And there I see you, Linus, finally. We are trying to get in, trying to see each other before before we went live today. But great to have you here finally. And you are going to be delivering the second keynote talk for today, and you are managing partner for Inventure. We are very thankful that Inventure could join us today. You could take time out and speak to the founders who have connected in today's event. Let's start. Thank you. We are going to be talking about venture capital, startup building, and investors in general. This is for our community here. We'll also be doing a specific funding talk. As I was saying, we'll have a panel discussion shortly after the keynote segments. But Linus, if we start with you, tell us a bit about yourself and what attracted you to the venture capital world in the first place.
the full sort of backstory is that when I went to uni, my then master thesis colleague basically told me because I had forced them to write a thesis when we did our bachelor about PR and marketing and branding and stuff, and he then wanted to give back at me because he was more of a finance guy. He's like, "Oh, we're going to write something about venture capital," and I said, "What the hell is venture capital?" This was in 2007 or something like that. But that led me to my first kind of gig because I started to interview a couple of people, and one of them was the Swedish Venture Capital Association. So I started there as an analyst, and then through that I met PJ, so Per Jörgen from Norris Zone, who some of you might know, but he's arguably one of the best VCs out there in the Nordics, especially. He led Spotify in their first round, etc., and it's done a Vito and a few other sort of fantastic deals. And I just said, that guy seems like he's got the best job in the world. I'm just gonna try to see if I can if I can test that out at some point. And well, what is it? 15 years later, here I am. So clearly, at least I still would say that back then, well, 15 years ago, I still resonate very well with how I felt back then.
Awesome. And in venture capital, how have you seen the space evolve over this time? What's your reading from the time you entered and started exploring this as to where it stands right now?
I mean, when I started sort of, more like full time sort of investing, that was in 2011. And obviously back then it was very much like kind of inbound driven, like people came to you, they knew that you had money and that you wanted to invest. It was not something that people spoke about at all, sort of in the media or anything like that. Back when I studied, most people were talking about after graduating, they weren't thinking about starting companies. They were thinking about joining an investment bank or consulting or something, the big four in accounting or something like that. So the not only have the venture landscape changed in terms of first, obviously that I was meeting with one of the ministers the other day, and we sat down and talked about like how it shifted just from how much outbound you do and look at I try to identify companies rather than they come to you. So back then it was probably 90% sort of inbound. People knew that you had money, and then they came to you. And now it's probably more like, I think looking at our data, we probably have 60% of the companies that we look at are not the ones that come to us. But it's obviously because probably the sheer deal flow and the volume has probably, it's not 10x, but at least sort of 8x from back then. So much more vibrant ecosystem, way more funds out there, way more capital for founders, more competitive. You truly need to show that you can add value and that you can do something else beyond just capital. So I think those are sort of the biggest changes if I look at 2011 till now, so 12 years later.
Okay, very interesting. I have another question before I dive into it. So you mentioned something very interesting, and I think it kind of very well correlates in the consumer side as well, that we are talking about the attention economy and the attention span that's shrinking. So you moved from, for example, newspapers to reading long posts to Twitters to shorter videos to I don't know what. 3-second videos or what. And I think when you're talking about the inbound flow, that would be enormous right now, given what you're saying. How do you cope with that level of information heading your way where you need to distill out the really good cases? I'm just very curious about that point before we move into our next discussion point.
I mean, in reality, so we look at everything that come our way. We even have like a system where we sort of do that. And obviously, luckily, we have we are a 10 people investment team now, so we have people sort of, checking everything out. The best way typically, because of the sort of the massive overload, is if you can get like an introduction from someone, that's typically better. It just puts it up higher up. Like, it's not that we're not going to go through it. It just, it gives that extra attention, so it goes up a bit in the priority. So typically, now also in my new job, in my new role, I probably do less of scanning of deals, but then obviously I have colleagues who do more of that. But in reality, I mean, we look at, I think 3,000 deals last year or something like that. So clearly, like, I mean, it's a lot even on, 10 people in the investment team.
I can realize that. But thank you so much. A very good point on introduction that you mentioned over there.
And if you can't, like, don't worry. I think that's important as well, because like it's always been, if you can get that intro, it's always better, and it is. But don't shy away from getting in front of anyone, anyways. And I think if I can make one recommendation, spend 2 minutes on figuring out who you're actually going to email. So if you want to do a cold email, make it a little bit personal. If you send one of those blank ones that looks like "Hi Investor X," like that's never going to be read, like ever in a million years. But if you do to me instead, and you say, "Hey Linus, I noticed that you seem like a massive Arsenal fan. How do you feel about the transfer window that just happened?" If you do that, like I'll read it because you actually made an effort to target me, not just to target any VC. So be a little bit personal. Then you can get through with a good cold email anyways.
Very good. I like this chop insights that come out in these short talks, and this is intro, personalize, don't shy away. 3 things. So really, so the founders out here who are listening, there's gold mine. Write it somewhere and maybe put it as a wallpaper on the phone if you are raising funding. Really good points from Linus over there.
And I apologize if I don't respond quickly now. If there's a massive inflow coming here, then bear with me. I'll get to it. Yeah.
Got it. Linus, I'm very curious. You have worked in different parts of Nordics, and I also read also in London. How similar or different are these ecosystems, and what are the implications in startup building based on the ecosystem you're in? Yeah.
I see there's 2 sort of things that sort of separate if we just talk about the Nordics as a whole. One is obviously that Stockholm and Sweden was a bit ahead of the other markets when it comes to sort of building really big businesses. So everything obviously from Trade Doubler to Skype, partially Skype, and you have all these mafias, right, that come out of some of these larger businesses now. So Stockholm was a little bit ahead, and it's been fairly broad in terms of the type of businesses that have been created here. So everything from a Spotify with sort of entertainment to gaming, King, and then fintech, obviously with Klarna and whatnot. It's like very broad kind of scene. Copenhagen came, I would argue, in parallel a little bit later. Zendesk was clearly like the one that sort of made it through first, but they obviously flipped over to the US, and then so like in the beginning it didn't have a much sort of a big impact on Copenhagen. But Copenhagen now is arguably, if not as strong as Stockholm, then clearly, yeah, I would almost say that it is stronger than Stockholm right now as a snapshot, because they've created a very strong sort of enterprise software as a service kind of angle to the city, and they have been able to approach get a lot of people to relocate to Copenhagen. And typically what you see, and what we talked about also in the intro talk here, a lot of the people that start new things have been doing 1 journey or 2 journeys at other successful businesses. So it sort of is a virtuous cycle in that sense. Then you have Helsinki, which has typically been more deep tech focused and gaming focused. And that's been sort of the bigger successes, except for Volt, which obviously was the food delivery space. We also were lucky to be one of the first investors. But other than that, it is more deep tech focused. And I think Helsinki right now has struggled to a little bit recently to find people that sort of jump ship and start new things. So it's been a little bit slower now, we've seen sort of for the last few years. Then obviously Norway has been too wealthy and too well off, but we're starting to see really interesting stuff being built out of Norway. Good talent from interesting companies as well. We just did our first deal in Norway, which I'm very excited about. So very happy that we've sort of put a flag in that country as well. But you've seen, I mean, historically, it's been very much sort of oil centric, right? And it's been energy centric, and it's been fishing centric. But now you get a plethora of interesting opportunities coming there from all over, and a lot of people that have been living in different, like the guy that the team that we just backed, the group of people, they've all been at other international cities before they relocated back to Norway.
Got
And
it.
obviously London is a whole behemoth of its own. I mean, that's another 3 minutes that I don't want to spend on going too deep on that.
Mm-hmm. But really great points about all the countries. Is there some Nordic identity that you sense? Is there something common? While we have all our nuances and differences as countries, Helsinki versus Copenhagen versus Stockholm, is there something common that connects us?
I think there's a lot of things. I mean, one of the reasons why we have this obviously hate-love relationship between the countries, and
Mm-hmm.
that's fine. You know, like just like you will have if you're a Belgian and Dutch.
Mm-hmm.
But in reality, more things unites than separates. There is sort of a strong sense of you know, politically we're fairly similar. We're all okay with paying high taxes because obviously we know that it benefits the society. And that breeds certain types of values, I would argue. And it means that people work hard typically. It means that we are on the forefront when it comes to important topics like, the Nordics is clearly leading the way when it comes to impact investing, sustainability, those areas. And that's something that's strong in all these markets. You can see that on the talent coming up now as well. Like people don't want to join a company that does something bad just for the sake of money. The brightest people out there today want to join something with a cause. So that's definitely something that unites the fact that we're thinking about what kind of world are we leaving behind us. Probably a little bit more than some other regions I have experience from.
Very good point. And I think we're all searching for meaning. That's why I think over the last few years, there's been a lot of people are trying to search meanings in their jobs. They're trying to search meanings in their lives. And even when we're building startup pitches, we are asking founders, like, what's your why? If your why is very clear in your pitch and you can relate it to your dream of taking it, you can show passion that you can follow up your why and you can persevere. Then you have got a funded startup already in your pocket. But without those things, it doesn't work if it's all plastic. But really great point over there. Let's switch back to the startup world for a minute and let's try to learn from your experience. In your experience, what makes some ideas scales and others die before scaling? Like, is there kind of a branch off point or where you know that this will go all the way? This, maybe not. Yeah.
So unfortunately, it's not the idea
Okay.
that is sort of the key thing. It is the team and the execution and I think the earlier you are, and especially sort of depending on which angle you have, but you need to know your customer very well. You need to obviously talk to them a lot. So I think if you don't do that, then it's very rare that you succeed. So the first kind of thing is you need to create, if you're a consumer business, for example, that means you need to find your first 100 ambassadors. And then you probably have all heard or seen the blog post, Do Things That Don't Scale by Paul Graham. If you haven't, read it, because in reality, everything about an idea, about a company, something you set out to do in the beginning will be about not scaling. It'll be about 100% making sure that you just delight. Because then you have something to start from and you can start automating things, you can start building the foundation for scale. But looking at it, unfortunately, it's never the idea, because at any given point in time, it'll be you and another 1,000 companies trying to solve something fairly similar, maybe with a slightly different angle to it, but not too the similar. So it's more about what you do with it. And getting that initial customer feedback, getting that, I mean, that's the key thing to see, are you onto something and can that expand from there? So you break it down to, I mean, you should be so focused that it hurts when you think about it. Like it should be uncomfortable in terms of your focus in the beginning.
That's a very interesting thought that you shared. I would like to go a little bit deeper into when do you know as a startup that this is the time to scale? Because you need to be very sure about that point. If you are too early to scale, even then you can go in the wrong direction. So how is there a kind of a thing which needs to get activated in a founder's brain? Like, okay, now it's the moment to scale. Yeah, we're going to do it.
I mean, it's hard to just say one thing, right? Because I think it depends a lot on the type of business that you're creating. If you're an enterprise software, or if you're a deep tech business, or if you're a consumer facing company, it's very different on what are the key kind of parameters to when you should scale. And there's obviously a lot of these frameworks as well, like superhuman as one, in terms of, if enough kind of people are they'll be very disappointed with if you couldn't use their service. That's another way to test out. A couple of our companies are using that, for example, to see like when is the right time to think about, we have product market fit, but it also shows that we have to sort of expand faster now as well. So
Okay.
I think there's a couple of these frameworks that you can test out, but in reality, it's more. I would say that when you're getting sort of a virtual cycle, also in terms of attracting customers. If you're a consumer-facing business, obviously that's typically something you look for. But you want to find that a subgroup of someone that just loves what you do, and you feel that you can start exploring stuff outside. So like the early scaling, that could be sort of a typical thing that we see quite often.
Got it. Let's talk about Inventure. If you could just tell us what role are you playing in the larger funding ecosystem, and what are your plans going forward? With Inventure.
What I'll do is that I'll start off with just sharing a little bit of where we are, and then in the ecosystem, and then obviously I'll share a couple of slides, but it'll be quick. So obviously we do seed investments, and what that seed in the Nordics and Baltics. So it means that tickets from anything from 200K, so like almost like angel tickets, up to 5 million in the first go. And then we reserve about 60% of our capital to others. So in that means that we do pre-seed, seed, and sort of the occasional A, if you will. And what I'll do is that I'll actually share my screen, because it also resonates here actually, and show that in the background. Let me know. Can you see it now?
Yes, very much visible.
Right. But then I think if I look at where we are and what is sort of always the case, almost depending when you're building stuff, like everything in the beginning is about this is also why the idea doesn't matter, right? It's about the fact that, everyone pivots. Either it's a small pivot or it's a massive pivot. Volt, obviously 7 billion exit, did not start as food delivery. So, I mean, that just happened, right? You bet on a team, you bet on people that will figure stuff out, super quick learning loops and stuff like that. Coming back to how we fit in then is, we do pre-seed, seed, and the occasional A. That means that we are typically one of the first institutional investors that come in. 87% of all of our deals have been where we're the first institutional investor in. An institutional investor means that we've raised money from other external people. So not angel money, not family office, not evergreen. We also think that you're starting to get a lot of these sort of specialists within, various sort of thematic areas. You have a lot of impact funds. You have funds that only do B2B SaaS. You have companies that do, or funds that does something else. We have a thesis that we believe that the networks and the relationships matter. So we're a generalist, but we go deep into various kind of like specific themes, and obviously publish that as well, both to spark a bit of interest from others, but also so people know that we are going deeper into different areas, and we're very keen to just keep on going deeper, exploring, etc. And we believe that this is a perfect place to do it. Come back to all the things that unite us. The Nordic and the Baltic kind of region is very similar in many ways. Even if we jokingly obviously talk about that the Danes are the Italians of the north, and then you have Finns that barely speak sometimes. And all of those things, but we have more that unites us than actually that separates us. So we believe this is we've seen the flywheel kick off, and we're very excited about the region. But it's going to be tougher in the next couple of years as capital is getting a little bit more hard to come by, because funds aren't being raised at the same speed and velocity as it has been in the past.
That's really great. I think founders out here have gotten a good perspective on how they can reach out to Inventure in terms of if they are a good fit, and you are a generalist fund, go really early. I think that's what most of the founders in the Nordics are. There's a massive So Nordic, I see it as a massive impact and innovation creation machine. So there are so many ideas popping out always, and funds like yours are a great place for founders to seek the first funding as they move forward. But thank you so much for sharing that, Linus. And if we could kind of, you mentioned something very interesting, like how to reach an investor from intro, personalization, and then don't be shy. Um, are there any investor archetypes? Like, for example, can you club investors in different groups, for example?
Yeah,
Could that,
yeah.
yeah.
I had a chat at the Nordic accelerator and talking about these archetypes. There's a couple of one headhunter in the VC space and one former VC who's sort of done quite a bit of exhaustive work on figuring out like which archetype of VC are you. And that obviously for you as a founder, it means that you should know who you talk to, you should know how to play the game towards them. And it's not because you want to play games, it's just how do you get enough attention. The three different archetypes are, one is sort of the hunter, so the ones that are very much like driven by the actual competitive component of venture capital. So if Sequoia is looking at it, I will look at it and I will win it against them. I'm using Sequoia as just an example here, right? So that's one archetype, and with that, it is a lot about trying to create some sort of momentum and FOMO to get them excited, and there are plenty of those in the world for sure. The second one is the thinker. So the ones that does a lot of research, goes super heavy and super deep into various kind of topics. And from that, they will typically reach out to the companies that are building something within their kind of domain that they're excited about, and almost like try to figure out which one should I back out of all of these ones. So that's another one. The third one is called, I don't know what they call it, but it's the relationship-driven sort of VC. The one that typically finds through networks, for example, so it's entrepreneurs they backed or not backed, but they keep that, they're very sort of high EQ, want to work through the networks and get to know people. They're also typically the ones that will not try to do a deal online. They will want to meet in person. They will want to have, is it a beer test or is it a coffee test? Like they'll try to be there and try to meet you in person. So by knowing who you talk to, you kind of know also how you should play that game. Like don't suggest things that are like completely non-obvious or, bad for one archetype. And I think after 30 minutes with a VC, you'll kind of know. You'll know if you think about it. Just make sure that you listen a lot and you don't just pitch, because it's so easy that it becomes a monologue, right? And you want it to be a dialogue, and by listening to their questions, you'll actually figure out a lot, and by the body language and all of those things. So be attentive, listen a lot. You'll learn so much about how to take it to the next level.
This is really awesome. I think this is great for founders out here and startups and ecosystem builders who have joined in. As you mentioned, hunters, thinkers, and relationship builders, if we call them. And just as a parting note, where would you put most, because you are very well connected in the entire Nordic funding ecosystem. Is Nordics primarily thinkers? When it comes to VCs, is it primarily?
No, like I would say even in any fund, you will typically have a mixture of the three.
Okay.
So and when you think about assembling sort of a venture fund, you kind of don't want to have, like, it depends on who you are and the size of fund and so on. But in most funds, you will have a combination of all three people in that investment team.
Awesome. Linus, thank you so much for joining in for a very interesting talk. We attacked this topic of funding. We went into investor profiles. We went into your experience of building startups in different parts of the world, Nordics, London. So thank you so much for sharing all these insights with our audience around here. A big thanks to you and Inventure.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. We'll request the studio to have Ville join in from Finland. Let's see, Ville, if we can see you. Yes, you're here.
Yes, perfect.
Thank you so much for joining us. Ville is going to be doing a keynote talk with us as well, more in a discussion format. He's joining us from Finland, and this talk is going to be about Finland as well. So Ville, a big thanks to you and to Maria Van for being here with us today. Let's begin with, as I usually begin with all the talks, is tell us about yourself and also what attracted you to startups and ecosystems. Yeah, let's maybe start there.
All right, thank you, Naimul. And by the way, thank you for doing great work in building the Nordic ecosystem. So just wanted to mention that before starting. But going into my story, yeah, well, I was a business student here in the local Aalto University, and kind of like I think I was first kind of going for the traditional track of business school, and you become a consultant or you become a banker or so. But I kind of felt that maybe that in the end that wasn't something that was kind of what I wanted. And at the same time, I've been always a very entrepreneurial person, and having my own kind of small companies, doing the websites when I was in high school and so forth. And so always been interested on entrepreneurship and technology. And if we go back to year 2008, there wasn't much things around, sort of like there wasn't really communities or really like courses at the university where you would kind of combine these two. And but I started to read a lot of things going on, especially in Silicon Valley, and then actually I bumped into this one group. So I saw a Facebook group called Aalto Entrepreneurship Society, and that was the first time I really saw somebody speaking about startups here in Finland. So I immediately messaged the people over there, and they were hosting an event. So basically asked how could I join, and then they asked me to come to their before their event, and let's do a bit of an interview and all that. And then actually we ended up doing an interview in a car while we were actually getting pizza and Coke and beer for the kind of pitching event in the evening. So, but yeah, I immediately kind of knew that these are the kind of people that I enjoy working with, and this is the kind of environment that I'm enjoying. So that kind of in the end dragged me to the startup scene and the ecosystem.
Awesome. We are also curious to know about your journey with Startup Sauna. If you'd like to share it with our community here.
Sure. Yeah. Startup Sauna was actually one of the kind of first initiatives we set up here in Helsinki. So it was the first accelerator program. And the way we designed it was that we went for a study trip again in Silicon Valley, and we benchmarked what is Y Combinator doing, and at that time there was Techstars and some others. But we wanted to build something of our own, kind of course taking the best parts, but we wanted that to be something that is unique in the way kind of like Finland is, and how kind of like how our ecosystem was building up. So yeah, then we decided to brand the accelerator program as Startup Sauna. And in the beginning, it was a very local operation. But we quite soon realized that since we're a small country with a limited amount of talent, we need to expand the reach outside. So that's when we also started inviting companies from other countries in the Nordics, Baltics. At that time, we also had a lot of Russian teams attending the program. And yeah, we built the brand around Startup Sauna, and we used a lot of taglines such as if you cannot stand the heat, get out. Kind of, we had a bit of a kind of tough love coaching approach, which actually worked really well in the program. So yeah, I was privileged to run that program for some years, and basically kind of got my learnings out of sort of how to run accelerator programs from those times.
Awesome. Great work at Startup Sauna. What eventually brought you to Maria01? And if you could tell our community who may not be in Finland, for example, some of them are connecting from other parts of Nordics, like what is Maria01 and what it represents for Finland? Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So actually, after Startup Sauna, I went to do my own startup in the health tech space, and from there, my kind of road led to working for larger corporations and basically bringing a kind of startup methodology to their kind of operations. But I was kind of like, I was doing that for some years, and then I kind of felt that, you know, now I would really love to come back to the ecosystem in one way or another. So I was reached out from Maria01. So Maria01 is the largest startup campus and startup community in the Nordics, based in Helsinki, and it's built in an old hospital facility. So I think that's a very unique part of our kind of culture as well. So many of these, let's say, co-working spaces, campuses, we've actually established those in old facilities, which might be in awful condition. And then, of course, you know, during the time, renovate those. But I think that's also something quite unique, that kind of trying to teach the companies that, you know, you have those limited resources and everything is not top notch or super polished in the beginning. As with the startup founders, you need to be able to deal with limited resources. So that's kind of how my path crossed there, joining Maria01, and I've been enjoying to working with startups, investors, ecosystem operators, and also we work with large corporate partners.
Okay, and then what role you play in the Finland ecosystem? Do you classify yourself as a co-working space, as a community? How do you position yourself? Or is it the major brand that you're building? Just curious about,
Yeah. So, we are more of a community than a co-working space. So kind of the value that we add for startups and founders comes outside the facilities. Of course, that's like the base layer that everyone needs. They want to have a working station, or they want to have an office space. But the real value actually comes through the community, through the connections, through actually having like a very close presence with investors. So we have about a dozen venture capital funds who are located in the same premises. And I think this is very unique, sort of, you know, having all the players in the same community with the mindset that's kind of helping each other for the whole ecosystem to succeed. So that's how we define ourselves.
Very interesting. Just before you, I was speaking to Linus, who joined us from Inventure, and we talked a little bit we touched upon the different Nordic geographies, countries, and then we kind of summed up Nordics in some way, also discussed London a bit. But with you, let's zoom out a little bit and talk about Finland. What do you think are the strengths of Finland's startup ecosystem?
I would start by kind of, if you go back into history. So the unique characteristic is that it's a very kind of bottom-up built ecosystem. So in the beginning, it was basically students who kind of started the movement, and then they started to invite more experienced entrepreneurs to mentor them and so forth. So it's kind of like it's led from bottom up, not top down, and that has remained to this date. Maybe the second part is that, again, going back to being a small country, being a kind of a relatively small ecosystem, it's a very tight knit, and that is a very good thing, because then basically you're able to meet anyone you want. Like Linus was describing, of course, if you know somebody who can connect you, that makes it easier. And people have the willingness to help each other. So the tight-knit community is definitely one of the strengths as well. Then And I would say things that are kind of like common with all the Nordic ecosystems, such as having a good education system, also having kind of public institutions who can provide you non-diluting funding, whether that's grant-based or loan-based instruments. We have Business Finland that plays a major role in the ecosystem. And then I would also add there like the mentality we have in building companies. So there's actually a word to describe that in Finnish, which is called sisu. And sisu basically means that you have this kind of extraordinary endurance to kind of and also the kind of guts and courage to go through even the thickest stone. And I think this is something that many founders have, and kind of like really willingness to make it happen. And that's kind of like, I think, something unique with many of the founders that we are working together with.
But very interesting points, Ville, and I'll just summarize it for our community here, what Ville said. I just noted them. The bottom-up ecosystem, open and helpful, and willingness to collaborate. I think that we find even in Sweden. It's a very open ecosystem, so you can go around with your idea, get support, and you'll definitely get support, of course. And welfare, of course, which is also common in Nordics, which kind of gives you a baseline where you can stand and then jump up with your innovation. And sisu, I've just written this word. I need to learn more about it. Maybe there's a song around sisu somewhere. Yeah, when you have strong words, they have some sort of a song connected. I don't know. I'll search after the event.
Yeah, there's actually a movie that just came out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Big learning for me today. But Ville, if we try to kind of wrap up our conversation, I was thinking that when we talked about Maria 01, you talked about it, that you see it as a community, and you have experience in building communities from startup sauna in your own entrepreneur journey. What are your recommendations for entrepreneurs or ecosystems that are striving to build communities? What are important things to keep in mind when you're doing that?
Well, I think the first thing is that defining the mission. Mm-hmm. So what is it that your community is really addressing, and something that is appealing and makes people makes people feel excited. I think that's where it all should start from. If I think about Maria 01, then our mission is to be the best environment and community for startups to grow, and kind of that's why we're striving for. Then I think also in the early phases, it's very crucial to kind of to identify the key stakeholders and also the key people and get the buy-in from them. In our example, I think what we did really well was that in the beginning we identified the kind of the founders who were kind of the key influencers, but also we identified investors and for example invited several VC funds to move from the kind of banking sector, nice cozy office, to this old hospital that they could renovate with their own cost. So I think that was something that was extremely important in the beginning of our journey, getting those key influencers in place. Then once kind of you have the community being established, then I think nurturing and managing the community. The bigger the community gets, the more it needs to be managed, and also kind of making sure that there is a culture where everyone feels that they're listened, it's a safe environment, and so forth. So that's important thing once the community starts to grow, and also like thinking about, I think community should be open. So always possibility for new people to join, especially when we talk about startup communities. Then there needs to be new founders and new people joining all the time. So kind of keeping that door open, keeping the environment as feeling inclusive so people can join. I think the international aspect is also extremely important, since we know we are we're lacking talent. I think pretty much in all the Nordic countries, and more in the future. So having those community-based English language, taking different cultural elements into consideration. But also, I think a small hint of exclusivity is a good thing. So in our example, we have an application process for new companies to join, and then they need to fulfill certain criteria to get accepted. As long as you do that transparently, so you really explain and you communicate what are the selection criteria, who can get in, and so forth, then I think it is a good thing, because then it makes also people feel that this is something exclusive, prestige, and if they get in, then they start to feel really proud that they are in. So I think that those would be some of the most crucial elements that at least I've found during my journey.
No, I love this conversation. I just wish we didn't have to close it so soon. But again, for audience around here and the community that has joined in today, a big thanks for you guys to joining in and listening to our amazing speakers here. But I see a third playbook coming here, where if you need to create communities, have a very strong mission, and as Ville is saying, look for buy-in from the right stakeholders you want on your journey, and then start nurturing the community. And you talked also about openness, freshness, international. So I think we have a kind of a staircase or a ladder process here which founders can learn from. So Ville, thank you so much for sharing your experience, your journey, and your insights with the founders today.
Thank you, Daniel, for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. For the founders out here, we will now move into a funding panel in about 8 to 10 minutes. Before that, because I see here that a lot of you are joining in now, and some of you joined in the keynote section as well. So I'll just run a quick introduction to the event. So with the studio team, I'll just request if they can queue up my first presentation so that I can queue it up from the first slide if possible. Yes. So I'll just give a quick roundup to everyone who is joining in now for our funding session, which will be starting in around 7, 8 to 10 minutes. We'll just give a quick refresher on the event format. So Nordic Startup Festival is happening today, and it's powered by Nutty Ventures, who are behind and running this event. Very important, this year's theme is about reimagining startups, and we figured out there were 4 areas we wanted to focus on. One is obviously the current funding crunch in the market, and how do we help founders navigate through it and emerge as successful in some way. So that's what we are going to be cracking in this panel. I really loved the discussion, starting with Anna König, who joined us and talked about patient capital. We might go into that point in this discussion. Linus gave us a very interesting profiling of investors if you are building your startup. So we already have these amazing thought nuggets with us from our previous sessions. We'll try to build on them. The third part is the impact first, where we'll go in and talk to impact builders in the Nordic ecosystem, and generally how startups need to attract talent. The layout of the program, for those of you who are joining in now, a quick rundown. I'm the event host and moderator, founder Nutty Ventures, and run a lot of startup ecosystems in the Nordics. We just listened to an amazing keynote by Anna König Jerlmyr, former mayor of Stockholm, Linus Dahg, managing partner in Inventure, and just finished with Ville. We were just talking about communities, a playbook on how to build your communities. Now we are jumping into the state of Nordic startup funding panel. So we have PreSeed Ventures joining us, Nordic Angels joining us, node.vc, Wellstreet, Plug and Play, and TRK Group, which is Trond himself, will be here. We had a nice short conversation yesterday as well. Very interesting points there as well. So we'll jump straight into this panel in around 5 minutes or so. At top of the hour, at 12, we have requested Magnus to join in from Singapore and share his insights on how they are building the global crop of next early stage startups. So this will be a very interesting discussion. which we are going to have. After that, we have an AI panel. So we have Alex joining in from Nora. Evelina will be joining us from Wellstreet, AI Sweden, represented by Johanna. And we have Morten joining in from node.vc, and Elin will be joining us. I was just talking to our community a short while ago. We actually have a very, very interesting talk, me and Elin, last week on Startup Grind. We have not had the time to put it up yet, but it'll be up. It's a deep talk, so you must listen for everybody. And then we'll have the impact section coming up, where we'll have representatives and heads from coming in from Ashoka Nordics. Ingmar will be here as an entrepreneur, telling about his journey about building We Don't Have Time, which is world's largest climate action movement. We've requested Vincent to come in and share his experience in building the MasterCard Lighthouse Massive. Ewan Atby, after Fishbrain, he has recently joined in the VC side. So we'll be talking about his experience of building the Nordic Accelerator. They have an amazing batch of founders right now who are, I think, in their 6th or 7th week. We'll ask that from directly from Johan. And thank you, Sophia. You'll be joining us from Reach for Change. And we'll also have Harald, who Deep Ecosystems ran an impact hack last year in Stockholm. So we'll try to learn from that experience and as to how that led to building a strong impact ecosystem. After lunch, we'll head into the pitching segment of the event. And before that, we'll have a highlights talk from Makar Sheikh, who will be here talking on behalf of Venture Cup Sweden, which is Sweden's largest ideas on competition. And we'll be having on jury, Annette Nordwall will be here, Spintop Ventures, Packing Minds. We have Johan joining us as well, Riiber, and from Luminar Venture and Tua Palm will be here. So that's a quick rundown. I'll just request the studio if we could have a quick discussion on our partners. And I actually have in my studios here Tom Feeney, who is joining us from the Park. Park is hosting this event for us today at their great studio. Everybody needs to visit this. It's a great place. Hi, Tom. Let's see if we can talk to you, if you're around.
Be on the screen as well.
I'm just checking because we're doing for the first time for our audience as well. You know, Nutty Ventures does a lot of events. We are clocking at around 100+ events right now across Nutty Ventures, Founder Institute, Founders Live, which I run in Nordics, and Startup Grind as well, which I run in Nordics. So we are going to be doing a lot of these large-scale, interesting stuff here at the Park Studios and the Park Bistro. That's also a concept we're evolving. So today we are doing it live here. So let's see. Yes. Hi, Tom.
Should I start speaking?
Yes.
We'll go from there.
Great that you could join us here, Tom.
Thank you very much, Nomal. It's always wonderful to have you here, and for those that you just mentioned with Startup Grind, Venture Cup, Nordic Startup Festival, you bring the most amazing things here. So I'm sure everyone's very lucky to be part of this today.
Thank you so much. We are very interested. So if you could talk about with the audience about what's Park and what's your mission, how you are helping the startup community.
Sure. So the Park is a community co-working space in Stockholm. We have actually 3 buildings in the city, and we're opening a 4th at Forskeren next to Karolinska Institute in January next year.
Okay, wow.
Most of our buildings so far, they are kind of industry agnostic, so we welcome people from every industry, and I think that gives us a kind of slightly different and special feeling in the building. So we try and be the friendly and the kind of magician of the co-working scene. So we're quite informal, we're quite fun and friendly. People like being here, and like you mentioned, we have like the Park Bistro. So we've just launching a concept today called Bandstand, where anybody from the creative industries or from a networking community, they can apply to host an event for free in our space. and we give them support with creating that. So we really want to be part of the community in Stockholm, and that's why we love having organizations like yourselves here.
Awesome, awesome. I think communities are the backbone of an ecosystem. With a strong community, you have so much higher chance of building something meaningful with support of others. So you guys are doing great work. Just to mention, this is under the wraps. So we will also be moving some of our, we do a lot of Startup Grind talks right now, which is clocking at around 30 to 40 talks a year, but we'll be moving some of those talks to Park as well, starting October. So let's stay updated about that. We'll be sending out details.
Excellent.
Tom, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you very much. No,
thank you.
Have a great day.
Thank you. We now move to our discussion on the panel discussion. So if I'll request the studio to just hook me up with the panel, and we can jump right into our discussion. Yes. Awesome. I see that panelists have already started joining in. Let me just see. Awesome. Welcome, welcome. Can you guys hear and see me? Awesome. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. This is going to be a really interesting discussion. I'm just checking the our community over here. Since morning, since we have a lot of people joining in, now I'm going to read out, give a shout out to all the T's that have joined in. So hello, Timo, Tero, Tumas, Tim, Terrell. So great that you guys could join us. This is going to be a very, very interesting discussion today. The topic of discussion, of course, is something which is on minds of all startup founders. We have been seeing a lot of news when it comes to, of course, LinkedIn is the primary news source for any professional or any startup builder. So there's a lot of discussion going around. We are seeing the startup statistics being generated, sometimes from Deal Room, sometimes from PitchBook. So all that data is generally available. And we thought that it'll be a good point to bring this point, the big why in the room, as to how and why startup funding is the way it is right now, and what can founders expect going forward. So today's panel is about to get a quick capture on where we stand in the Nordics. So first of all, a warm welcome to all our panelists who have joined in. If we could start with something very simple, that you could tell us about yourself, your organization, and how are you in particular helping startups in their funding and startup building journey. So if I may request Alexander, if you can start, followed by Andreas.
Yeah, do you hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Hi, Nimble. Good to be here, and thank you for having us today. I'm super excited about it. And hi, everybody with a T out there. I like that. That's fun. So really shortly, my name is Alexander. I live in Copenhagen with my child and one more on the way. But I'm also a partner at the PreSeed Ventures, PSV, as we call it. PSV is all about helping early stage tech companies from the incubation and all the way up to realizing that real product market fit, as we call it. And that's typically also when you would raise an A round. PSV is actually an old player in the Danish venture market. We existed for more than plus 20 years in various constellations. And we are a bit of what we would call a venture house. So we consist of multiple funds and different ecosystem initiatives. The fund that I'm a partner in currently, we are investing out of a 55 million euro fund. And we typically invest between 100K to €1 million in an angel, pre-seed, or seed round. In Denmark, we are one of the most, if not the most active early stage player, and are currently broadening that out a bit in the rest of the Nordics. In terms of how we help the ecosystem, number one, of course, we are very active as an investor in the early days when they all need some fuel to get the engine running, right? But we actually try to be really hands-on in both our portfolio companies, but also in the broader ecosystem in general. So we have initiatives helping universities spin out more companies from the great research they're doing. We have matchmaking platforms, and we also do a lot of the open hours where we help out kind of like very, very early founders that might need some guidance in where to go and how to bring things forward. That was briefly about us.
Awesome. What's your typical, if I may ask a quick follow-up, what's your typical ticket size when we talk the first investment round?
Typically, it will be 0.7, 0.8 or €1 million. We also do these very kind of like early angel tickets where we put in around 100 or 200k euros. But then that is our typical size.
But, vertical agnostic.
Yeah, we're pretty agnostic. We call ourselves state specific, right? So we're very much in the early days where everything is a bit chaotic and you're trying to find your way around. But we do, of course, have verticals that we like more than others. So everybody's investing in AI these days. We do a lot of fintech and security as well. Yeah, we also do some consumer brands with first investors in Trustpilot and Luna and Vivino back in the day. So we also know that vertical pretty well.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you, Alexander. If we could request, Andreas, if you could tell us about Nordic Angels. You are not exactly a VC fund, and you're not actually a direct investment vehicle. We are curious to learn more about it, but we thought you would bring so much value to today's panel. So we are very curious to learn about Nordic Angels.
Well, thank you, Rameau. First of all, I mean, we all know how much job and efforts you put into this. It's amazing, you know, with the technique and everything to just work. So I support every great initiative, you know, who helps entrepreneurs. My name is Andreas. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Nordic Angels. We started that off 3 years ago. Me and Ash Pornouri, he's the founder of Brilliant Minds, and he's a magician in many ways and have done so much for the ecosystem of entrepreneurs back in the days. So I'm an entrepreneur and also an angel investor, since 15 years back. We started this off with 30 of Sweden's most recognized angels back in 2020. We saw that angels are crucial for entrepreneurs and society at whole. They put their money, their effort, their knowledge in helping entrepreneurs succeed. But what we saw was that there's no platforms for them to communicate and share deal flow, share their portfolio companies. That was how we started off, to build services for the angels so they can serve the entrepreneurs in the Nordics. So we created this and we have built a high trust social media for angels. That is one of the things we do. And we also do events. We're now aiming for the Angel Prize Gala in October, where we collect 1,000 of Sweden's angels to come to Stockholm and to highlight their contribution. That is what we do. We want to highlight angels and their super important work that they do. Nobody knows really who the angels are, and we have built services and things for them to join and appreciate on their own terms for the first time ever. So we're not an angel club. We have built the tools for angel clubs to join and share deal flow between and facilitates between the cities. That is some of the things we do.
Thank you so much.
I'm a father of 6. I have 15 companies in my portfolio. I see myself as an angel, but mostly as an entrepreneur. I think it's more fun to build things. So this is my 3rd company that we started.
Thank you so much, Andreas. And I love the passion. In music, we have aggregation services. But I think you're playing a very strong and crucial role of mobilizing the entire investment chunk which lies at the angel level or the stage. So that's a great service for the ecosystem. So hats off for creating Nordic Angels and making this possible.
Just to be super specific, angels are all the persons who contribute and help entrepreneurs. VCs, private equity, and people who do big tickets and small tickets, advisors, board members. They are all angels in how we define them, and there are 200,000 in the Nordics.
Wow, awesome!
200,000.
Love the way you define it, because then the TAM is it's off the roof. But thank you so much, Andreas, for building Nordic Angels. And if we could request Daniela to tell us about Node.
Hi everyone, Daniela here, and I also want to just say my thanks for inviting me and Node to speak on this panel, and I'm super grateful for everything you do for the ecosystem. So short about my background, I am an ex-operator coming from the games industry. So I joined Paradox Interactive, one of the leading video game companies in the Nordics today, in the early days, and then I was there during the growth journey as VP Marketing and CMO, and I left 2 years after we listed at Nasdaq. After that, I've been working with a number of different gaming companies, entertainment companies, and also e-commerce, so very B2C oriented in my expertise operationally. Joined as a co-founder at Node in May of last year. And we've been raising the fund over the last year, and we're finally investment ready now. Node is a fund backed and built by operators and founders. So our founding partner, John Elvesjö, built Tobii eye tracking, the global leader in eye tracking technology for 17 years before becoming a full-time investor. And we have similar kind of backgrounds on several of the partners of the team. We invest in early stage, to us that is pre-seed up to an early series A potentially, focused on the Nordics. Ticket sizes ranging from 500k euros up to 2.5 million. Sector agnostic, but we have some different areas where we're more proactive than others, including gaming and some B2C, but also deep tech, because we have a lot of technical depth experience on the team as well. We're backing, I think we're actually one of the larger LPs or investors of our own fund on the team. So we're very eager to get started, and we have a lot of skin in the game in a way. Yeah, I think that's it in short.
Very interesting, the way you explain it, like having skin in the games as LPs, and the way you define Node, which is operators and founders. It'll be interesting to see, and your own background in gaming is very interesting. I'll meet a lot of gaming startups, so I think it'll be great to continue conversation beyond here. But thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica, over to you.
Hi everyone. Thanks for having me. Again, always really fun to take part in these sessions and meet and get to know new people. I'm Jess. I'm a partner and fund manager at Wellstreet. Wellstreet is based in Sweden and focused in the Nordics. So don't let the British accent fool you. Very much sitting here in Stockholm. We are a very early stage investor. We're often the first investor in companies or investing alongside angels. So angels are really important to us, Andreas. We need them and co-invest and build together with them a lot. We essentially we're a sort of ultra hands-on investor. So we spent the first 2 years of our holding period with the companies we invest in, really sort of building the companies and reaching product market fit. We invest typically an average ticket size of 500k euros, I would say, a little bit less if the company's really early and doesn't have capacity to take on more, and sometimes a little bit more. We tend to be conviction investors. So although we invest really early, we don't do sort of spray and pray investments or sort of small tickets early and bigger tickets later. We go in big at the beginning and really sort of become a sort of a lead investor in those first rounds. And sort of from then on form the partnership with the founders for the lifetime of the company. And yeah, I mean, we support our founders in lots of different ways. We're fairly hands-on and operational, which sometimes they love and sometimes they don't, but they love it in the end. We work with them very closely. From an ecosystem perspective, I think we open up quite a lot of the stuff that we do with our companies with the ecosystem. One of the things we've spent a lot of time on, I think, in the last couple of years is our ESG framework and how to implement ESG in very early stage companies, and that's been quite popular, and a lot of people have asked us to share that and have taken inspiration from that, which has been great for us to see. I'll stop there.
Awesome, awesome. Thank you, Jess. And I think for our founders that have joined in here, Wellstreet is really early, and as Jess was explaining, very much big in the beginning and ultra hands-on. So I think that is something good. So you need to see if you are coachable as a startup founder. We have that kind of a question in our discussion points as well. So an ESG talk as well. Yes, I remember in one of our talks we discussed that previously. So thank you for talking about that. Thomas, over to you.
Hi, Nemo. Thanks a lot for the invitation. Always great to be here. And thanks a lot also for what you are doing in the ecosystem. I'm Thomas Bigagli. I'm French-Italian. I'm managing all of the initiatives related to investment at Plug and Play in Europe, Middle East, and Africa, where we have 30 different offices. I don't know how familiar you are with Plug and Play, but we are on one side, the largest open innovation platform globally. And on the other side, we are one of the most active early stage VC funds. We have different investment vehicles. So I take care actually of the family office where we do most of our investment. We deploy roughly 50 to 60 million every year in 200 to 250 startups. So far, thanks to the family office, we managed to back really great companies. We have over 35 unicorns in our portfolio. And actually the last one that we welcome is a Swedish one. So great that we have a Scandinavian one. We also have a later stage VC funds where we can take the lead as well. We have some generalistic ones and some thematic ones with external LPs, right? The added value that we provide to the startup is actually really strong. Why so? Is because we are more than a VC, right? So we are 800 employees with over 50 offices globally, and we supercharge the innovation capabilities of 600 partners. And these partners are mostly large corporations, but not only. It can be government, they can be consortiums, NGOs, etc. And so how we help our founders is by, on one side, helping them to optimize and save on their human and resources capital by boosting their BD activities, helping them to raise further rounds, promoting their company, and expanding to new markets and industries. In a nutshell, this is what I would say. So we play a really strategic role during the Death Valley, all the way to the product market fit. And then we continue supporting thanks to our other funds, right? The later stage one. In a nutshell, this is what I do. This is what we do. I'm really glad to be here. And we are growing really fast in Scandinavia. Thanks a lot, Nemo, for the invitation. And hopefully see you in Copenhagen for a barbecue.
Yes, hopefully. Thank you, Thomas. I had a quick follow-up question. I don't know if your signal went bad and maybe we can't hear it. Like Nordics, how is that for a market? Because you're a global player. Where do you put Nordics in your canvas? Just trying, if we can just take 30 seconds and discuss that.
No, of course. Really good question. We've been investing in Nordic startups since a long time. But we have a physical presence in the Nordics since roughly a year. So we have an office in Copenhagen and an office in Gothenburg, and we are ambitioning to open additional ones really soon. When we have an office, it means that we are also working closely with some of our partners. So we've been working with Scandinavian large corporations since a really long time, right? But mostly from the Silicon Valley, so with their innovation lab out there. But sometimes we managed to scale this partnership and open an office to have an even bigger impact because we are closer to their HQ. So this was the case with Volvo, for instance. Volvo, we've been working with them since maybe 5 years. They are even an LP in one of our funds. And now we scaled this partnership in Gothenburg, where we are running a big program for them and a bunch of different innovation services to, again, make a positive impact with tangible results.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Trond, if we can request you to tell us about yourself and how are you changing Norway?
Thank you. Thank you for the invite. So my name is Trond Riiber Knudsen, and for 25 years I was a senior partner with McKinsey, working across the Nordics, trying to help make certain that Nordic businesses were first quartile and best in the world. and I think we created in the Nordics a phenomenal kind of industrial base. But 7-8 years ago, I started to see that more of the talent I was working with, both in McKinsey and also with my clients, they didn't stay, but they actually left to become entrepreneurs. Big shift. And in Norway, particularly after the oil price crash in 2014. And I saw that there were, particularly in Norway, very kind of shallow ecosystem of venture and angels to support these entrepreneurs. So I found that it was more interesting to leave McKinsey and dedicate my whole time and a little bit of capital to support these new crop of Norwegian entrepreneurs who wanted to build globally sustainable companies. And I felt that it was a really kind of important task to get that. And to do it, I felt that I needed to use some of my own capital and not only talk, but actually bring people on board by leading from the front. As you might know, I've been super visible in Norway, in media and the press and so forth in these 7 years to try to build a venture community here. When we started, there were only 2 billion NOK going into early stage funding in Norway. It's nothing. And last year it was 22 billion. So it's changed fundamentally. And this ecosystem in Norway is now much more resilient and robust than we've ever seen before. My role is to try to work with everyone. Family offices, corporate venture capital, new venture capital, with the government that's much more involved now with 3 interesting vehicles, Innovation Norway, Invest in Nord, and Nysnø Climate. So that's my primary axis. And we invest all the time. I'm telling people here that we invest like a machine every month. We invest 10 to 15 companies every year, and we have 100 companies in the portfolio. And everyone trusts us. We are just going on. Very important message to the community here. And as you understand, I work with the network of people I met through my professional life. I've been a mentor for very many people, among them Magnus, that you will meet later today. Magnus and myself and 2 other people, we started Antler in Singapore, and we now are in 24 countries, and also here in Norway, of course. And a big part of my professional life is also connected to East Africa. I was born in Ethiopia, always did a lot of work in Africa. So the second axis for me is East Africa. And of course, Norwegian government supported us to bring Antler to Nairobi, and also to take Catapult, the social impact and climate accelerator I was part of starting in 2017, to Rwanda, where we are co-located with Norcem. So my life is actually working in this network, trying to make things happen. Unilateral focus on Norway. I never go to Sweden, Denmark, Finland anymore. I did that for 25 years. I have no interest in doing that again. I'm focusing on Norway and on East Africa, and working with these kind of great institutions. And it's nice to see how far we've come now in Norway in terms of building an ecosystem to support, I think, quite promising candidates.
Thank you. Thank you, Trond. I have actually summarized all what you were saying in 3 words. All 3 start with N. One is Norway, network, and narrative. I think this is great job that you're doing in this ecosystem, focusing on Norway, using all your network, and then building a very strong narrative. Because that's what happened in Sweden as well. Like 10, 15 years ago, nobody knew about impact, but somewhere Norken came in, again another N, and they put impact in the center, and then impact started becoming something, and now it's mainstream. We'll be talking about that in the impact panel, but thank you so much everyone for your insights on what role you are playing in the different ecosystems and organizations that are represented here. We are very thankful that you could join us. My first question here to the panel would be that seeing what's around in terms of how the funding situation is evolving in the startup sector, what do you think is the investor appetite right now in the Nordics? And this is an open question. Anyone can just go ahead. We can keep it very free-flowing discussion.
I'll happily start out. Oh.
Yeah,
Yeah,
please
you
go
go
ahead.
Go ahead, Daniela.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say that we can see a big difference from like looking at the fall now and the spring. That we saw that during the spring there was this kind of mismatch in expectations. We could see that investors were expecting valuations to go down, whereas founders hadn't really gotten to that point. But now we see that a lot of companies and founders are coming back and have kind of accepted that valuations are coming down a bit, and I think that that prerequisite means that there will be more investments happening going into the fall versus the very slow period of the spring.
Okay, so valuations are coming down, but that could lead to, yes, Thomas.
Or maybe Alex, go first. Sorry.
It's fine. I'll come after you.
Thanks a lot. No, I think it's really interesting what you just said, Daniela. I totally agree. I think at the end of the day, it's the rule of the supply of the demand, right? So because post pandemic the bubble exploded, while during the pandemic, all of the VCs were pretty pumped and everyone was investing, but we saw that valuations were far too high because you know it was quite easy for entrepreneurs to raise cash. And now we have the opposite effect, where because the VCs took a lot of risk and they deployed a lot of startups that were overvaluated, now they are actually, you know, they are really cautious. And so they have a lot of dry powder that they want to invest really wisely. And so for the entrepreneur, it's harder to raise because the VCs are getting more and more picky. And because of that, most of the time, it's creating a negative snowball effect, where then the valuation are going down. So I think this is what is happening. PitchBook just released actually a valuation VC report that is really interesting. That I will recommend everyone to read, both entrepreneurs and VCs that are in the room today. And you can see that it's actually insane. You know, it doesn't touch that much early stage companies, mostly I would say from Series A onwards. And you also have unicorns that are really getting cautious. So they cut all of their costs so that they don't really need to raise because they don't want to put their valuation down right now, for instance, at least the ones that did not IPO. So this is my sentiment of the market. I don't know when it's going to get better, but I'm really optimistic. And when it comes to the Nordic, I think it's not only the Nordics, right? It's globally. I think it's all the markets that are developed and mature when it comes to the innovation, they are roughly at the same stage. You always have the US first, but then let's say they are pretty much at the same stage. And then you have developing markets and some bubble markets as well, like Middle East, etc. So I will not put Nordics in a special case. I will put them with Western Europe, for instance.
Okay.
That's my sentiment.
Thank you, Thomas. Alexander, you, and then Trond, I also saw your hand up. So Alexander and then Trond.
Super. Yeah, so my point was that I somewhat agree. Of course, evaluations is one thing, but in general, actually, what we see in Denmark in our deal flow is that it's actually a great time to raise. There's a lot of early stage capital being deployed in Denmark and in the companies that we look at in broader Nordics. So as an early stage founder, actually, I wouldn't be that scared. The right companies can still raise, and especially these months, I think it's been proven. The later stage companies, A and above, they struggle, and I think that's a global thing, as you were talking about, Thomas, right? But as an early stage investor and early stage company, I actually do not think it's too bad of a time to go raise money.
Okay. I think that's a second point. I put Thomas's point here as well. You were talking about this kind of a difference between Series A onwards and 3. We'll come to that in a minute. Trond, let's go to you.
Yeah, interestingly, Norway, of course, might be a little bit different in the narrative because we come from a place where funding was very hard to get. What we do here now, you might do the same. We have a team that basically calculates every week new investments in the early stage. And it's being basically accumulated into this online news service called Skifter. And Kjetil Holmefjord is the one counting, and we all trust Kjetil. And every week now in Norway, there are rounds that accumulate up to 200-300 million kroner, so 20-30 million euro on a weekly basis. And I'm often telling people that, you know, there's a quite healthy funding environment. There are a number of deals and significant deals up to probably 10-15 million euro. Above that is much harder. But it's actually quite vibrant. And where I see downfall at the moment is with the family offices. Norway has rich, wealthy families, and they have been engaged in early stage directly. They have burned their fingers a bit on something called Euronext Growth, which was a low, basically, access stock exchange here. Still active, but more than 70 IPOs happened in a 12-month period. And many of these companies have been hammered in terms of valuation. And family offices were key investors. That means that the family offices are holding back a bit. And they have been very important contributors to significant rounds. So we see a huge downfall in Series B and C and so forth, also because the family offices are now holding back. And then we see less activity actually with angel investors, which is connected again in Norway. We have a particular case of significantly increased taxation of ownership that basically takes liquidity away from individuals. So that's interesting to see that the family offices and angels are less active. The more institutional players are still very active. And we see international VC being engaging much earlier into cases in Norway. So we just had a case, Curipod, which is kind of next generation Kahoot edtech, only basically been operating for a couple of years. Got an American edtech investor, Reach, involved now in a seed round, which didn't used to happen here. So that's also contributing quite a lot.
Okay. Thank you so much, Trond. Any further? Yes, over to you.
Yeah, I mean, so sort of three things I think that we've seen focusing on sort of what founders should be thinking about. We've definitely seen that angel money is a little bit harder to come by, and I think that's also not just a reflection of the current climate, but also of the last 5 to 10 years. You know, there's a lot of angels who've been very, very active, who sort of were expecting exits at this point. They have a lot of, you know, they have broad portfolios, especially here in Sweden. They've been really active, really supportive, and actually the sort of returns or the exits haven't happened yet. Everything's taking much longer than perhaps they expected 5 years ago. And so that's making it more difficult for them to sort of keep supporting and sort of coming in, which I think means that then funds who have then the dry powder to invest sort of become more and more important at that early stage. You know, for funds like mine and Alexander's, you know, are then important in terms of supporting the ecosystem. And then I'd love to hear Andreas' his thoughts on that as well, but also like going to those networks so that you can see, okay, who is active and who isn't, essentially, and sort of get a lay of the land of who is still able to invest despite the existing climate. Then the second part, I think that's been really interesting for us is, again, we invest in really, really early stages, but we're seeing later stage deals of companies that should be raising Series A. Sometimes they have raised a Series A, but now they don't really have the metrics or the KPIs that the new VC climate is expecting. And so they're coming back to us for bridge rounds or larger rounds. Those are not rounds that we invest in for us because it doesn't fit our thesis or what we want to do. And we're not opportunistic in that way. But I think it's interesting to think for early stage founders to think about that they are actually competing with later stage companies that have an established brand, you know, have done larger rounds, are lowering valuations and are going back to the early stage community to fund them. From an opportunistic perspective, that could be attractive deals for early stage investors and angels. And so that they're in a way competing with that deal flow as well, for better or worse. So it's been really interesting to see, you know, companies that we wouldn't normally see at this stage because they're far beyond what we normally do from a stage perspective, sort of come back to us. And then the third part, I think, is that, you know, what's really important, and I think what will be interesting to see, is that these types of climate is clearing out, founders who build companies to raise rounds and founders who build companies to build companies. And I think hopefully we can switch the narrative from, look at this company, it's so successful, it raised millions, to look at this company, it's so successful, here's its revenue and the number of customers it has and the number of markets it's active in, which is the true measure of success of a business. Again, there's lots of different ways to build a company. Venture capital is only one way of funding something and a journey, and is actually only right for a certain type of company. Really, it was always for tech, highly scalable, high margin companies. It's not really right for every company and every business model, and hopefully we'll start to reflect on that and see, okay, what type of funding is right for what type of business model and market.
Excellent point over there. I really love what you said, that are you building a company for funding or around, or for the sake of building a company? So that's a very good point. And the comeback point was also very interesting, that when they are coming back and maybe there are bridge rounds happening and something, and this is something which typically you don't do. But you also mentioned a point on angels, and that's where I'd like to kind of request Andreas to jump in. What's your, because you are sitting on a network or a community. What's the general feel that you derive out of that community? Like, is there zest?
I mean, we all sit on networks, so my network is not in particular any greater or bigger than anyone else. First of all, Trond, amazing to hear an angel, reach out and also say, like, we're active, we want to support, we want to invest. I love that. Because I believe it's too many VCs now that are sitting on their hands with dry powder when it's time to actually go out and get them, because everyone is saying, like, oh, we're expecting everything to become much cheaper. It's like, come on, guys, spend your capital, help the entrepreneurs succeed. It's like, I hate that bullshit, because they are the guys with the capital. Here's a Norwegian angel community around Trond. Is like, we're active, we want to invest. And I love that approach. Also Wellstreet, in terms of they're active, they want to be there, and Node as well, they just raised their fund. Super important, engagement, supporting, of course we can speak about valuations. So how we want to approach this, that we just, since May, we, together with BCG, we created State of European Angels. It's a report. We have the report State of European Tech. And State of European Tech is founded by Niklas Stenström and Atomico. They're doing a great job for VC, private equity. So what we're doing is that we want to highlight and also show the politicians and also the communities, like, which are the angel networks out there? What do they invest in? How can we showcase that data in a very, easy way to actually, see the contribution of angels? So in my terms, I'm a coach for some companies, of course, and an advisor. And I told one of the guys the other day, is like, always be closing. And he said, like, what do you mean? Like, you guys, you need to sell your stuff. Someone has to buy it. Because I'm an old school guy, we work with sales when I started my career. And he's like, that's such a good tip, And I was like, it's super basic. Everyone is talking about creating AI super, products that hopefully someone will buy. But it's down to, like, if you can be profitable today, build a business model that is profitable. That's what that's the foundation of, corporations. And if you've gone too far and there's no turning back, then you just need to still hype your thing, get the big VCs to fund you and showcase that later. It's like, so sometimes I believe that it's the funding raises that we had for so many years, etc. I mean, those days probably will come back because we tend to forget as humans. But now is the time to, how can we sustain a business model that actually works?
Very good thought.
Super.
So
Yes.
how do you sustain a business model that works? And I think I'm just trying to summarize some of the points, because there's a lot of insights that just came in the last 25 minutes or so in our discussion. And I'm trying to sense here, because Thomas, you also pointed out that this is Series A+, and then when we moved to you, Alex, you said early stage is is good in Denmark. Trond, you brought out Norway's vibrant. You actually kind of depicted a runway of run rate of around 20 to 30 million euros, which is happening. If we kind of separate the A or later stages on one side and kind of come to the really first time pre-seed stage or seed stage, if a founder is at this stage and they are raising, let's say, their first big round, what would be your recommendation? How should they navigate the market in this complexity right now? Because that's where I think I hear, at least from the panel, tell me if I'm wrong, that things are not that bad in the really early stage. Because that stage is still vibrant, that still has potential. It's really A, B, where you are re-raising and then valuation question comes in. Yeah.
I think maybe, if you may, I think, Rameau, you're totally right. What's happening in the market is that why we are separating the two is that most of the startups raising Series A or even like B, C, D, etc., are startups that leverage what happened during the pandemic, right? So they've been overvalued at one point, and they've been raising cash easily, and now they need to do down rounds most of the time, right? So that's one category. Then you have the other category that are startups that are raising their Series A right now, which potentially did not leverage that much what happened during the COVID because they were too early stage. Though what happened to them is that now VCs are getting more and more picky, and we're speaking more and more about profitability. And this is really linked to what Jess was saying before, right? So I think, all of the startups that were overvalued, they thought it was a great thing, but taking a step back, they actually realized this did not help them at all, right? While the early stage startup, they don't really care because they did not really, they were not there yet, or they were just starting, right? So now that VCs are getting more and more picky, of course, it's harder to raise cash nowadays, but this is really similar to what was happening pre-COVID. So we are getting back to a normality while we clean the market. And on top of that, we are speaking about profitability because we realize that startup cannot just raise and raise and raise and not be profitable after I don't know how many years, right? So I think at the end of the day, taking a step back, it's maybe a good thing what's happening, right? It's trying to make the market a bit more stable and supporting great founders that get a vision to make a profitable business overall.
If I can add to that, I think another concrete recommendation is to decide and to dedicate time and effort and focus for your fundraising, because it's most likely going to take you longer to get your investors on board. Also be very precise on what investors, that your goals are kind of aligned with theirs, and that you go for the right type of investor, and also take advantage of your current investors. You should be able to request some help from them as well.
Very good point. I saw here, Trond, let's move to you.
So when it comes to my experience here, in terms of supporting the really early stage, I think you alluded to that. I meet 400 of these every year. So I'm trying to think about kind of the best advice given your question. What I find is that the likelihood of success is better if you get connected to good kind of communities early, and you get help. Don't try to do this fully on your own. That means in Norway, it typically means going up to the startup lab, spend time there, perhaps get the funding from their founders fund. If you even earlier, go to Magnus and the gang at Antler, or go to the factory. Get somewhere where you get part of a community and you get connected into also an investor community. Super important. Secondly, it's actually be good in terms of getting access to government soft funding. Norway has quite significant opportunities to support very early stage innovators. And as Magnus and myself are seeing in Norway with Antler, we have builders coming from all over the world to build in Oslo because reputation is so strong. for the government supporting in many different ways. So being smart about that, and then I think I totally agree with this topic about really spending time to find the top 10 most likely investors for your next round, and perhaps even start quite early to ask them for help and so forth, to bring them on board. But I think that's the most important kind of thing I see here, is that we now actually have these communities that really give you acceleration that we didn't used to have. So at least that's part of it in very early stage.
Yeah, and add on to that is that EIB and EIC also, they have grants for 2.5 million euros and equity 2.5 million euros. No, but not so many actually knows about this, but they have so much capital in the EU that, you know, is not now known to most of us, which is like crazy, because when I talk to angels and it say like, you know, you have possibility to get grants and equity from EIB and EIC, and they say like, I didn't know that. So that is one thing that is important also to highlight, the actually governmental initiatives and EU initiatives to actually help out with capital. But I also think that VCs in the panel might agree or not, but I think that when we as investors invest, I know that Trond and Lars Lindgren and other guys, they are very close to the entrepreneurial network. They're out there, they're seeing people, etc. Not all angels does that, okay? They actually rely on people who are there. So people, angels and investors, both, you know, late stages and early stages, actually follow each other and they tip each other about great opportunities that arise. So I think if you are a startup having angels, use your angel networks to do introduction, because they have also skin in the game, right? And I think that too many angels doesn't, step up, and even if they don't have capital, they have so much network. But reputation, risk, etc., sometimes stops them. But they are actually invested in you as an entrepreneur, and maybe they can help up, open doors. Just to be a little bit concrete on that one.
Mm.
Very good points. I had a question here.
But sorry, Nigel,
yeah, please go ahead.
It's so much. It's a matching problem, because there's so many people wants to invest into the startup ecosystem, but they don't have deal flow. And there's so many that has deal flow, but maybe not capital. So there's a matching problem. And that is something that we're trying to crack that code of.
Yeah, but that's very interesting, because we exactly started today's discussion when Linus and I were discussing initially, and we're talking about early 2010 situation versus the kind of deal flow that VCs are getting. So probably there's a lot of deal flow on the VC side, but the angel community is very fragmented. And because they are fragmented, one, deal flow is not there, so it's weak, number one. And number two also is that kind of positive voice is not building out. That's not reaching. So what we hear in the market is just the VC story, and that too also the late stage story, for example, which is driving the narrative. And yeah, so I would not comment. It's not my place to comment over here. But really good points. What I had in mind here was, since we have a lot of founders here who have joined in, and for sake of them, raising funding now, Jess, you had a very interesting point where you said, are you building a company for funding or really building a business? So I think that's a very good thinking change you need to do as a founder right now. But really, when you are going out to investors, do you need to have traction? And as an early stage founder, what do you show, or what are you as a founder, or what are you expecting to hear from founders as a VC or an angel before you put your ticket on them? Like, what's the traction? What's the minimum signal you want? Yeah.
I mean, I think it depends on the company and the industry and a lot of things. Sometimes we've invested pre-revenue, pre-any customers, and sometimes there's 10 customers and a lot of revenue. So it varies also depending on how comfortable we are with the industry and the value proposition to a market that we might understand. If we understand a little bit less, we might want more proof. But I think the most important part is to come to an investor meeting, in a way, and show that you're doing the work, you're on the journey, you're building the company, kind of like Andreas is saying, you're closing. Okay, this is happening. This week we're closing this customer. Next week we're closing this customer. These are the 3 things we need to prove to make this business work. Versus, you know, having a whole plan that's built around raising capital. That's kind of unattractive. I want to join something. I want to join a company building experience and support that and be part of that. And so when I sometimes ask the question to founders, like, what is it that you need for this to work? And they always say capital, and it's like capital's the sort of the least important part. Everybody can get capital. The question is, okay, so the follow-up question is, okay, if you had 5 million in your bank tomorrow, what are you going to do? And actually, a lot of founders at an early stage can't answer that question. And I want to know that, okay, if I put the money in your bank account tomorrow, you're going to start to leverage that money and make it work for you and use it to build your company and prove that market. That's really the important part. And I think if you're able to show that, you know, there's plenty of people, you know, willing to fund companies and fund projects. But we want to fund entrepreneurs who are going to keep building this company, whether or not they raise this capital, because they'll always find a way. Versus, oh, well, if I don't raise this round, I'll just go back to my job. Then that's not the sort of thing that we're looking for. And I think everybody on this panel would agree. So that would be my recommendation.
Awesome. I had a couple of hands up before we jump into call with Magnus. Magnus, I know you'll be here. We'll be starting in a couple of minutes. But I think Alexander, you had the hands up, and maybe
yeah, for
Thomas.
sure. It's just to so good point, Jess. I just wanted to be a bit more, maybe even kind of like precise. The last 3 investments we did, either there were no customers, so that was only on kind of like MVP that we could test ourselves, or 2 to 3 friendly customers. So other startups, they could get to test out their system and stuff like that. So for us, we can go very early, and that's in a traditional pre-seed round, right? So you do not necessarily need to prove a lot.
Maybe to add on that, guys, I think what is worth mentioning is that it's not necessarily the revenue that matters, especially at the early stage. Of course, it's important. What matters is more the market validation, right? We want early stage entrepreneurs, in order to find that product market fit, to really try to co-build as much as they can with their customers, and do not take any assumptions for granted that they have. So we want them to really prove that all of the assumptions they have are real by sitting down with their customers. And this, in a way, for me, the market validations and metrics and interviews, etc., are kind of attractions at early stage. And so market validation are one thing. So does not necessarily need to be revenue. It can be other metrics of validations. And then it's the progress and growth, right? So it's good to do that, but then at one point you need to grow. And when it comes to what Jess was saying about like entrepreneurs not being able to answer such question, I fully agree with what she said. And I created like a metaphor that, you know, just to highlight all of that when I'm pitching that to entrepreneurs, that I call like the stairway to exit instead of stairway to heaven, right? And I told them that every stage, every round is basically a step. And for you to climb that step, you need to know how much you raise, what will be the range of what you want to raise, what will be the range of dilution, what you want to achieve with that, right? In how many months, and by spending the cash in XYZ. If you can answer these 4 questions, it shows that you have a plan. You've made, you know, really good scenarios in your mind based on what you have, different ones, and you know the directions you want to go. So I'm raising 2 million at a, I don't know, 15% dilution to reach in 18 to 24 months, 1 million in annual recurring revenue by spending this cash in doing XYZ. And I think this is really key. And I fully agree. Most of the entrepreneurs cannot answer these 4 questions.
I have a couple of cents also. First of all, I think too many entrepreneurs has been in too much hurry. It takes time to build a brand. I look at 2 things, data or brand building. If you take a commodity and you want to build a brand, it takes 10 years. And if you have data to support your idea, to know a trend or whatever, then you can just build it and, you know, go for it. So don't be in too much hurry. Number 2 is like a marriage. When I started companies, it's like I didn't have an exit plan. I was building something that would create value for a lot of people, hopefully. And sometimes I think about my marriage, and it's like, if I go into a marriage and say like, okay, let's do this for 5 years and then I do exit from it, then it probably won't be a good marriage. So I want things to, you can have a plan of like somewhere there will be a taker who could actually take the company, if that's an IPO or if that's a trade sale or whatever. But in my opinion, it's more of like an eldsjäl, like a fire soul in that person who actually wants to build something. And me as a backer, investor, I love entrepreneurs, and I'm not going to tell them what to do or not to do. I want to follow them, I want to support them, but I trust in their, way of choosing to do things or so. So sometimes when it comes in too many owners, we're very smart people, the entrepreneurs like getting overwhelmed that there's too many owners' agendas in that. And actually, I really don't believe in it. I think it's the entrepreneurs is building the foundation of the whole society. And I think we should support them. And I think that, sometimes it's too stressful to, stressful as it is to build a business, but then, build something to sell it. I don't believe in that.
Just a quick add from my side as well. I think coming from having a commercial background, I think the elevator pitch is the single most important thing in the first meeting. If you can't hit that, you won't be able to explain to your future customers, talent, future investors. Like if you can't sell me that, then you will have problems in the long run. So that's one of the first thing that I kind of check off when I meet with companies.
Interesting elevator thought. So it's a great point, Daniela, over there. So I think founders, you need to be really, founders out here who are listening to us today, you need to be really clear into what you're building, your why, and you need to communicate it in a very short time span. People don't have time. So pitch deck maybe happens in some cases, but before that, it's a lot of relationship building, lots of spontaneous meetings at meetups, at events like this, shorter lines when you're writing, and good point. So I'm really charged with the point that you made, and Andreas, your point, the way you put passion in the entire discussion. But we are at a point, we need to move to keynote with Magnus now. Thank you so much, everyone joining in, to all the great panelists that we've had here. A big thank you from Nutty Ventures and the Nordic Startup Festival. Alexander, Andreas, Daniela, Jessica, Trond, and Thomas. Guys, you're awesome.
Thanks a lot, Magnus. Have a good one.
Thank you. Everyone in the audience, that was our funding panel. We are now, before we move into our AI panel discussion, we have requested Magnus Grimeland, who is founder and CEO of Antler, to join us for some time, give us some of his time, and we can pick his insights into how to bring in. Hi, Magnus. I already see you here. How are you?
Hey, very good. Thanks a lot for having me, and really enjoyed the last panel. Lots of good friends there and early supporters of Antler. Trond was actually one of the very first people we talked to in the early days of setting up. So exciting to see that last panel.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Magnus, for joining us, for taking time out today. If we can start, tell us about yourself and what motivated you to build Antler. If we can start there. I think that'll be quite interesting for our startups who have joined in. And I was just reading all the S's here. Sophia, Solveig, Steen, Stefan, Susanna. Guys, there's so many of you here. Thank you. Magnus, over to you.
Yeah, so I originally come from Norway, grew up there on the countryside. Started my career in the military. I was in the Naval Special Forces, Marine Commando, and then went to Harvard to study after. Very interesting days because a lot of new companies were being built. Biggest one now, Facebook, and you could see how rapidly you could scale a business from anywhere really and service the world already at that time back in 2004. And that ability has just grown over time. And then I joined McKinsey after and left McKinsey to set up an e-commerce company called Zalora.com. It's the biggest fashion e-commerce business in Southeast Asia, still is, also profitable, which is very exciting. And we sold that business in 2015. We were servicing tens of millions of customers across 8 countries in Asia. And then what we saw is a number of the people we had hired and trained in Zalora, as you see in other locations as well, you know, they've been part of building a very successful business. So they left to build the next generation businesses in the region. So, for example, Gojek, which IPO'd at $22 billion valuation, Shopee, which is the e-commerce arm of C Group, which is, I think, peaked at $160 billion valuation, and Stashaway, Shopback. You might probably haven't heard about these companies in the Nordics, but they're huge, huge companies in the region, and they have one common trait is that they all came from the Zalora crew. And you obviously see the same thing happen in the Nordics with, you know, great people coming out of Oda, Spotify, and Nokia, other places, and building the next generation great businesses in the region. And I got very excited about, you know, what is a great founder, and what is the things that is really required to succeed. And, you know, the interesting thing is if you look at why startups fail, you know, the number one reason is always that it was not the right founder team. The second reason is they weren't working on the right ideas, so they couldn't get product market fit. The third reason was can't get access to capital, and then you kind of go down this list. And the more you look at this list, you realize that literally everything that follows number one is related to number one. Like the founders decide what they're going to build. The founders are the ones that raise capital. The founders are the one who gets the first customer and so on. So you know, we wanted to focus in on that, like really work with great founders from day zero. And so that was kind of one part of Antler. The other part was very excited to see innovation becoming more decentralized. So, you know, if you go 20 years back in time, if you're a founder, you want to maximize your success, you probably should go to the Valley, Silicon Valley, to build your business. You know, it wasn't the rule, but you would definitely kind of optimize your chances. I think that has completely changed right now. For the first time ever, actually last year, more than 50% of venture capital was invested outside of the US. And in the US, the ecosystems outside Silicon Valley in the US is growing 3x as fast as Silicon Valley. We've gone from 30 cities in the world with a unicorn 10 years ago to now 130. So you can build great companies from everywhere right now, which is incredibly important. So with Antler, instead of setting up one centralized location where we back a lot of founders, we wanted to be where the founders are. We're now in 27 locations across 6 continents, most of the major capitals. You can check out where we are on antler.co. And we really want to be there and support founders from day zero. So that was the second big trend. So number one, we want to back founders from day zero. Number two, decentralization of entrepreneurship. And then number three, just kind of globalization, right? For the first time ever, we live in a global world where, you know, markets are global. You know, you go back in time, 100 years back in time, it took the airline industry 68 years to get 15 million customers. It took Pokemon Go 2 weeks. It took ChatGPT 2 months to get 100 million customers. Ideas are global. People are working on the same things across the globe. Competencies are getting more and more global. Capital is global. You can now access almost as much capital in Europe as you can in the US. So you know, those three things in combination led us to build out Antler. So focus on founders from day zero, be where the founders are, and work with the founders who want to build things globally and thereby utilize our global network.
So Magnus, this is really very inspiring, the way you describe it. We are very curious because that's I work a lot in the early stage ecosystems, and then founders are comparing accelerators, programs, and all. What's your secret sauce? How do you blend people? Because you take people really, really early, right? So how does it happen that from that early stage, ideas start emerging and successful businesses get developed? How do they form teams? Is there a method to this?
I mean, there's definitely a method. And, you know, I'm not sure how secret the sauce is, but, you know, definitely what we do is, you know, number one is it starts off with being incredibly selective, right? So, you know, Antler had 28,000 applicants last quarter. So that's a run rate of 112,000 applicants per year. And we made 3.3 investments per 1,000 applicants. There's about 2.2 founders per investment. So that's less than 1%. So the founders that we bring into our programs and the founders that we work with are really, really strong. And then that means that the other people that are in the program are great co-founders. So we can be helpful in providing access to really great co-founders. And in the Nordics, we work across borders. So, we have actually parallel programs running in Stockholm, Oslo, and Copenhagen. So you can also find the founders in other countries to work with, which makes it easier to find the founder with with the same values and passion as you have, but at the same time, different experiences and different spikes. So I think that's number one. Number two is we obviously invest. So we put capital in. We also have an advisory network of about 1,000 people globally now with access to great competencies that can help the founders in the early days to validate their business model. We have great relationships, I think, with other angels and VCs because we don't consider them as a competitor. We consider them as co-investors. We continue investing in seed, Series A, B, C with our follow-on funds. So we don't only want to make that first investment into a company, but also continue to invest in them in seed, Series A, B, and C. We just set up our $300 million later stage fund to do so. And we'd like to do that alongside other great investors, and we make those introductions to our founders. We create an internal talent network to help our teams hire their first people, which comes from the funnel of founders that we look at. And we have a global platform of perks where we negotiate on behalf of the entire portfolio with platforms as AWS, Google, OpenAI, so you can plug into APIs, you can get early access and these types of things. So, there are a number of things that we do, but I think in the end, the number one and the most important thing is that we are attractive to great founders that thereby will find other great founders to work with and create incredible teams.
Got it. Thank you so much for sharing it. Our next panel is going to be on AI. And to move into that discussion, I was recently reading about Antler that you were named Seed Table's 2023 Best Venture Capital Investors in AI. What role do you see AI is going to be playing in early stage startups from where you're sitting?
Yeah, so perhaps start off with just saying, just want to resonate with what Andreas and Trond and a few of the other people said in the last panel, right? Like now is most definitely the best time to invest into new companies. The best time to invest is always after peak. If you look at 30% of Fortune 500 companies were created after peak or during a recession, and that represents less than 10% of time. So it's just an incredible time to invest. And we're putting our money where our mouth is, and we made 102 investments in Q2 this year, and are continuing to kind of increase our investment pace. And one of the big reasons why it's also a great time to invest is this that we're living through this major platform shift, which only happens perhaps once in a generation. At the size of the platform shift, as I think we are seeing now, might be once in a second or a third generation. The Google CEO said it was the biggest shift civilization has seen since the invention of fire. So, very, very exciting times. And I think it's kind of hard to exaggerate the opportunities that this will create across industries to innovate and create new solutions. And I think there are kind of three areas that we are looking at there to explode. And I think a lot of startups are looking at. One is just pure efficiency, right? Like how can you actually solve what you're already working on more efficiently? Like we started implementing AI in a lot of what we are doing. And you can give great people leverage. You can make incredible people 10x as efficient by utilizing AI, whether it's in coding, whether it's in people management, recruiting, whatever it is. There's so many great opportunities there to create efficiencies. So I'd say that's kind of number one. Number two is obviously there are founders working on building these platforms, like ChatGPT, like Bard, like a bunch of others out there across industries that will be the next, $100 billion, if not $1 trillion businesses. And then there are so many exciting founders building on those platforms to solve new problems in new and exciting ways and solve some problems that the world hasn't been able to do so far. So, yeah, incredible time to be alive in the venture space. And thanks a lot for having me join your conference today.
Thank you so much, Magnus. Really appreciate that you took out the time, and to Antler for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye. We now request the studio team to help us with the next panel. Our next panel is going to be on, just for our founders who are here, our next panel is going to be on AI. And we have, when we were forming this panel, we thought that we'll try to have a very eclectic perspective. So we have Evelina joining in from Wellstreet. She's managing partner there. We have, so that brings in the venture capital plus her passion for the AI. So we'll talk to her directly. And then Morten is joining us from node.vc. And we, those two perspectives will help us kind of understand AI from that side. And then Johanna joins us from AI Sweden, and Alex is joining us from Nora in Norway. And Elin, we recently had a very interesting chat at Startup Grind. So guys, thank you so much. Let me see if all of you are here and how this is looking. So I can see, yes. Okay, perfect. But we move ahead. The panel's topic is AI rush, implications for startups, tech, and community. We kind of broke it down in 3 steps, like what are the implications for startups, and startups are linked to tech, and tech is linked to humanity. So we'll try to peel off the onion layer around those points. And so let's jump right into it. If we could kind of request all the panelists to give us a brief introduction about themselves, starting with Elin. Let's start with you. Tell us what you are doing, what makes you passionate about AI, and however you want to discuss that.
So I've spent my entire career making sense of data for some kind of business purpose. For the first decade, maybe a decade and a half, it was really about using it for mathematical or statistical purposes, and we talked about maths and stats and algorithms and optimization. We didn't really talk about machine learning. I worked in the insurance industry, and then I transitioned to the consulting industry. Now we talk about machine learning and AI, but really the fundamental maths and stats, they're still the same as what I studied like 25 years ago. So it's still about applying mathematics and statistics to large amounts of data to make some sense of this and make predictions or create some new output. So basically, I've been passionate about bridging the gap between business and data for my entire career. And today I am my own boss. I work for myself, mostly as a speaker, because obviously the launch of ChatGPT caused a lot of hype, confusion, frustration, lack of understanding. So there's a huge request out there for people who can actually help explaining what is this really about. And then I do quite a lot of board work in addition.
Thank you, Elin. And I remember we had a deep talk on AI just last week. And something just stuck over here after our talk, because we went really deep into the hype versus hysteria side of the AI. So probably we'll touch on that. But thank you so much. Evelina, over to you.
Thank you so much for having me. So my name is Evelin Antler. I'm a managing partner with Wellstreet, which is an early stage venture capitalist. We invest in tech companies in pre-seed stages mainly. I have a background as a lawyer. I was working with M&A and investments, but from a lawyer side for several years. And then I joined the startup scene about 7 years ago. Joined an AI company. It was some hype at that point, but not to the extent that it is today. So I joined this AI company. It was 2016, 17, I think. It's called Peltarian. It was acquired about 1 or 2 years ago. It was basically democratizing AI technology for everyone. So all these sort of models that we see today was the beginning of all of it. But for the last 2 to 3 years, I've been an investor and basically focusing on all tech companies. Obviously, we're looking a lot in the AI space to sort of see what's happening there. Yeah, perhaps I'll stop there.
Evelina, thank you so much for sharing your experience. Really interesting background and your focus in the last 3 years in investment side. I think that'll be very interesting as we go into the thick of the discussion. Johanna, if you would like to go next, and then Morten.
Yes, so thank you for having me here. So my name is Johanna Bergman, and I'm head of strategic initiatives at AI Sweden. And AI Sweden is the National Center for Applied AI in Sweden. And our mission is to accelerate the use of AI, both for the benefit of society and also our competitiveness, and ensure that Swedish organizations stay competitive and can get everything out of the potential of AI. So we are a non-profit organization, and we work both with cutting-edge research in certain areas, for example, large language models for Swedish, and what we call the centralized AI, so when you cannot share the data, for example. But then we also work a lot with the AI transformation of companies and organizations and AI adoption. So that's our two main tracks that we have. So yeah, and we have around 100 partners in both public sector and industry in Sweden. So we know a lot about what is happening in AI around Sweden.
Thank you so much, Johanna. Morten, over to you.
Yes, hello. Thank
Hi.
you for having me here. I'm a partner at node.vc. We're a new player in this field, and we're an early stage Nordic VC, investing in seed stage and A series. My background is I studied engineering physics in Stockholm and started my first company in '99. And then a few years later, I co-founded Tobii, where we were doing machine vision. This is the global leader in eye tracking. So I've been working with machine vision started off 25 years ago and been in that field. And we've been looking at deep learning and, of course, large data sets and structuring and understanding those. So it's a super interesting space. And I really think there are huge potentials in this area. We are, by the way, a team of entrepreneurs and founders who are involved in Node, and we're backed to a large extent by other founders.
Awesome.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much, Morten. I, by the way, love your background. So it's really good. Thank you so much, everyone, for providing the background perspective. Now, I was thinking we could start the discussion with some, not philosophical, but kind of high-level points, which is we are in a rush. So there is gold rush, or whenever there is an opportunity, there is a lot of momentum because people try to rush towards it. And sometimes when we are rushing, we are not processing information quick enough because we, as human beings, would like to process things. It takes time for us to process information and then act on certain decisions. So my first point to our esteemed panelists over here is that AI just hit us, let's say, or it entered the market. Are we rushing at the appropriate speed? Are we heading too fast on it? Or are we heading slow and missing out on potential opportunities? So just trying to understand the speed that we have going towards AI. And you can kind of comment on it from any perspective. You can comment on it from venture capital perspective or general regulatory perspective. So that's over to you. Whoever wants to go first. I just saw a hand up from Elin. Maybe, okay, let's start there. And then just feel free to jump in.
Okay, so you said AI just hit us. It didn't.
Okay.
Right? So AI is about maths and statistics applied to large amounts of data for optimization purposes in very, very many instances, or some kind of prediction, classification, whatever you want to do with the maths. It has been around for decades, and I was working in a consulting industry, or started working in a consulting industry like 2015, 16, and that's when kind of the previous round of hype started. And we talked a lot about what this AI thing was because our sales reps didn't really understand, so I had to help them a little bit, bridge the gap. And then what just happened November last year was that ChatGPT was launched. And yes, the global AI experts were a bit surprised, quite surprised perhaps, about how well OpenAI had actually managed to do in developing the language models. However, language models are only one part of the entire AI domain. And what really happened was that it suddenly became a topic for everybody because everybody suddenly had AI here just in front of their noses. And then suddenly there was like a discussion around every dinner table or lunch table or in media everywhere, and then realized, oh, this AI thing is coming. No, relax. It's been around for a while. It's just that you didn't realize until now. And the other side of it is that the development within language models is a real paradigm shift. Yes, indeed, it is. But it's not like AI suddenly just hit us.
Okay. Very good point. And I like the analogy, the example that you gave that AI just came like at this level of distance. So I think very good point that you're saying. And I think what I read from it is that the consumer for the first time got to see AI in its shape and form and what it could do. I think that's something that changed. Maybe before that, it was hidden somewhere in discriminant multiple regression model somewhere, still doing the work or maths or stats, as you're saying, but not in the front. So it was more like the back end and not the front end. So great point over there. Who wants to go next? Like, are we, the question, just to repeat, was, are we heading towards AI at the right speed?
I think it's important to have sort of like two thoughts at the same time in your head. This is a double-edged sword. And I mean, the applications of AR is, of course, likely to impact all critical parts of our society and the way we work and the economy, etc. And we're just scratching the surface of all the promising in this technology. However, there are, of course, concerns that we need to address. We are very well aware of all the ethical and security risks. We were talking about misinformation, phishing, etc. A lot of this technology also comes with implications that we couldn't perhaps foresee earlier, or at least foresee how fast it would come to us. So I think that's important to bear in mind. We have an upcoming regulation in the EU, of course, that not only affects corporates and startups, it also affects the way investors look at this. But if we just like take a step back and sort of see where we are right now, where we are in a full rush sort of AI hype, from my perspective, I think it's important to remember like the basics of when you invest. I mean, don't let the hype around AI cause you to forget the core principles of building a successful company. And that is like creating something that people truly need. And in an era right now where we sort of have cost of intelligence going to zero, I think it's very important for businesses to focus on building defensibility value to sort of establish and maintain their competitive edge. And I think there, for example, like proprietary data will play a role in defensibility. So back to your questions. I mean, if it's going too fast, yes or no. I think it's important to sort of have several thoughts in your mind at the same time.
Okay. Thank you so much. Anyone else would like to add to this? Otherwise, I have a next question. Can we, with reasonable accuracy, predict where this is heading? Like, for example, like what will this result in both on the plus or on the minus side? So can we, with reasonable, like, do we have the capacity as people to predict that? Yeah, if we can discuss that.
I think we're never really able to do that with technology. I think in general, I mean, All technology that's being developed can be used for good causes and for bad causes.
Good point.
But looking at history, it has, to a very large extent, been used for good. Not only, and of course there are advocates speaking about what the risks are and developing somewhat, looking at sort of more general intelligence towards the direction we're moving, then the risk of, okay, what does that actually mean once we reach that? But then the question is, okay, how quickly will that go? So there are, of course, those talking about how a superintelligence could actually eradicate humanity. At the same time, there are others looking at it from the totally different perspective, what we can actually achieve with superintelligence, being able to control it. And I think there are huge opportunities in this area. Obviously, we're not going to be able to predict where we're going, but we can always take one step at a time and evaluate what we're doing and adapt as we move. And I think, what was said here, what Elin said previously here, that AI is not something new. It has been around for a long time. There was a big hype talking about deep learning some years ago, and but I think the big difference now is that you actually have foundation models in place that people build on top of, and accessibility, where you can even build things on no-code platforms. At the same time, to achieve something and actually build real value, you need to both understand the customer, but actually understand the strengths and limitations of the underlying platforms. So I think it's a super interesting area, and a lot of new concepts and as well as old concepts will evolve from this.
Very good point. I kind of like the way you started that with tech we cannot generally with tech it's very difficult to predict, but generally tech has been good. So I think that's a good starting point over here. Anyone would like to add more to this?
Yeah, but I can build on to that, and I think it's really important that organizations start to use AI to solve real problems now, so that we go from the experimentation and exploring what AI could be, that I think we've seen in a lot of like old traditional organizations, at least, that they are like having a small team experimenting with AI and data, but instead we need to look at the critical business challenges and start working on real problems, because that will be when we realize both the potential and the risks. So I think we really need to implement AI to do that, and then you need to actually transform the organization as not see it as a separate part where we are experimenting with AI. Instead, look at how will we use this in our core business to solve real problems. And I think that is a really important perspective to have. And I agree with everyone that this is not something new, and we should remember that there are other more narrow AI solutions than the more general language models that could be very, very useful. So we should not forget about that.
But I think that's super interesting what Johanna just mentioned, because I'm not sure that AI technology per se will be like a VC case. I think the sort of organizations or players that will benefit the most of this is the big corporations. I mean, they have all the resources, they have data, hopefully it's structured, but I think there are so many benefits that they could use of AI to sort of enhance their processes and the way they work, to sort of have this super competitive edge, which I think startups could have a problem sort of meeting. So I think if you look at the startup space, it's interesting to see how the new sort of applications are used. I mean, if we only look at what's happening right now, Google Workspace is launching its assistant. Microsoft will do the same. What will that mean to all startups right now in the space of sort of making work more efficient? So I think big corporations will actually be one of the winners in this race.
Very, very interesting point there, and I would like to stay on that for a moment as well, because generally investments are or markets are sentiment driven, because we are creatures of sentiments. We take signals, we process them the way we want to, and then when there is a rush at early stage, for example, I get a lot of cases in accelerator and people seeking funding and all, that should we kind of bend our startup to make it more AI? So that's a general question, like can we integrate AI somewhere in our startup? Should we go back to our drawing board and kind of rethink what we are building? This social network, how can this be built on top of AI? So question there is that let's take a case, for example, early stage startups. Should they start approaching startup building in a different way now that this new technology, as Magnus was saying, it's a new platform. Every third generation it opens up. So this is a new platform for us now. Does this mean that startup building or startups need to have somewhere a core AI roadmap in that? That's just a thought. I just want some answers on that if we could. Yes, Elin, and then Morten.
Evelina said a few minutes ago that it's really about solving a problem where someone is willing to pay for having solved. And that needs to be the focus moving forward as well. Solve problems that somebody, an individual or a company, is willing to pay for, to have solved.
Okay.
That is the strategy. AI is just a toolbox. Yes, very powerful toolbox, but it is still only a toolbox. AI is not the strategy. That is so important. And I do see startups going to investors and they just, at the last minute, they add some generative AI on a slide, plus an app and some low code, and they think, oh, this is all good. Now the investors will throw money at us. But that would be really, really silly. We need to stay focused on what is the problem we need to solve for our society, our planet, our businesses, whatever, and then use the toolbox whenever suitable.
Thank you. Morten.
Yeah, I think, and as you mentioned here, generative AI, that has sort of become AI more or less in these last few months. AI is broader than that. We have the whole machine vision space, and we have, I mean, there are so many different applications, and you can even bring it into sort of the physical world. I think what Evelina said is important. Defensibility. I mean, of course you want to include AI. It's like, you're not going to keep sending fax to people. You'll use email. Well, obviously, now there are tools built on AI that improve your efficiency. Obviously, you're going to use them. I mean, my parents, they had old, what do you call them? Encyclopedias. I use Google. Obviously, Google Assistant or whatever. These are tools you're going to use. But on top of that, of course, all startups need to see where could we actually benefit from this? Is it of value in our product and so, but it doesn't really fundamentally change what they need to do. They need to understand their customer. They need to understand where they really add value and focus in those areas. Then obviously they should use every tool available to achieve it and to improve their efficiency.
Okay, very good points over here. If we, so Evelina, you made a very interesting point. If I jump back into it, that in the long run, it's the big corps that'll be, because they have the processes, they have big problems to solve, where probably AI will become more integrated. But on the big corp side, we also see there's always a tussle between large corp and regulation. So there's always, like we've seen this in case of Meta, for example, or other platforms, especially Europe or EU being very strong on consumer rights, for example. Do you see this tussle leading somewhere, number one? And likewise, a very similar note I'd like to bring in here is that even in standard web or emerging technologies, we have seen different regions of the world behave differently. So there are regions of the world which kind of try to protect the core consumer, Then there are regions like US, for example, which are very commercial, will try to build and kind of put their entire weight behind a technology, as opposed to, let's say, Far East, where we have governments who wants to take the lead role in kind of building and paving the way forward and kind of making the ground for the technology. So these two being the core forces, how do you see regulation will play out? There is corporate, there is regulation, and then there are these three different kinds of ways regions are adapting to new technologies.
Well, I mean, it's going to happen. We know that the EU will launch an AI Act very soon. And I mean, obviously, it has been debatable what that sort of act will entail in terms of like requirements to be transparent, to sort of do reporting and include processes on how you build AI or use AI in your business. And I think, I mean, as with GDPR, although I mean people do have many opinions about whether GDPR is good or bad, I think what you can sort of see the AI Act is that it sends a really strong signal, like you really need to pay attention to this. And I think it's also interesting to see because a few years ago, I sort of felt, and I mean, I don't really have any data to back this up, but my feeling was that it was not necessarily the developers and sort of the data engineers that raised their hand and said, whoa, look at this. This could actually have some implications from an ethical perspective. But now, what we're seeing right now is that the developers and data scientists, they are at the forefront saying, help us. We need some kind of guidance on how to build responsible AI. And I mean, a couple of months ago, we saw a letter that was signed by big tech corporates in the world. So I think there's also actually a big need for it. So I think one of the biggest challenges that we're facing right now is sort of to find regulation that is fit for purpose, which is really, really hard because the technology development, it goes so fast. And you know how it is with regulation, you sort of can do it in retrospect, which is hard. So I don't think that you should focus on the technology here. I think the legislators should focus on the consequences and sort of find rules that apply to that. I was going to say something else, but I think I missed it here. But I think one big problem at the moment, and or one good thing with ChatGPT is also that it has sort of enforced more people to be involved and understand what is going on right now, which I think is super, super important and valuable for the upcoming regulation. We need people from different sectors to share their opinions. And we need not only the developers' opinions, we need opinions from psychologists, from economists, from lawyers, from everyone. I think I should stop talking now. It feels like I've been doing a monologue here.
No, but this is really good. I especially picked up the word, the phrase that you said about regulate the consequences, not the technology itself. So I think that's a very important point. And if I kind of go slightly deeper in what you were saying as well, is the technology or innovation. Some innovation is usually a black box. So you're trying to create, because when you're trying to innovate as an organization, you're also at the same time trying to protect it from all angles, because that's going to be your comparative advantage, because you know that once you develop and kind of prep up this gold mine, it is worth something, okay? So how do we ensure proper disclosure of technology building? It could be that it's too late or too late disclosed by the time a technology has been built far beyond the space of regulation as well. So that's just a thought note. We don't need to bring it in our discussion, but that just popped up based on what you were saying, Evelina.
Yeah, and I'm curious to hear what the others here has to say about it.
Yes, Morten.
Yeah, I think one aspect to keep in mind, I mean, I think regulation is always, the strongest players in that field are the big tech. So it really, regulation will strengthen their barrier of entry. It will make it harder for others to come in and build foundation models, which is already extremely challenging. So I think a large, obviously, I mean, that business model is already proven as well. I mean, with ChatGPT now, even though I expect that you will see erosion in sort of the payment willingness over time once there are more and more foundation models available. But I think regulation will sort of make it harder to build these models, and it will be harder for new entrants. Which at the same time, of course, you need to regulate, but there is also sort of the geopolitical aspect here that we know that the Chinese are moving fast in this area, and if we regulate too hard, then some other region will move faster. So there are many different interests, and I think, I mean, that's also important to keep in mind when people come shouting and worrying about everything, and so it is an area that needs regulation. There need to be standardization, but it's extremely hard. I mean, the whole concept of these large language models, they are a black box, and they do get the bias of the training data used to create them. So it is, and it's always, I mean, a question, what is even bias? What we think is a ground truth wasn't a ground truth 100 years ago, and 100 years from now, everyone will think we were extremely biased in a different direction than they are then.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you, Morten. Let's see. I'm just thinking, because we also started touching upon those areas. When we talk about AI, how can we leverage AI to our advantage? What are some of the areas, like in what areas can we, given our current readiness as a society or as a startup ecosystem, what's the best low-hanging fruit to kind of leverage the technology in its best form? How can it be used? Yes, please go ahead.
So I would turn that question around a little bit and rather ask, which big questions are we struggling to solve without new tools? Medical diagnostics is one obvious domain for me. I'm a medical physicist by education, although a long time ago, but still. So using AI for interpretation of medical images is an obvious use case.
Okay.
And then we have a lot of challenges with the transition to green energy. So very much on the grid balancing and the electricity production. There are so many use cases that are of high importance and high business value. And then we also need to think a little bit about the flip side of, or the digital, or the flip side of digital technologies on the sustainability side, because all these digital technologies do have significant footprints. And one such domain is, of course, the data centers. And because these large algorithms, they require a lot of power. An obvious use case is, of course, also to optimize and reduce the power consumption in the data centers. And if you look to the shipping industry, which is an industry we maybe don't think that much about, it has a huge fossil fuel consumption, which of course also could most definitely be optimized through use of algorithms, and that is happening, but it could be happening to a much larger extent. And I think there are so many use cases around the world where we could actually apply these tools, again, that's what they are, tools, to solve some problems that we haven't been able to solve until now. And very many of those are industrial use cases, not so much related to us as individuals necessarily.
Okay. Very interesting point where you mentioned kind of identify large problems. And you mentioned a very interesting word here when you were talking about shipping, the fossil fuel, which is optimization. So maybe optimization is a place where we can use it. We have certain processes, we have certain routines, we have certain industry running structures where AI can come in and we can kind of plug it in to optimize that and achieve efficiency, for example, as an outcome. Yes, over to you, Johanna.
Yes, but I think it's really interesting that everything we talk about really comes back to identifying the problems and using AI as the toolbox. And also when it comes to the regulations, we need to look at the use of AI and evaluate models based on the use and the outcomes. And that will be different in different domains and for different applications. So I think it's really interesting that we are all converging into this focus on not the technology, but what we want to use the technology for. And I think that's really, really important. And that also means that a lot of people in organizations and in the society needs to understand this toolbox to an extent that they know when can we use AI or an AI tool. So I think we need to increase the level of knowledge in a lot of different domains, and for different like expertise need to understand it to a certain level. And that will be super important, because otherwise you won't know about this toolbox. So I just want to stress that competence part as well.
Very interesting point. You talk about knowledge. Who holds the key to knowledge? Like who has the responsibility in the ecosystem to take the burden on their shoulder to build knowledge for AI? Or is it something which happens through its normal progression like any technology does, that we hear from development itself? Or does it need to be a narrative? Does it need to be somebody shouldering the burden of that, yes, it needs to be built? There's a particular education required. Not education, but I'm saying it's something with the people need to be made aware about, because now it's in their hands. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there are many initiatives ongoing and discussions ongoing, and it's hard to say, it's hard to point in a certain direction. But I think it's important to create awareness and to get everyone up to speed. But I also think the sort of the ease of access to these large language models have also allowed very many people to get at least some shallow understanding of what this is and what it can achieve. And that has already initiated a lot of discussion. But it is a complex area, and we're really early on in it. So obviously we don't have all the answers. And I think it's applicable everywhere, the technology in itself. Of course, you can make things more efficient, but you can do it in any area. Obviously, you can look at X-ray images, but you could use it in any kind of research to structure data, and especially in situations where you sit now talking about defensibility in that area again, using a foundation model and then putting a layer of your own with proprietary data on top of that to really achieve specific purposes or sort of find structure in certain data that is not generally available. It's a super interesting area to look at, and a lot of things can be achieved there.
Awesome. Anyone would like to add to that? I have a follow-up question for, let's say, Evelina and Morten, to you as well. Like, given the progress in the field in the last 1.5 year, do you think there is an increasing investor appetite in the area of AI, data science, machine learning? And is it something which is like, is there increased appetite, number one? And number two, do you think this is a momentum for the short or the long run? Two things.
Should I start there?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. So I think yes, there is. Having founders who really understand AI and these models and applying them to specific problems or challenges they are aware of and know in a certain industry. That's super interesting, and obviously they need to have some plan for how to create defensibility, not just first mover advantage. But I think that is an area where there are many startups coming up and a lot of things happening. And now it's early days. Obviously, there will be, as awareness increases, there will be more and more companies in that field. And it will at some point the ones that are moving and getting good traction now are the ones who are familiar with the field since before, I would say.
I agree. I agree. And I think two things. Perhaps, I mean, the hype is real, and I think that will go down. All this sort of like fuzziness that we see right now with just like companies popping up as mushrooms. I think that we will sort of, the hype will go down, and eventually it will mature, sort of the market and the use of the technology. And then when we've reached that point, I think this is when we really will see the interesting and sort of developments on another level. And I think it's also important, I mean, we've discussed very brief today around the sort of ethics concerns, but I mean, with generative AI, we see already now really problematic applications when it comes to deep fakes, misinformation. We have an upcoming election. I'm really worried about that, phishing, etc. And I think we as investors have a bigger responsibility here, because we have the capital, and by that we also have the power to sort of make sure that this development is going in the right and positive direction.
Yes, Morten, and then Elin.
Thanks. I think it's that's very true. I know I thought actually along these lines a bit already when Trump was elected the first time. AI has been around for a while, and it is creating polarization and bias, and big tech have been using it for quite a while. It's good that it's now surfacing and that we are looking at it, but it is a complicated matter, and it will take time to mature.
Got it. Thank you. Elin, over to you.
Yes, and to follow up on that, I believe that we will see now a couple of years of confusion and, well, as Evelina says, the hype will go down, but the market and the individuals, the humans, will struggle for a while with finding their position alongside the technology, and we will struggle with how to shape the technology to fit into our world. Then we will get regulation from the European Union that will give us another round of, oh, what's up now? What I believe we will see also in the startup landscape is new companies within blockchain, because that is about identity protection, because the topic of personal digital twins will definitely come up now as a consequence of generative AI and the explosion of AI applications. We will see that maybe a few more foundation models, but in general, I think we will see only very few foundation models fundamentally, but then we will see a bazillion applications on top of that. And then we will get a different discussion on who do we make accountable for what happens in these models. And that won't just be about the providers of the foundation models. It will also be to a very large extent about those who develop those specific applications. So I think we will see, as the hype of generative AI dies a bit down, we will see a surge of not new technologies, but new applications of existing technologies to solve some of the complications that we get because of generative AI, particularly within, as I said, data privacy and personal digital twins and security.
Very good points from everyone. And I think it's also important that I think we as consumers or as individuals, we try to simplify things. Our minds cannot process a lot of information. And if a lot of information is very complicated, we kind of have a fight or flight mechanism. And usually it's the flight mechanism, even when we see traditional technologies, when they send out these 10-page terms and conditions, you just click accept and move on without realizing the consequences on traditional technology as to what you just accepted. So there's a huge education or narrative building component which probably will be needed going forward for the society at the level that Elin, you mentioned here, that technology is right now here, for example. At least it's one ramification, or it's one, how would you say, personification in form of an LLMs. But really great discussion. I completely agree, Evelina, in this short span, we couldn't go deep into an AI ethics discussion. We probably should invite you to Startup Grind and go deep into that side, into the corporate side, and into the regulation side. So I'll just come back to you with a discussion topic on there. Awesome. But thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. I just received an email, so Alex couldn't join us. Completely understand there was some situation, but we are still very happy that you guys could make it here. So Evelina, Johanna, Morten, and Elin, thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. We now move to our next segment, which is impact. But before that, for most of the founders who are going to be joining in and the audience who are joining us now, after lunch, it's after lunch Sweden time? I didn't even realize. Yeah, after lunch Sweden time. We'll just give them a quick recap of how the program looks and feels and what point we have reached. So if we could just play the presentation, my request to the studio is, so Nordic Startup Festival, this is a quick refresher for those of you joining in right now. It's a virtual startup summit happening today, powered by Nutty Ventures, which are the organizers for this. Theme for today is reimagining startups for the big shift. We have already discussed funding crunch. That's one shift we see for startups happening. We just finished up with the AI panel. Right now, very interesting discussion happening with all these amazing panelists and experts. A big thanks to everyone who joined in today. We will now move into the impact panel, and during the day we have been discussing the fourth area, which is the talent part of startup building. So all these points are very much in focus. Just to do a quick recap for everyone, I'm the event host and moderator for today, founder of Nutty Ventures, and run a lot of startup ecosystems in the Nordics, including Founders Live, Founder Institute, and Startup Grind. We had a very interesting keynote from Anna König Jerlmyr, the former mayor of Stockholm and former C40 vice chairman. A lot of interesting discussions on impact, talent, and patient capital she brought in as a point. Linus Dahg joined us from Inventure, and we discussed about his journey on ecosystems across Nordics and comparing these to London, and also investor profiling and tips for founders to raise capital. And while we were discussing that, we also had a talk with Ville Simola, who kind of gave us a very short playbook on how to build a vibrant community. So when you get recording of this summit, even if you missed the early day part, you can go back to these earlier talks and find out some very, very interesting discussion points that were raised earlier on. In funding panel, we had a very interesting discussion on state of Nordic funding, and we are very thankful that PreSeed Ventures could join us, Nordic Angels could join us, node.vc was here, they are a big supporter, and we love the work that node.vc is doing in the Nordics. Guys, thank you. Wellstreet, Jessica, thank you for being here. We also had Plug and Play, a long time supporter of what the work we are doing in the ecosystem, and of course, Trond, you could join us. The key learning from there, I'm just summarizing from some of my notes, is that most of the funding narrative that we are seeing out there is coming primarily from the VC world, and in VC world, generally, it's the late stage where the valuation and round situation and the capital availability is a problem. We got ample signals from today's panel that at a very early stage where you're kind of building your first startup, raising your first capital round from angels, micro VCs, VCs, advisors who want to go in with some funding, it's still very strong and vibrant in almost all Nordic geographies. So that was a very interesting learning coming out of that panel. Of course, you can go and rewind. And of course, Magnus topped it up because Antler is doing great work. Over the last few years, they've built a huge global factory of brilliant ideas through their processes and through 120,000 applications that they're receiving. So great work happening at Antler, and their success also is a proxy indicator for us that early stage is doing great. It's really the time to build your startup going forward. We also just finished up our panel on AI. We'll probably be holding more specific panels because that's the need that I felt when we went into it. It's too broad a topic. We need to kind of peel the onion from the ethics side, from the regulation side, from technology use cases side. Maybe use cases itself needs to be a deep dive panel with industry experts. Elin, for example, brought in a very non-typical industry like shipping, which generally is really rarely discussed in such situations. So, and great points from Evelina in terms of the regulatory framework. Also, you talked about big corporates being a good playing ground for AI as the hypes build ups, matures, and then it leads to stability as we go forward. So thank you again to Johanna and Morten as well, who have been with us, and Elin, of course. Now we are heading to our impact panel, and I would request the team to, while they are looping in the impact panelists, if we can play in our partner slides for 3 minutes or so. There are a couple of partner messages that need to go out. We are very thankful for their contribution to the entire Nordic Startup Festival and the Neti Ventures ecosystem that we are building. So let's have that presentation for a couple of minutes, and then we start in about 3 minutes with our impact panel. I hope our panelists have joined in. So this is a quick overview for those behind Neti Ventures, which are bringing this to you. So of course, organization behind Neti Ventures is behind Nordic Startup Festival is Neti Ventures. It's one of the hottest Nordic ecosystems in the making right now. Neti Ventures has access to global networks like Founder Institute, Startup Grind, and Founders Live in the Nordics. Neti Ventures does mega events, of course. This particular event is the first event in the fall that we are doing, but there are many more events coming up at large scale. So with Neti Ventures, it's always large scale and digital or hybrid. So that's the way Neti Ventures runs its events. That's the way they can do several events every year. They're also launching a Nordic Venture Academy in October. So how this will help you create startups at a faster speed with quicker validation. So there'll be boot camps in terms of startup building, pitching, fundraising, go-to-market. So all that bouquet will be revealed in around October. I'll myself be running a Nordic Startup Bootcamp, and very soon we'll be announcing date for the Nordic Pitch Battle, which is our capstone event for pitching. It's an all-day pitching marathon across startups deal flow that we have from the Nordics and rest of the world. But there will be a very interesting event coming up. Nordic Girl Power is coming up early next year. We have all the preps done for the event, so this should be launched and communicated to the community in the next 1 week or so. And so will be the Nordic Impact Hack. It's going to be the largest European hackathon around impact. So that's a quick one around Neti Ventures. You guys can always reach me. I coach more than 1,000 founders every year. You can always reach out to me for any specific founder-related queries. A quick introduction to our ecosystem partners. The Park, we are in their studio today and chose to do this first event as part of our partnership with them in terms of bringing a hybrid or kind of a mixed digital event to you guys. And we'll be doing more of these further with audience and all. So big thanks to all the amazing team that's working at Park Studios and the Park ecosystem. Startup Grind are our Nordic partners, so world's largest startup community. We are very thankful to the great work that you are doing in the Nordics. We're happy to be your partners. And on Startup Grind Talks, you can always find the top talent, the top entrepreneurs, the top VCs and thought builders in the segment. Founders Live is a very new ecosystem that I'm building over the last. We started last Christmas, but we now live in 7 cities in Nordic, including Copenhagen, even Iceland, Reykjavik, Malmo, and other areas. We have an event for Stockholm on Tuesday, Tuesday, 5th September, we have our next event. It's a pitching night. You're welcome to attend if you're in Stockholm, free to attend. Just join us, hear amazing startups pitch, and if you want to pitch, reach out to us and we'll help you pitch at one of these events. Founders Live is world's largest pitching community, currently live in 105 cities, and 6 of these or 7 of these are Nordic now. I'm very proud of that. We have built that in the last 6-8 months. This is, for example, very similar location, the same engine room where we are running most of our Founders Live events. And lastly, Founder Institute, it's the world's largest PreSeed accelerator. I'm the regional director, Nordics, and we are happy to help you build and scale your companies. We have an early deadline coming up this weekend. So you can just head up and build your company with us. I'll stop there and welcome our panelists who may have joined in. So I'll just check with my studio team if they are here and we can start our conversation. And this is our panel, which is going to be focusing on impact. It's going to be a very interesting discussion because we have a very interesting set of speakers joining us. We have entrepreneurs, ecosystem builders, and accelerators. But thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. And let's start with a quick introduction with everyone. If I could request, let's say, so we'll do it in a format that everyone gets around a couple of minutes to tell us about themselves, about their organization, and how are they working with impact. So let's take this in alphabetical order. Amanda, if you could tell us about yourself and Ashoka.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Naimul. Happy to be here. So I'm Amanda Sundell. I'm the Nordic director for Ashoka, which is the world's largest network of social entrepreneurs. So in our network, we have around 3,800 systems-changing social entrepreneurs. And so obviously, working with these amazing innovators, supporting their work for long-lasting impact is also how we work with impact. And our social entrepreneurs, as you can imagine, 3,800 founders will be active in all kinds of topics. So, planet and climate, social inclusion, education, very strong focus actually in education, human rights, equality. So all these topics. And I guess the really strong common denominator for all of our fellows, so the members of our network, is that they're working for systems changing solutions. So really sort of long lasting, deep social impact rather than more, let's say, direct impact, quick fix solutions. So this is what I work with, and Ashoka has also been active in the Nordics since 2011. So we have a thriving Nordic community as well, and really happy to talk about that here today, but also then the global network in that context.
Thank you so much, Amanda. Really great to learn about the scale that you are operating, and the words that you used kind of resonate very well with me: deep system change and social impact. Thank you for clarifying the positioning for Ashoka. Harold, if we can move to you and talk about you and deep ecosystems.
Yes, thank you very much, Naimul, for the invitation. Good morning, everyone. I'm in South America. So for me, it's just 6:20 a.m., but I'm happy to be here. And about myself. So I'm from Germany originally. Now I live in Ecuador. And my background is in international development cooperation. So I used to work for the German government in SDG and impact-related projects and initiatives in countries of the Global South. And I always try to engage innovation actors. So from the innovation ecosystem, entrepreneurs, researchers, technology builders, solution providers, and so on. Because I believe that for real impact, we're gonna need their skills and their creativity and also their power to really move things fast, because that's the only way that we can fix the problems that we have on the big global or on the local level. Yes, and that's why I decided together with other crazy people to co-found Deep Ecosystems. And with Deep Ecosystems, since 3 years now, we are building a global movement of ecosystem builders. So individuals, organizations that shake and move things locally in the local ecosystem, unlock resources for innovation, make their place a better place for entrepreneurs. This can take several forms. It can be something like this conference. So Naimul and his colleagues at Nutty Ventures, for example, they are classical ecosystem builders, or it can be from government, or it can be from research. Yes, and we unite them. We have a global community now of several hundred ecosystem builders ranging from Japan to Chile. And we help them first by building this community, so you can exchange, you can learn from your peers, you can grow together, cooperate across borders, see that what you're doing in your own place is also relevant in other places, you're not alone, and you can professionalize. Secondly, we help them with a strong focus on data. So we run Startup Heatmap Europe. So that's our legacy with a big database of own and third-party data, trying to understand what makes an ecosystem work better, right? Other factors, what do founders think, what is there beyond only funding numbers? And this comes together with insights and tools that ecosystem builders can apply, how to understand. And thirdly, and this is the most fun part, and it's also where I am heading the process, we have an accelerator, not for startups, but for ecosystem building initiatives. And so several times per year, we take in global cohorts and help them to build strong, fast-growing initiatives in ecosystem building to really move things fast in their community, no matter if they are in Africa or in Silicon Valley, doesn't matter. We help them to grow over the course of several years. That's it from my side.
Thank you so much, Harold. Thank you for joining us at these odd hours on your side. But we very much appreciate your and Deep Ecosystem support. Thank you for being here. But very interesting point that you mentioned, and I kind of wrote it here, that your unit of change is the ecosystem or ecosystem builders. That's very interesting to understand. And then you mentioned something which I've been seeing otherwise, Startup Heatmap Europe, but great to know that you guys are running it. I think there's a lot of interesting data points that come out from there. But thank you, Harold. Ingmar,
Thanks.
if we could move to you.
Thank you, and thanks for being here. My name is Ingmar Emsing, and I'm the founder and CEO of We Don't Have Time, and that's the world's largest social media for climate solutions. So we connect everyone that are working for solutions, everything from United Nations to governments like US, EU, to big corporations, to small startups, and also activists, investors, scientists, etc., etc. And our mission is very much speed up change, because we really don't have time to wait. And by connecting the ones acting for change, have them to influence all the others through our global broadcast, etc. We drive change and hopefully speed things up.
Thank you so much, and great to know that you're running, that you have all this momentum on addressing something so hugely critical for humanity. So it's a great cause, it's a great action that's being taken. So thank you for that, Ingmar. And if we could request now Johan to tell us about himself and Norgen.
Sure, happy to, and thanks for inviting me, Naimul, because I don't have a ton of experience yet to be an impact investor, because I've been it for as long as a couple of weeks. So to give you a little bit on my background and why I'm here today is that I've been a tech entrepreneur for 20-something years. So started companies, sold companies, lived and scaled companies in the Bay Area. I probably spent 7-8 years in the Bay Area. Sold my first company to a company outside Boston, so spent a fair bit of time in Boston. And my most recent company was Fishbrain, which is a community for sport fishing. But over the last couple of years, I've also spent some of my time advising companies at Nordic. And Nordic is this amazing organization founded by one of the three co-founders of Klarna, Niklas Ahlberg. And for Nordic, it's everything. It's about impact, and the way Nordic defines impact is all the 17 SDGs from the United Nations. So it's not just climate; it's also mental health, education, etc., etc. And so I advise companies here over the years, and I decided to go to the other side of the table. I've done quite some angel investing over the years, but never done it professionally before. But now, since a couple of weeks, I am one of the GPs in the accelerator fund at Nordic. So we run a yearly accelerator. Now we have 20 companies in this cohort. They are in the house right now, so spending mornings to late evenings trying to give these amazing impact startup entrepreneurs some advice along the way. But I'm also humbled how much value you can actually contribute. So we also invest in the companies. So that's me.
Awesome. Just a follow-up question, because I had that on chat in the morning as well, even before this session, which is that about your accelerator that you run in Nordic, is it once a year? And then what's the number of companies that you take in? And what's the focus on Nordics?
So it's once per year. So it's annual, and the program runs for 8 weeks.
Okay.
And we accept 20 companies every year that we also invest in.
Okay.
And this year we had 2,500 applications. So there's a lot of applications to go through to select 20. And we are geography agnostic, but also because of the Nordic brand with the houses in here in Stockholm, but also in Kigali, Rwanda, and also opening up an office in Barcelona, Spain. So, but the majority of companies are European and from Africa. We have one in this batch from India. There's one from the States, but most are European companies. We have 3 out of the Nordics out of the 20.
Okay.
So it's not just Nordic companies, no.
Okay. Brilliant. Thank you so much, Johan. We'll come into more discussion as we go along. Sophia, over to you, and then to Vincent.
Thank you, Naimo, and thanks for inviting me here. Great to be here. So my name is Sophia Breitholtz, and I'm the CEO of Reach for Change. Reach for Change has a mission to improve the lives of children and youth. And what we see now is threatening the lives of children and youth is raising inequalities and poverty levels, and of course the climate change issue, which we have. So those are the 3 main themes that we focus around, but we have a bit of a different method of changing the lives of children and youth. We do that through social entrepreneurship and investing in social entrepreneurs, investing in their capacity and their ability to scale, providing incubator and accelerator type of programs, but also working very critically on the ecosystem around the entrepreneur to make sure that they are able to scale their innovations in the best way. As we see, for example, in the Nordics, a lot of the customers for our entrepreneurs are, for example, the public sector. So it's vital for us to be able to work with these sectors as well, to be able to promote the entrepreneurship journey and to help them, the social entrepreneur, actually thrive. We've been doing this since 2010 in both Europe and Africa, and have supported over 2,000 social entrepreneurs to date, and they have impacted positively over 4.7 million children and youth. And then there's a wider beneficiary and rings around that impact, but it's a journey that we're still on towards 2030, which is our next goal that we have.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Somewhere in the discussion, we'll need a quick discussion with you and with Reach for Change and Ashoka on as to how well you are differentiated. Like, what are your points of difference? Because both of you are focusing on social entrepreneurship. So just to define, because from what I understand right now, your focus is very clearly on children and youth. So that's probably the defining area. But we'll come to that shortly. Over to you, Vincent.
Thanks so much. Amazing group. And interesting to hear that we're all in the business of
basically betting on other people. Certainly that's true for me. So I'm an investment committee member and executive team member at UBIT, which is an operational investment fund. We take serial founders and we help them build the tech that they need to create a business of their dreams. And I'm also the founder of the Stockholm Founders Choral, which is a community of, it's a grassroots community here in Stockholm where we go on runs and we meet every single week in person to build a growth mindset and become champions of one another. And through that work, also got to know some of the amazing female founders in Stockholm. I'm on the team at Time to Raise, which just today opened its applications for female founders that want to meet investors and learn about raising different types of capital, not just venture capital, but all the types of capital that are available to entrepreneurs. And it's actually part of the inspiration for Time to Raise is my work at MasterCard, which I suppose is the reason I'm here today. While co-founding Invenio Growth, which is a management consulting firm here in Stockholm, I worked with MasterCard on building this program, the Lighthouse program. And that is a social impact focused partnership platform. So at MasterCard, we're proponents of this elusive phrase, doing well by doing good. And it's hard to pin down, but we think that tech is one of the most important areas where we can align on what that phrase means. So for us, it's advancing sustainable growth and financial inclusion around the world, which means making the world a more prosperous and secure place. And one of MasterCard's favorite things to say here is that if the whole world is thriving, then we are too. So it's this very broad and long-term vision, similar to what Amanda was talking about with this long-lasting vision of social impact. And MasterCard's fortunately in the place where they can make those kind of long-term bets. And yeah, working with the great startups that come through our program twice a year and helping them to partner with large global organizations on their impact projects.
But Vincent, I'm amazed by the eclectic nature of initiatives that you're running from you mentioned Stockholm Founders Choral to MasterCard Lighthouse, Time to Raise, and then on back of MasterCard Lighthouse and these initiatives, Invenio Growth. I'm just curious for 10-15 seconds if we can go there. How do you take time out for all this great work that you're doing?
I took a meeting from a boat this summer, but it was a call, and I was in the water, treading water. My friends thought that was pretty funny. I don't know, Americans, I think we kind of had to work from the very beginning of the country. I think Europeans have been perfecting the art of doing less. So capitalism, if you think about it, it's a European invention. Get other people to work while you control the money. Americans, we haven't gotten that quite as much yet, but I think we're maybe on the same path.
Awesome. Thank you so much for being here, all of you. And let's jump into some of the discussion points. And I'm thinking, we like 10-15 years ago, the infrastructure for impact probably was at a very early stage. The word impact was not that known. When I moved to Stockholm 8 years ago, Nordic was not here. It got created kind of sometime afterwards. At the moment where we are right now, and an impact infrastructure has developed over the time, but has it developed enough? What are the sticky challenges that we still have in the impact ecosystem or infrastructure when we look around? If we can focus on that as a starting point for our discussion. And you can tell it from your own perspective, like for example, Ingemar, you are an impact entrepreneur. What are the challenges that you feel? So you can tell it from your own perspective or generally. So whoever wants to go first, we'll keep it very open so that this moves fast.
I'd kick us off just because I have what I think is a somewhat controversial opinion here. Those are always fun to start with. So I think we need more impact funds right now, but I also think in the long run, impact funds are a complete distraction from what we need in capitalism. So we don't need multiple flavors of capitalism that appeal to different people and different types of spheres. We really should all be embracing the same free market capitalist system that I really believe is the most powerful system for social cooperation and human progress that's ever been conceived. And I think this system is good because it creates value. I think it's ethical because it's based on voluntary exchange. It's noble because it elevates our experience. And it's heroic because it lifts people out of poverty and creates prosperity. That's at the core of what MasterCard believes about this kind of conscious capitalism. And there's lots of literature on that movement which is a sort of a subgenre. Now, one of those implicit laws of capitalism has always been, we got to keep the system alive, and we have to limit failures and de-risk systemic collapse. And that is essentially what a lot of us are talking about when we talk about climate action, is this notion that the entire thing could go to zero, right? And you basically cannot compound zero. That's a fundamental law of investing. And as a system, we need to, in our own vital profit maximizing self-interest, keep the system alive, right? And the problem is that we are bad at long-term thinking. This is a systematic bias, and it's actually part of the same bias system that keeps us from, for example, investing in women and betting on people that don't look like us in general, right? So one of the main ways that we overcome those biases is through a kind of government regulation or these rules and processes that we can put in place. And unfortunately, right now, the government regulation via ESG is still a long way from presenting a standardized, meaningful, and non-subjective rule for reducing the kind of catastrophic risk that could befall our system, right? So what we have to do is work in self-regulated bodies. That's, of course, the other alternative to just letting the system run free with its biases in check. And so that's what we have right now with impact funds, are these essentially self-regulating vehicles that are doing business with this additional burden of checks and balances, of measuring multimodal outcomes, not just profit maximization, and basically constructing thoughtful theories of change related to a company's impact story, right? But these are all costs that can impact returns, and hopefully they don't, of course, but the reality is that's a lot more work, and it's a different type of investing, and it's more complicated. So that's why in this emerging frontier market, you need to follow the playbook that all emerging frontier markets have, which is basically to say there needs to be some subsidy for what's going on here. And right now, the most common way that happens with an impact fund is that investors in those funds, the LPs, expect a lower cost of capital or lower returns on their capital, so that the cost of capital decreases. And so I think, I mean, sadly, that's not how capitalism is designed, and that's why right now it's just a flavor, and we need this flavor. But in the long run, it's a distraction, and I'm an advocate for both thinking about getting the government to act faster, as Ingmar, I'm sure, would say, so that we can all align around that same vision of capitalism as this force for good in the world. But I'm also an advocate for different types of models, and I'll just mention very briefly sweat equity, where I think if you are actually building a company and investing your capital in that company, it's much harder to do work on a shady project than if you're just putting money behind it and expecting a sort of profit from that investment. That's what we believe at UBIT, and I think that more types of investment like this, which incidentally also have lower costs of capital, are what we could use to build impact companies.
Okay, very.
I think potentially have a different view here. I might potentially agree with you long term, but I think short term, I think there's definitely a need as an investor to actually be double down on impact and see how can you actually help these startup, these entrepreneurs actually in this field. And I don't think as an LP, I think it's probably the best place to be as an investor right now. I don't think as an LP, you shouldn't go, oh, I'll go do impact, but then I will have to get a lower return. I don't think that at all, because looking at it from there's so much tailwind, both from consumers and also from businesses. There are regulations, there are subsidies in the States, you have Inflation Reduction Act, there's money pouring into the field of impact. But then it creates a little bit of challenges for us as investors, because should we be in Article 8, Article 9, and all the regulatory frameworks around that, it's still a little bit up in what does it really mean, what's reporting, how much time should the company spend on reporting their impact, et cetera, et cetera. But I think those are probably a transition period. So I might agree with you long term, but I think for the next foreseeable future, 5-10 years, whatever, I think there's a great need for actually to VCs, for investors to specialize and really try to help them. But again, as an LP, I would never accept a lower return on capital just because it's impact. I think the opposite. I think there's no better place, especially early stage, because there's lower valuations, there's A, B, C, D rounds, et cetera. But I don't think it's a better time. It's a great time for entrepreneurs to start companies, and especially in impact right now.
Okay. Let's hear it from Ingmar, if you would like to. Let me see. So Ingmar, yes. And then Harold. Yes.
I try to lower my hand here, but I don't know.
Okay.
I'm applauding as that. I have very interesting opinions, and I would like to disrupt further. And because I have met so many investors, I have talked to 10, all investors calling themselves impact investors out there, not just in Sweden, but very much globally. And sorry, Johan, I don't agree with you at all. I mean, we need investors that are focused on solving the problem. We have a fire. I mean, the planet is on fire. And if a planet is on fire, you should focus the investment on not the company that will provide you with most profit in the shortest time. You should focus your investment in the kind of companies and investments that are putting out that fire fast. That should be the #1 priority. And when I meet with impact investors, calling themselves impact investors, if I don't do impact, they don't want to meet me, but they don't treat me differently. They have the same investment criteria as all the other investors. So they are not prioritizing solving the crisis. They are prioritizing to maximize profit from impact companies. There's nothing wrong with that. But what we really need is investors willing to take some more risk, willing to prioritize their investment into those startups that can make a real difference while we still have time. Because investing in like a company that maybe are saving a lot of food is great. But is it really the most important startup to invest in to solve the climate crisis? Or is it other more disruptive systematic change startups out there? So my experience is that the most investors understanding what I'm doing is actually not impact investors. It's more traditional investors that have built industries, that are owning real estates, that thinking of a long time horizon of 10 to 30 years ahead. They like what I do because they know that their long-term investments they are making will not be profitable if we don't fix the climate crisis. So that's why they are willing to invest in something that is much higher risk for them than they normally invest in. So what I'm saying here is that we need impact investors stepping up and prioritize impact as #1 priority. Of course, we should not invest in companies that will not make profit. That is not a good investment. But we can't prioritize profit as #1 if we want to make more impact compared to all other investors out there. And we do need those impact investors.
Very interesting point and a counter point over here. So what you're saying...
So I'm kind of agreeing with Vincent also, but not completely.
No, but it's good that you pointed out, because in the last summary you said that it's impact should be the first cut, and then after that should be another consideration. Very good point. Harold, over to you.
Yes, thank you.
And then to Sophia. Yeah.
Yeah, I was immediately awake when Vincent started with the system question. Capitalism, a staunch support of capitalism and belief in that, and Johan also saying VC is how it works. And thanks Ingmar for the intervention of saying, well, it's not only about profit and about investments. And I just wanted to go in the same direction. And I think what we've seen is still in the VC, in the impact world, a strong reliability on the logic of the VC world, right? Profitability, right? You invest in a company and you want to see returns on that. And that is, let's say, a dependency or a narrow focus. If your only tool is a hammer, then every problem looks like a nail, right? That's what you say. But it's not functional. It's not functioning. It's not fast enough. Ingmar says we don't have time, and it's true. This change that we are doing with VC in the impact world, it's not strong enough. And also it's dysfunctional. So VC, for example, when they say impact investments, we see in the numbers that in Europe, for example, around 90% of VC investments in impact are actually e-mobility investments. and we were wondering, are cities better if every car is an electric car? Does it change and save the planet? Probably not. Also, you see that it's highly not exclusive. Yeah, so you have, for example, only based on your gender, if you happen to be a woman, VC tend to give you 38% less money, even if you have the same idea, the same company, the same conditions, just your gender, 38% less. And also it's agglomerating in a few places, right? Vincent, you come from the US, so probably you've seen a lot of this happening, but maybe in other places, it's much harder to get to VC money, and no matter how good your idea is or how smart you are. And what we see in Europe, for example, that more than half, some almost 60% of all funding only goes to 5 places, right? So if you have the greatest idea, but you happen to be in a place where you're not so connected or not so visible, then the impact idea that you have that might save the planet is just not going to happen just because of where you are. And so I'm challenging here a little bit in the debate. Maybe it's time to think also beyond VC, especially in the impact world. Ingmar mentioned it. So far, we only rely on the business model in terms of if you make profits, then you're viable and then you can do it. But in the end, money is only a currency for trust, right? I trust in your idea, I trust in you, and I invest in you with my money. And maybe for real impact to happen, we need to be more systemic. We need ecosystem builders, innovation leaders, and founders that really challenge the system and try to change the system. And maybe there's a different way of investing with trust. I don't say that I have the answer, but we need to leave a little bit this narrow debate of only VC for impact. That's not going to be enough.
A very interesting point. And in fact, before I jump to you, Sophia and Amanda, I would like to kind of intervene because I remember something very interesting with Anna König in the morning mentioned about patient capital, about the way we need to think of capital. And we are seeing that as well, that with more and more, Nordics is also very unique. That came out earlier in the day as well, that we have a welfare system. We have alternate ways of creating ventures where you can create ventures as a friending or as a non-profit, and that can even lead to change. So impact doesn't really happen directly only from the startup route. It can happen from another venture creation route. So very interested in knowing, as an additional point here as well, that in the specific social impact space, what is the context of the question? So Sophia, over to you. It's still the first question, but very important to know your take on this from the social impact side as well.
Yeah, and I think it's very interesting. I liked Ingmar's point a lot on focusing on the problem. I mean, that's really, and that is a disruptive kind of systems change approach. That approach we don't have right now. I think that that's really, where we have to start. What are the most pressing issues that we have to solve? And then we look at how do we solve those? And I'm not going to go down the rabbit hole of capitalism. I'm sorry, there's a lot to say, but I think we could, that would take a full other couple of hours. I'm going to talk about something that's maybe a little bit more boring. Harold, you were talking a little bit about this also, the ecosystem side of things, and that's the public sector. Now, this is a huge force for change. Over 85% of our social entrepreneurs have the public sector as their market. And what we really need right now is to, change the market demand so that we can ask for services that are actually addressing the problems that we need. And the public sector is a huge market. We see there that, that's where really we do need a lot of disruptive change makers. People have incentives to actually purchase services that are, better for people, better for planet. So I think that that's an overlooked area and maybe a sector which is traditionally more slow to change. And I think that that's something that we really need to look at. How can we come together with different sectors to actually promote the public sector to take action? And I'm not only talking about regulation here. I think we opened up the debate a little bit. Vincent, you were talking also about the issue of female founders and things. Well, global procurement, over 98% goes to male founders, basically. So imagine the potential of procurement in the public sector in terms of making a change here to actually do things that are a little bit more disruptive. So maybe a little bit more boring, but I think also overlooked. And we were talking about, what are the challenges? Where can we find kind of these levers that can actually act as like catalytic change makers? And I think that the public sector there is an interesting space to look at.
If I can build on Sophia's point here, or I see hand raised from Amanda actually. So.
Go ahead. Amanda.
I was also sort of
okay, and then Vincent.
Telling on to Sophia's point, because I completely agree, and I want to sort of go a bit further into still another way of thinking about this, but also to just follow up on what Sophia said. I mean, out of our network of 4,000 social entrepreneurs, we see that 77% actually work with local government as a scaling strategy. 62% work with national government, so that's also a really sort of big avenue, and 43% work with international NGOs, so the likes of UN agencies, to reach really big numbers of people. So if you work with 150,000 people and you can impact their lives through your own organization, imagine what you can do when you start working with 11 or 13 national governments. So that's another way of looking at how you can create impact and how you can sort of set up your scaling strategy. So I think we're coming at this from different points, and I think Ashoka also has this very strong social mission, and our goal is to see in everyone a change maker world, where I really sort of want to highlight that, because one issue also with impact is that you have to see your role in creating it, no matter where you are. Are you sitting in a sort of local governmental institution? Are you sitting in a corporate office, or are you a social entrepreneur yourself? So we can't just sort of expect one sector of society to create impact. We all have to act to create impact. And I want to mention, if we think about sort of really entrenched social issues, we can take child labor as an example. You're not necessarily going to fix child labor with, something, an investable idea that you can sell as a service or a product. But what one of our Ashoka fellows did, Kailash Satyarthi, who then also went on to win the Nobel Peace Prize, is he created a movement. He founded his own social initiative. He created a movement of more than 2,000 other organizations that all came together in what was called the Global March against child labor. And through sort of a concerted advocacy effort and work together, they then sort of pushed the ILO into ratifying the convention that then banned child labor. So I think we see very different strategies from the sort of, social end of social entrepreneurs, and then to the sort of more product business driven end of impact businesses. And I think we need all of these. And as long as we really keep the problem at the core, as was mentioned here before, I think then we are on the right track. But if we sort of start, with a product, or just, the idea of I want to build a business, then we're on the wrong track, because we don't necessarily need more businesses. We need people to look at the existing problems and really craft, solutions that will solve those, and also work together. Because again, I come back to systems change, which is at the core of what we do. That in itself means you acknowledge that you're not going to solve a problem yourself. You need to act with others. So you need to act in a broader network, in an ecosystem, in a coalition. So I think we have different sort of strategies and ways of looking at the question as well.
Thank you so much.
To continue on this point from earlier, Naimol, as you suggested, I think what makes the Nordics very well positioned to be the leader in terms of the next generation of capitalism is this exact cooperation between the government and the businesses that we've all alluded to in one way or another. Because it's absolutely essential, as Amanda says, that we form these coalitions and create system change with businesses, and of course also with these government actors. And a lot of folks have been mentioning one of the core issues of liberal democracy that has been playing out over the last several hundred years. And this is, of course, the issue of bringing more women into the workplace, more women into the problem-solving roles. This is just a fun reminder that, albeit inconclusive, the archaeological evidence suggests that the first tools humans ever created, they were created by gatherers, not hunters, right? Perhaps by women. And regardless of who's creating tools, it's obvious that like the more people that are building things, the more creative our ecosystem is, the more diverse our ecosystem is, the more vibrant it's going to be. And I just want to point out that actually the narrative here can be confusing sometimes, because our talks about this and our emphasis on this idea as a culture is working, right? We are seeing big tech companies, which have some of the most power and leverage in the world, they're hiring more women. Slowly, yes, but there was a report from Deloitte that came out last year, and it shows that the rate of women, both in technical roles and in general in roles across these companies, is going up. And that is such great progress that I think we're able to create in a capitalist system where we focus people's attention on problems, and then we give incentives to people that solve it, right? So at some point, I think we need to actually give credit to the folks in power that are slowly making these changes. And if we alienate people that have that power and influence today, we're just slowing ourselves down. So let's not try to create some sort of artificial unity of some 50% number that we, frankly don't know if it can exist in the natural world. And let's instead do things to create safe places for women, places like creating role models and emphasizing their role, building job descriptions that are not gendered in their language, or leaving roles open for longer so that more women apply to those roles, right? Basically not challenging the system as much, of course, still acknowledging that there are problems, but also recognizing that we're making progress.
Thank you, Vincent. Let's see, because we are fast running out of time. I had a question, and I think we have enough experience in the room to assess both sides, because impact can be, so there are several types of impact startups. Some work a lot on, let's say, hardware, climate, for example. And then there are startups which work on the social impact side. So let's say if we kind of divide the startups which are working on the environmental side, for example, and the others that are working on the social side, where do you think we have more problems when it comes to ecosystem building, or where we need more work if we compare these two buckets? I'm sorry, I see, Ingmar, you have the hand raised. Is it?
I could answer that too, but...
Yeah, please go ahead. Let's take that answer. And if you had a previous thought, let's take that as well.
Okay, I can start with your question. I think the challenge is big on both sides, but it's hard for me to say because I'm working on climate. But my experience is that I don't think it's better off working on social, and it's very hard working on climate. So I don't think it's worse either. I think both needs help, and it's amazing to see networks also gathering the social impact. And I think what we should do more is to be better to cooperate between social and climate, because we can't only work. We can't succeed if we don't succeed with both.
Very interesting.
The other thing I would like to say is that, I mean, I'm a capitalist. I'm a finance guy. I believe in profit, but I do believe that we should focus on the problem and the best one solving the problem. How can we help that entity to make profit? Is it possible to make profit out of a big problem? If the answer is yes on that, that is a good investment. If the answer is no, that is not a sustainable investment, and that will not create any change either. So I'm for profit. I just wanted to say that. And lastly, I think Nordic and Stockholm is a very great place to be, and it's many reasons, but I think number one is trust. We trust each other very high here, and that's very precious. We need to be careful to preserve that, because the political climate and people being angry on each side and don't cooperate is very dangerous, and we can lose that.
Thank you so much, Ingmar. Let's see, anyone else? Yes, Sophia, let's go to you.
Yeah, just a short reflection on what you were talking about, this climate versus social. I think, I mean, traditionally what we see also is that climate is perhaps easier to measure, you know, CO2 emission reduction, for example, even though there are, I know, varying ways of measuring that, and that can be problematic too. But from my experience, the social impact side just is very scary to measure. Common standards we don't really have, it's something that actually is quite challenging for a number of organizations, and by default also the investors, of course. So I think that that's a little bit also part of why we see maybe that the social side is maybe not getting as much attention as the green side. And then in addition to that, I mean, we see that there's a lot of focus that has come from the EU, for example, on the green side. That's a first step. Now the social aspect is coming in as well. So I see a strong progression, but I would also like to leave this kind of competition behind and just talk about the fact that obviously, some of the main effects of climate change also will be on those who are most vulnerable. So, I mean, it's critical for us to look at a different approach, not talking about this competition, but maybe look at it a little bit more holistically. And I think that also goes to the challenge we have, what we were talking about in the beginning of this session, to actually really disrupt our systems and the way we're thinking about things, because otherwise it's going to be a difficult task.
Thank you so much, Sophia, for sharing those points. To wrap up the discussion, my request would be if panelists could offer some advice to impact entrepreneurs who are starting their journey. For example, what do you think they need to have in mind when building their startup or a social venture? What is it that will get them through this journey and make them successful? So anybody who wants to go first can take the leap, unmute and say. Yes. Yes, Ingmar.
It's so many advice, but my first advice would be don't listen to too many advice. But I would also like to add something. I mean, I love entrepreneurship and entrepreneurs and new companies and everything. But we also need, we don't need hundreds of thousands of new companies.
Okay.
We need to succeed with a lot of promising companies out there. So maybe you can look up someone that are already doing what you're thinking of doing and join them instead. Become partner, shareholder, use your time to invest in them and be part of something that is already going to make things happening faster. That could also be an alternative.
Great point. And maybe that's a good way to, in fact, research your space as well, because most early stage startups, they really have not researched their space. So this may be a good way of researching, and then you actually find out that this is my passion area. Good point, Ingmar. Yes.
I would address the entrepreneurs who we're working with quite a lot and say that specifically to the women out there, one of the findings in the peer-reviewed research is that women do not pursue capital investments of any kind. And whether that's in a for-profit company or a not-for-profit company, there are these barriers. And so that's exactly why we invented Time to Raise, is to show not just the venture capital side of the equation. Of course, that's important, and that plays a role in certain types of companies. But frankly, there's a lot of other options, and especially there's a lot of other options for women that may be wanting to work with governments and other sorts of things, as panelists have alluded to here. So I would encourage these women specifically to look at sources of financing, which are a way of de-risking a business and not taking all of that risk oneself. And of course, the Time to Raise applications are open, and we'd love to work with you on that problem.
Thank you, Vincent. So all panelists can maybe just chip in a little bit of their word of advice, and then we can wrap up the panel discussion.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in quickly. So it may sound very traditional, but I think the strongest asset for change and for impact is looking at the people. So if you can convince the people to change something, to lead something, to influence something, and scale up the people effect, then that's the biggest impact I think we can have. And that's also what we're doing with deep ecosystems. So when we have entrepreneurial thinking, ecosystem builders that have a vision and fight for it no matter what, that's the best impact that we can lead.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Perfect.
Go ahead. I would like to echo that, because building a company or initiative is not a one-man show. I think it's when you're dealing with something which is complex, which is often the case when it comes to impact, because there can be regulatory issues, there can be a host of different issues. I think here is collaborate, finding the smart people, finding the serial entrepreneurs, but also the people that used to work with policymakers, because it's not just about being an entrepreneur, right? So I think in especially addressing the big issues in the world, I think you need to team up with the best people in different areas. So I think that's definitely something, an advice to entrepreneurs.
Well, thank you.
And I'm going to
so
jump
much,
in
Johan.
and add on that, because I think you're completely right. And from a personal sort of standpoint, I mean, from someone who has been a social entrepreneur as well as I have, I think find a co-founder, someone to share, responsibilities with and what you're doing. I think at Ashoka, we focus a lot on well-being as well. I mean, make sure, your passion lasts the whole, long ride, because when you're creating lasting impact, you want to be active 10 years from now. We see that, the World Economic Forum says, on average, only 5% of entrepreneurs are active with their initiative 10 years after they started. If you want to create impact, that's not long enough. You need to sort of feel well and be supported to go, all the way. And I think find a community is another point of advice in Ashoka. Again, talking about that sort of support and the community is vital. I mean, of our fellows, 90% are still active 10 years after they were selected. So maybe that says something. But again, I'd say, go back to the problem. Look at, is it really, do you have the data to support this is a super relevant problem you're solving? And make sure you're partnering with all the right people, cross sectors, as was mentioned, because you're not going to solve it just yourself. You might need, other companies, public sector, whoever, so try and be sort of open-minded, go for what you want, but also see how others can play a role in the impact you want to create.
Thank you. Thank you, Amanda. I think this was a great discussion. We ended up discussing slightly divergent opinions, which is good as well in a discussion, because the community gets to learn both or all 3 or 4 sides of an issue. So a big thanks to all the panelists who could join us today. So Amanda from Ashoka, Harold from Deep Ecosystem, Ingmar from We Don't Have Time, Johan, thank you for joining us from Norken Accelerator, Sophia from Read for Change, and Vincent from several companies, MasterCard, Lighthouse, Massive, to Time to Raise, to Ubit. Great work. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. We now move to our pitching segment. But before we move there, we will have a quick highlight address and a discussion with Magar Sheikh. And then we'll jump into our pitching panel, which will be starting in about 6 or 7 minutes. So if the studio can patch me up with Magar, and we can kind of initiate our discussion on pitching from the perspective of Venture Cup. So yes, thank you for joining us, Magar. You're the regional manager East for Venture Cup, and we are honored to have you with us today at the Nordic Startup Festival. I'll start with the general question I've been asking since the morning whenever I'm meeting new amazing speakers and ecosystem builders and investors. Tell us about yourself and what attracted you to entrepreneurship. Let's go there.
Awesome. Does everyone hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, first of all, thank you, Naimul, for inviting me here, and thank you for all the great work that you're doing in the Nordic startup ecosystem. And also big thanks to Nutty Ventures for putting together this fantastic event. I'm truly, truly honored to be here. Like you mentioned, my name is Magar, and I run Venture Cup in the region East. And I'm also part of several other global startup organizations, such as Founder Institute, which is the world's largest pre-seed startup accelerator. It's based in the Silicon Valley. And also Founders Live, which is also based in the US. So I'm kind of a startup junkie with my hands in a lot of different startup organizations. So what attracted me to entrepreneurship? Well, my background is in communication, advertising, and PR. And as a person, I feel that I'm a cultural mosaic kind of experiences in diverse sectors, which makes me incredibly passionate about entrepreneurship. And I've always been fascinated by the disruptive power that entrepreneurs have. It's like a ripple effect that changes the way we live, we work, we interact, no matter what the geography. So wherever you are in the world, you see how entrepreneurs are actually making an impact and changing the world one step at a time. Also, as a foreign-born female founder in Sweden, what keeps me glued to this vibrant ecosystem is the phenomenal way entrepreneurship is empowered in the Nordics. Even, my own home city, Stockholm, has over 50 co-working spaces, and there are lots of incubators and accelerators and a lot of support from the government and lots of other organizations, which is, in fact, one of the main reasons why I am at Venture Cup.
Thank you, Mekar. If you could tell us a little bit more about Venture Cup and how you're helping entrepreneurs in Sweden, would be very helpful for the community who have joined us here.
Absolutely. Let's just dive straight into it. I'm trying to share my screen here. If you're a studio, just let me know if you can see the screen.
Yes, we see this.
So I'm gonna go into the slideshow.
On the right side, maybe at the bottom.
Yeah, it's
there'll be an
supposed to
icon.
be there, but for some. I see it here now. Cool. So do you see the full screen now?
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. So Venture Cup is basically the go-to platform for early stage startups. And this is what we've been hearing all day since morning throughout these discussions, that there has never been a better time for early stage startups to come out and start new ventures. And Venture Cup is a platform that has been working since 1998. We were made on the initiative of McKinsey and Company in 1998, and we've been helping and supporting innovation since then. Well, if you've got a startup dream, we are your wingman, basically, just to put it in a simple sentence. There are lots of different things that we do since the past 25 years. Actually, this year we are celebrating our 25th anniversary. So in the past 25 years, we've been supporting entrepreneurship in Sweden through lots of different ways, through competitions, through workshops, pitch workshops, idea generation workshops. For those of you who just have an idea and have not yet built a startup, we're there for you as well. We work a lot through our partners within the network. We are a national organization with very strong regional offices and regional roots. So we have our network spread all across Sweden. And that is how we help our startups, through our partnerships and through our network. If you're a part of Venture Cup Network, then you get the opportunity to meet with all different players in the ecosystem. We offer a lot of inspiration with a lot of different things that we do throughout the year within a part of our competitions and other workshops that we do. We work with a lot of universities. Almost all the major universities are a part of our ecosystem. And we work together with them to provide inspiration and feedback. Any startup that applies to Venture Cup applies on the platform and gets guaranteed feedback from at least 3 different industry experts on their idea. So if what you get is validation, what you get is feedback. So even if you don't win, you actually do win, because as soon as you apply, you are a winner. We have been around for a long, long time. It's going to be 25 years. So in our alumni, you can probably identify a lot of companies that have made great impact in not only in Sweden, but in the world. We have Lensway, we have Mentimeter, Research Laboratories. Research Laboratories is actually where we're going to have our alumni event this year. If you talk about competitions, the basic 2 big competitions that Venture Cup holds is startup and idea competition. I'm just going to show you the timeline here. So we are here where idea opens in 4 days on the 4th of September. So if you are interested in entrepreneurship in any way, if you have an idea that has not yet been developed into a startup, even if it is something, something written on a napkin somewhere, just super simply go ahead to our website and put your idea over there. And that way you get a chance to be a part of our list of top 20. That is the end of that comes towards December, and we generate a list of top 20 startups, which is highly anticipated in the Swedish startup ecosystem. And throughout the process of the idea competition, you get feedback, you get invited to workshops, to our network events that we hold, and of course then you become a part of the Venture Cup network as well, and we make sure that your idea then goes to the right people and you get the platform that you require in the beginning. We also have our Sweden final coming up, which is a part of our previous competition where we select the startup of the year. You get a platform, you get feedback, you get a network, and you get validation all in a super safe environment where you can, you can see where your idea is going, and of course get guidance by the top people in our network.
Thank you.
Yeah, so this is about it.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mekar, for sharing the Venture Cup story. I believe we have the pitching panel now coming in, so we will head out to the pitching panel discussion with all the startups that have applied to pitch, and some of them were selected by our jury. So let's see if we can go back. So Mekar, thank you so much for being here. And
yeah, you're very welcome. Thank you very much for inviting me. And the last thing that I want to say to the audience before I leave is that if you guys have any questions or anything that I can guide you on when it comes to Venture Cup or anything related to your startups, just feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn or just go to our website, venturecup.se. There you're going to see a lot of our coaches, and you will also find the platform where you can apply for the competition, and wish you all best of luck. Thank you again, Naimul.
Thank you so much, Mekar. I'll request the event team here in the next few minutes if they can post the relevant links of Venture Cup, because we got some queries already over there. Shestin, we'll come back to you with your query. But thank you so much, everyone. We are now moving to the live startup pitching phase of our. We've already lost, I think, 2-3 minutes. I think we developed a little bit of a time bubble a couple of hours ago of around 5 minutes. That's been sticking around. But let's see if all the panelists have joined in. I see here, Elsa, you're here. Isabel, I don't see yet. So Elsa is here. Johan, yes, I see you. I see Riiber, and Tuva is also not here. Isabella is also here. Oh, great. So let me just write here, because I need to keep a good. Yeah, we're missing 2 persons. So we'll do the troubleshooting on the side. Sometimes this can happen. But Elsa, Isabel, Johan, and Reed, you guys are here. Let's start. I would say before we jump into the entire pitching process, I'll go around the table and kind of request you for a quick introduction. And by that I mean take a couple of minutes and let us know what you are working with, about you, and how you're helping your startups. And let's start with you, Elsa, and then Isabel.
Yes, can you hear me well?
Yes.
Perfect. Hi, everyone. Super excited to be here. I am Elsa Hyland, and I am an investor at Backing Minds VC, angel investor and startup advisor. I'm a generalist, but I have a background as an operator from the Swedish startup scale-up ecosystem. I've been at Trustly and Northvolt, amongst other companies. At Backing Minds, we lead or co-lead investments in startup seed stage with a ticket size of 500K to 3 million euro tickets. We invest within the EU, EEA with a Nordic focus, and we do try to find blind spots, which means companies or founders where other investors might not look due to biases. And we also love impact companies of different kinds. In regard to myself, an angel investor, I've invested in a few mental health companies, which I know that we have some pitching today, so I'm excited to hear about those. And I also advise companies in super early stages to ensure their success later on. As I see, a lot of companies, they might have really good ideas, but when they come to us in seed stage, there might be issues, which means that they have a very hard time raising capital. So I'm trying to help out there. And yeah, I'm super excited to be here and see the pitches in a bit.
Thank you so much, Elsa. Great work you're doing at Backing Minds and your own background as a startup advisor, angel investor. It's great to have your kind of experience in the room. Let's see, Isabel, over to you, and then Johan.
Perfect. Thank you, Naimol. And very nice to be back here again so soon. Hi, everyone. Look forward to hearing your pitches later on. I'm Isabel. I work at SpinTop Ventures as an investment manager. We invest in seed and Series A tech companies across the Nordics. Typical initial ticket size around €500,000 up to €2 million. But we have quite a bit of, God, I'm losing my voice here. Excuse me.
Happening to me since the morning, so I have this on my side. So I drank 4 of these in the last 4 hours, one every hour.
Yeah, excuse me, guys. Initial ticket size is around €500,000 to €2 million. We typically invest all the way until exit with capacity to follow up with 2 to 5 times more in a single company. Currently investing out of our 4th fund. The fund was founded in 2009. So how we work with our portfolio companies, we have quite an extensive network of ex-entrepreneurs and other advisors that we're happy to open doors for. And we work quite actively with all our portfolio companies. My own background is, go back 10 years in time, law school in the UK, didn't really feel like that was my thing. Wanted to move more towards into tech and investments, joined a tech company after that, which led to investment banking. So I've spent about 5 years now advising startups on how to raise capital, and joined the VC side 2 years ago.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Very, very diverse background. Thank you so much for taking time out and joining us. And thank you. We had our accelerator. So you were recently at Founder Institute Nordic Accelerator pitching sessions. Thank you for this. Was it this Wednesday?
Yeah, it was this Wednesday.
Okay.
And I've already heard a few of the companies here pitch, but I'm very happy to listen again.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for being here. Johan, over to you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. When we invest in a company, we welcome it to our boot camp. That's called Camp B, like the investment company. And our proposition is called FEET, and we have that to ensure that the portfolio companies hit the ground running. And FEET stands for funding, and then we have an ecosystem of economic modules, and then we have expertise and training to support the companies with. So funding, we invest like 50K to 5 million. And but we see ourselves as a like funding powerhouse because we have 6,000 investors in our network that are currently our customers. And when it comes to economic modules, we want the portfolio companies to focus on their core competence. So we take care of all the rest, accounting and legal and stuff. And then expertise. We have a lot of already successful entrepreneurs in our network. So it's kind of a mentorship factory that we can provide for the founders. And lastly, we'd like to train people, and we're especially proud of our sales training. So to summarize, soldiers go to boot camp to prepare for war. And I like to think that companies go to camp business to prepare for business. And because of the network of our successful entrepreneurs, I think they can stand on the shoulders of them and really increase their success rate.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Johan, for a very, very structured introduction. Thank you for the great work that you are doing in the ecosystem. Reid, over to you.
Hi, everyone, and thanks, Naimul, for organizing today. Really a great event, as always. I was here last year and really enjoyed it. So a brief background on Luminar. Luminar has been around for about 6 years now. We're on our second fund, which is approximately 750 million Swedish crown seed-focused VC firm investing across the Nordics. A big part of our value add, I should say, is our bench of operating partners, angel investors who actually invest alongside Luminar into all of our deals and then go to work with our founders, helping on everything from go-to-market, operational excellence, hiring, etc. In terms of verticals, obviously we're here in the Nordics, so we have a big focus on sustainability, but also the background of some of our partners like Daniel Karsberg, who was an early employee at iZettle, Linda Höglund, who was early COO of Klarna. We have a big fintech focus, as well as Jacob Key, one of the co-founders of Luminar, who was an early, he was the guy who negotiated some of the early deals between the record labels and Spotify. So he's very much our entertainment, media, gaming, streaming, those kind of areas, competency. And then Magnus Bergman, who's the other co-founder of Luminar and was the first angel investor in Truecaller, very much focuses on sort of more deep tech, infrastructure, that kind of area. So obviously we're all generalists, but we all have our own individual focuses as well. In terms of myself, so I'll go right back to the beginning. I started building iPhone apps and websites when I was a teenager out of London. When I was about 17, had a pretty viral social media app in the UK, was able to raise a small seed round from a fund in San Francisco. So my co-founder and I moved to Silicon Valley when we were 17, tried to become the next kind of Mark Zuckerberg. Obviously, that didn't work out very well, but learned a lot of interesting lessons and met a lot of very interesting folks. Ended up going to the Wharton School of Business at the University of Pennsylvania, which I kind of saw like a big incubator, kept starting companies with my friends and pitching to VCs. And through that, I ended up meeting a fund called Open Ocean Capital, who are based in Helsinki, run by the guys who were the founders of MySQL. So very much focused on data infrastructure, DevOps, any kind of data intensive B2B software. And they asked me to help open up their UK operation. So I moved back to London, set up Open Ocean UK, was there for almost 4 years, helped to build the investment team, led a few investments for them. But they were doing sort of Series A and later, and I really wanted to go earlier stage, work closer with founders, be more involved in strategy and go-to-market and product development. So 2 years ago, I moved here to Sweden to join Luminar, and I've been loving it ever since. So that's a brief background on myself and the firm. Hopefully gives you the overview you all need.
Thank you so much, Reid, for a quick background on yourself and Luminar. We are now here with our startup pitches. I'll just quickly explain the format to everyone. We have about 1 hour. We'll have a hard stop at 3:30 Sweden time, which effectively gives us around 7 to 8 minutes per startup, including their pitch time. We have requested some startups to send over their pitches, so we will, which the jury have screened. So some of those pitches will now be played. The startups will be called on stage one by one, and they'll make a 2-minute pitch. This will be a recorded pitch, just in the interest of that it is streamed well for the community. Otherwise, there could be a lot more time involved when we do a live pitch. And then they will have around 3 to 4 minutes of feedback time and a last 1 or 2 minutes of any reflection time and two-way communication. So let's try to stick to the timing aspect of it. I'll just time each of these pitches now. So I'm starting my stopwatch here, and I'll request the first startup to come in and the studio team to kind of queue up their pitches. And while their pitch is being queued up, the startup can explain. So Alexander, if you're here, if you could join the screen.
Yes, I'm here.
Awesome. So if you could introduce yourself, like where you are joining from, where is your startup located, and how are you feeling today? And then we'll play your pitch.
Yeah, great. Hello, everyone. I'm Alexander. I am one of the co-founders and the CEO of eHopa, and we are a Stockholm-based startup, and we are in the business to make consumption more sustainable and circular, but also to change it in a way that it's very scalable.
Awesome. Thank you. You're connecting from Stockholm. If we can queue up eHopa's pitch, that's to the studio team, so that the investors can look at it.
Buying sucks. It is unsustainable, and we don't have the money, space, or time to buy everything we want. And then we miss out on so many products that would make our life much easier and more fun. But this is changing. Analysts forecast that 20% of retail will shift towards access economy services in the next decade. This is a new mid-trillion-dollar market. But consumer brands are still stuck in the linear ways because they can't innovate. In-store rentals fails due to too high staff costs, and peer-to-peer platforms are just too inconvenient. A real alternative needs to be both affordable and convenient to really scale. And this is why we at eHopa are building a new distribution network of self-service sharing boxes. Our users love it because they can get easy access to the best products for every task or activity. They simply book in the app and conveniently pick up the product in the eHopa box, which is close to where they live. And our all-inclusive subscription makes it affordable. It's similar to Spotify for product. And also our brand partners at Bosch, Kercher, Husqvarna, and Gardena love it because they can offer their premium products to a much wider audience, outcompeting cheap alternatives, and they can profit from their premium product lifetime. And of course, they also know that they will never comply with the upcoming sustainability regulations just by using recycling some material. But eHopa replaces 8 products with 1 on average, a huge impact at scale. And eHopa is very scalable. We have optimized our self-service system with over 10,000 bookings, resulting into a very low operational cost and making it profitable and easy to place. This efficient scalability will make eHopa the platform that enables this shift towards access, similar to what Amazon was for the last shift towards e-commerce. We're a passionate team of serial entrepreneurs and product specialists. We have already pushed far with little resources because we know the world needs this. And now we're raising 50 million to scale because the shift has just started and we are ready to use our first mover advantage. Join us to drive this shift.
Thank you, Alexander. So whoever wants to go first, maybe Reed, you'd like to start?
Sure, happy to jump in. And I guess that, it's a great idea. I love the concept. But my initial reaction is sort of, how is this defensible? What prevents somebody else from setting up a similar, sort of box outside in nice, crowded areas in other cities and being the first to market there before you can get there yourself?
Well, first of all, of course, there is a first mover advantage that we have. We also have global brand partners, like, for example, Husqvarna, Gardena, Bosch, which we have exclusive partnerships with. And of course, this is not as easy as it sounds. First of all, we have developed our system, our self-service system, our operational system, our self-service system towards the users over a long time to actually make it efficient. And now we're at the stage where we can make it efficient. Others have tried. I mean, Clas Ohlson has closed their rentals in the stores. Husqvarna has closed their boxes because it is not as easy as it sounds. And secondly, the network is the scaling factor here. If we build a brand and a network where you, as a user, can subscribe to, and then you get access in your whole city or later even globally to products, then that is very defensible in that way. And ultimately, I hope that we get more competitors because this shift is definitely something that from a sustainability aspect, we really need in this world. And that would be great if we would not have to prove to market ourselves.
Okay, thank you. Who wants to go next? Elsa? Yes.
I can just jump in, and I agree with you. Like the sharing economy is great, both from a sustainability perspective, but also like in the times that we're in. But I also want to touch what Reed kind of touched upon. Like, what do you do then if others have closed down their businesses? What are you doing that is different? You say there's not.
Very good.
But
Very
like,
good question.
A bit more.
Very good question. Like
you from Hyglo, for example, and that is also have done similar things, but in physical stores.
I mean, if I would do now a poll, usually that's what I do in presentations. How many people of you have used Hyglo in the last month? It's usually very little. And that is because it is very inconvenient. You have to, first of all, talk to someone online. You have to meet someone. You have to fit calendars and so on. We have tried it ourselves to start with the platform idea. So what we do differently is that we have these self-service boxes that are placed where people live and not where stores are, which is a very big aspect why others fail. I mean, Husqvarna put them where their retailers were, out in Bauhaus areas and so on, where people need to go with the car there, pick it up. The convenience is not there. And also the convenience is there in our system because you don't have to talk to anyone. You book through your app, you go to the box, it opens automatically. When it comes to a scaling recipe, the scaling recipe, on the other hand, is very, very connected to making this self-service very, very operationally efficient. That has to do with our backend systems, which know exactly how often a product was used. Now we even have sensors in the products and see how much it was used. We have reporting systems for all of the broken tools. And all of these things together, we educate our users how to actually use the products, how to return the products. That makes it so scalable, and that makes us profitable and have a lot lower staff costs than, for example, like Claes Olsen and so had. And of course, it's also like this. We are a startup that focuses on this. Others have also failed because in big corporations, you surely know, innovation is very difficult because you constantly compete with alternative costs of 100 other things like retailer, politics, and all of these things. And that's what also many of these companies fail. And they're coming now to us. Husqvarna is our customer. Now we are discussing the 2 retail chains in Sweden that have tried it by themselves, 2 in Germany that have tried it by themselves. So we have a huge potential, even also only providing our technology in the future.
Thank you so much. I think we'll cut the presentation here now because we already have reached a 7-minute mark with the presentation. Alexander, thank you so much for joining in. We could have had
Thanks
maybe
for
one
your
or
feedback,
two
guys, and I will reach out for more.
Yeah, we could have had more feedback, but I think I'll request the next founders to probably first wait for the feedback and then kind of use the last 1 or 2 minutes for your own explanation. And for investors as well, maybe it's better to just hand over the feedback without a Q&A at the very start of the process. So, but we are building this momentum. Annika, if we could have you here, and if the studio team can loop up the pitch for the next startup, which is Reminded.
Yes, hi everyone. I'm Annika, tuning in from Finland. I'm representing Reminded. I'm the CEO and founder of this health tech company based in Helsinki, Finland.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling very excited and happy to be here. Yes.
Okay, great. So the Park Studio, let's play Annika's video pitch.
Hi, I'm Annika, representing Reminded, a health tech company optimizing mental performance in real-time everyday situations. So there's a paradoxical situation going on where health tech innovations are only expanding, yet the global issue is also increasing. So with the alarming latest numbers, there's an estimate that 1 in 4 individuals will be affected by a mental health related issue in the near future. So Reminded is tackling this problem by developing a novel health tech device combining multiple biosensor technologies in a comprehensive and non-invasive way. So with a strong basis of neuroscientific research integrated with the latest advancements in technology, we aim on giving our users a science-based call to action plan on how to alter your state of mind quickly when it's not ideal, which ultimately will let everyday situations become easier to overcome. And we know that this is a very crowded space, but where we see a market gap is that we're combining physiological measurements from more parts of the body. So you're not only relying on your heart rate for your health, and also integrating a psychological aspect into the whole user interface. And for more flexibility and freedom, this is meant to be a portable tool to have on hand when that mental boost is needed. So it's not intended for continuous wear. And we're targeting the digital health market, which is one of the most rapidly growing industries right now. And with the many applications that we see that our device could have, we aim to become a frontrunner in the health tech space by securing a few percentage points of market share. And as for our business model, we're mainly targeting a direct-to-consumer kind of model, but we're also seeing many applications when it comes to workspaces and hospitals and so on. And as we're now finishing off our initial proof of concept research study, we are confidently moving into our first funding round, seeking 500,000 euros for the technical development of the device itself, and also expanding our team. And right now our team has a great skill set within neuroscience, biotechnology, and research operations. But yeah, let's make detection and prevention of internal struggles even easier. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Annika, for the pitch. And let's move to Johan. Would you like to go first on this one?
All right. Hi, Annika. I would like to start with the last slide, so I get immediately what you're doing, because I had to guess a little bit in the beginning. And I would also like you to make it more concrete what exactly you have achieved so far. Is there a product or what are you doing? Because it was, for me anyway, it was difficult to grasp. And then the last thing I had on you, and that's actually a feedback to all of the guys that will be presenting today, is when you talk about the total addressable market, you speak about the market for the industry, but almost all of you have like niche products. And I think it would be much better if you showed the total addressable market for that niche. For example, if I sell sandals, I don't show the total addressable market for all shoes. I show the total addressable market for sandals. That's my suggestions.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you for the feedback. I appreciate it a lot. Which one of the questions should I start with? Maybe where we would then like differentiate when it comes to the health tech space. So the main focus right now is on heart rate analysis and calories and your activity levels. But where we are focusing are on other biomarkers, which are very underrepresented in the health tech space, but they have a close integration with brain function. And unfortunately, this is not something that I can't expose right now, as we're now moving into our initial process of filing for the patent of the device technology itself. And we are using the latest advancements when it comes to biosensor technology, because there has been so many great progress in this area right now. And therefore, the possibility of seeing a device which could detect more data than just a single biomarker in your body is probable to see in the near future.
Thank you. Isabel, would you like to go next?
Sure.
And my request to founders is to first maybe try to listen to as much feedback as you receive, and then in the last 1 minute or so, maybe comment back. Commenting back is not essential, but you can still comment and ask back. Over to you, Isabel.
Thank you. So yeah, my initial thought was a little bit echoing what Johan said. So if we think about wearables, the success of Oura and Fitbit has been that it's really low threshold. You wear it, you don't think of it, and it gives you a lot of useful data back. So I'm very curious, because you're measuring so many different physiological measurements from different body parts, how this device would look and how you would get user compliance if it's something that you need to carry with you. But I understand you addressed that just now a little bit, why you don't want to show everything. So that's fine, but it does, you want to know a little bit more as an investor on this point. And then one more piece of advice or a comment that is actually applicable to everyone. If you have an ask in the end of your deck here, I think it was 500K, also show us as investors, how far does that get you? What is the opportunity? What type of returns am I expecting here? That way you'll get us very excited, and it will be much more difficult for us to say no if we think it's going to be a massive opportunity.
Okay, yeah, thank you. That's a great point to keep in mind. Thank you.
And well presented.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. We have half a minute if anybody wants to just jump in for half a minute. And
yeah, just a brief question,
yeah.
I guess, if it would be helpful, but also sort of maybe you can give us a little bit of clarification, Annika. So I actually, back when I was a founder, I was in the same like incubator cohort as Chris Malaro at Penn, the founder of Neuroflow, which you mentioned as a competitor in the deck. I guess the question is that the approach you want to take, basically selling hardware to therapists who then use it to measure brain activity during therapy sessions? Because that's the go-to-market that Chris focused on, and it worked wonderfully well for Neuroflow in the US. I think they've just raised a very large Series B round. So curious to know if that's your approach, and also if it would be helpful or harmful for you to meet him.
Yeah, so implementing this kind of tool in a therapy kind of an environment is something that we're really interested in as well. But the main target that we have starting off with would be a more direct-to-consumer kind of model, because we want to make it a lot more accessible to a larger crowd on a global scale, instead of only targeting it to people who already have a severe issue. We want to prevent the issue from progressing into that point that you are in a very bad state already.
Awesome. Thank you, Annika, for the presentation, for the pitch, and to the investors here and the panelists for your brilliant feedback. Let's queue up the next startup. I would say my request would be if we could have, yes, Frida, that's the next startup. Let's see if we can find them and queue them up.
Hello, everyone.
Hi. Tell us where you're joining from, how you're feeling today, before we play your pitch.
I'm calling in from The Hague, the Netherlands. Frida is based in Stockholm, and I'm feeling great.
Awesome. Over to the pitch.
Hi, my name is Boudewijn Bos, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Frida. The problem that we've identified on the business side is that it's impossible for businesses to stay in contact with the products that they've sold, especially when they get new owners. The solution that we have is simple. We turn the transaction between a business and a consumer into a digital product. That digital product can be stored in our wallet, giving the business an opportunity to always stay in contact with the product, even when it switches owner. And for the consumers, we help them declutter their life, because this digital product stores the receipt, warranty information, the price, all important information that would otherwise be lying around in papers through your house. The market that we're after is currently $5.5 billion USD, but will grow to $24 billion USD by 2030. We launched in November last year. We currently have 4 B2B pilots live. The biggest one is with Tele2 and their prizefighter brand Comviq, and in the coming months we'll launch 3 more. On the B2C side, we've gained over 500 users through unpaid and organic channels. And each of these users has close to 2 products uploaded with our current manual solution. We're currently raising a pre-seed round of 300,000 euros that will last 18 months. The majority of this budget will be spent on hiring new developers. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present. I'm looking forward to catch up with you after this, and I'm interested to hear your questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation, the pitch. Isabel, if you would like to go first this time.
Sure. Well presented. I like the idea. I would have loved for you to elaborate a little bit more on your business model, and specifically what your customers get in return. You have some competition in Norway. You have some competition in Finland. Would have loved to hear some words on how you on differentiation. I noticed in your deck it said that you're working on an email scraper. I think that's a very good idea. I've seen it work with other companies, and it's a very easy way to get all that information and automate it. So yeah, that's it for me.
Thank you so much. Reid, would you like to go next?
Absolutely. Bit of fun. We actually met about a year ago when you were just getting started. So I guess the question for me is, what's the update? How has it been going in terms of your traction in the market? It's now been 12 months, so I feel like I'm within my right to ask.
You're not the only one in this meeting I've pitched to before, but I'll answer that again.
Okay. Perfect. Elsa?
Yes, I can only echo. I mean, I've seen the pitch before as well,
Okay.
so I'm curious to see more of attraction, like about more KPIs, maybe lifetime value for a customer. Like, what is that? Now it seems like you're focusing broad, both B2B, both B2C, and I would like to know, do you believe, like, which way are you going to take? Is it both in the future, and also, as Isabel said, you have competition, but you also have competition in terms of digital receipt that I will receive from the stores, like just, you know, in Kivra or through my email. So how will you kind of work around that?
Got it. And let's say, Johan, you have some points for the startup?
Yeah. I would like, in this teaser, I would like you to explain why you're more than like a digital app for receipts, and a little bit more clearly why users would love to use this, and the value proposition for the brands. That would be my feedback.
Thank you. Would you like to, so now the question is for the startup. You have a minute and a half. Please go ahead if you have some. Yeah.
Wrote down 5 points, so let's see how quickly I can answer all of them. Business models B2B2C. For now, the digital wallet is for free for consumers, and it's the businesses that will pay us. And why would they pay us? Because we give them access to the products when they switch owners. So it's, instead of paying acquisition fee for selling a product once, you now can spread that acquisition fee over multiple product or people that you spend it on. So there's a data element there, because I give you data of who these customers are, so you actually know who your first, second, and third customer is. And I give you more commercial opportunity for the same acquisition budget that you're currently spending. Competition-wise, yeah, I also have some competition in Switzerland and Germany. I think the main differentiator for us is that we are an automated solution. So after you buy something, you press a product at the order confirmation that says add to wallet, and then the product is automatically added to your digital wallet. That's our main USP towards the others, and the fact that you can transfer it to other people, where I think the ones that you're mentioning are either focused on the usability of a product, and that's not what we do. Update after 12 months. Yeah, I mean, the traction is the main update, I would say. The deal with Comviq has been live for 2 weeks now. I still need to capitalize on that. We have an Android and an iOS app out on that digital wallet. I would love to otherwise catch up with you guys afterwards to tell you more. KPIs, about 2 products per person. I'd say 40% consumer electronics, which is great. I'd say the majority of the people, we have 40, the app is downloaded in 40 countries. The majority is Sweden. Maybe that's not too interesting. Lifetime is quite hard. I mean, we've only been live for 6 months, so I can't really give you any answers on that one. Where we're more than digital receipts, well, we turn that transaction into a product. So the receipt is part of the product. So, okay, I stop.
Awesome. Awesome. Thank you. But this is really great. We'll try to make it possible for all the pitching startups to kind of get to have a follow-up with the investors who are here. But thank you so much for being here. We love what you're building. Let's get the next startup on stage. If we could request Elin to join us from Sakura. That's the next startup.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Elin.
Hi,
I am the
Elin.
CEO and founder of Sakura. We are a technical platform with solutions for loneliness and social isolation. And we are based in Sweden. a city called Västerås, about an hour from Stockholm, and I'm very excited to be here today.
Awesome. Let's cue up the pitch and play it to the Park Studio team.
The longest study that's ever been done shows that people need human relationships even more than they need clean air. But 1 out of 4 experience loneliness. 1/10 eat antidepressants in Sweden. In Europe, 30 million are lonely, and 75 million people are socially isolated. The problem is people lack resources to create real and personal relationships. Well, we are a platform created to help people access each other in order to build real and long-term relationships. For example, one of our core features enables people to specify their emotional needs through a system that matches them with other people who share the same needs as them. You may look for friendship in Stockholm, same language, or emotional support. But Sakura is not only a social network. We also have a searchable booking system that matches individual specific needs, budget, and location with a 10 times higher variety of therapy forms than competitors. In 3 months, we've established over 400 businesses into our network. After only 3 days of launch, we acquired 100 organic users. My team are an unstoppable and committed team. We have all experienced loneliness firsthand, which gives us a rich sensitivity to our users. There are other apps for emotional health, but there's nothing on the market that combines social network with professional help for loneliness. We are a free platform with a paid premium subscription. For external businesses, we take a percentage commission of all sales. We expect an ARR of 1 million euro in 2 years. We're raising 200,000 euros pre-seed to grow and expand our app to 30,000 users, of which 5,000 are paying users. We'd love to talk to you.
Elin, thank you so much. If we could request Elsa to go first this time.
Yes, thank you, Elin, for a great pitch. I see this being a growing problem, of course, and I've, as I said, invested in a few mental health companies. My biggest concern here is like how you're gonna finance this, because with any social platform, I think the average converting rate of, from installed to paying users is 1 to 2%. And your calculations, I think you're up at like 16, 17% conversion rates on those paying users. So to me, it would be interesting to know why you will go like above the trend in that sense. And I understand that the target group might be willing to really solve this problem for themselves, but still this, I wonder how you're going to finance that in that sense, and the buying rates. Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. Johan, would you like to go next?
Yeah, a little bit on that theme. I would like to see how you reach critical mass for this platform. And also how you will attract the users, especially when it's so sensitive information. Also feedback to all of the startups. I would like to see unit economics as an investor, because that gets me a feel of the business much faster. And if you need to find space for unit economics, you could take away the slide that shows your traction after 3 days. You don't need that.
Okay, thank you. Reid, would you like to go next?
Yeah, I mean, I think you know, some very good comments here from Elsa and Johan already. But I think, you know, to carry on that theme, yeah, obviously unit economics, but really a sense of you know, how this will really scale in a very tightly defined group, right? I mean, 1 in 4 people experiencing loneliness. I think that's an interesting statistic for what you're trying to build, but obviously it's still a very, very large target group. So what is sort of the ideal user profile in the early stage that you can really build some kind of community around, since that's what you're doing? I think really a better explanation of that sort of ideal user profile is super crucial. And also on the competitive matrix, you sort of list a bunch of things that may help, like you mentioned Luminar's portfolio company Mindler, which I think is obviously a very good tool for people to find therapy, but that's obviously not directly competing with Facebook, which you also put on your competitive matrix. And of course, you have other platforms like games where people find friends, or you have Bumble BFF, which is a way for people to make friends, right? So I think there are a lot of players kind of dancing around this space that definitely do address the mental health problems of loneliness, but only by really tightly defining your user profile will we be able to really understand who you're competing with and where this really fits in the market.
Thank you, Reid. We have less than a minute, so maybe if you have a point, Elin, you'd like to ask or something?
Yes, I will try to keep this quick. Thank you so much for all the feedback. I understand it's a complex issue, and it's quite a big market, and we want to find ways to define that market, and also, as you said, Elsa, transform these people from installed to paying customers. I think this is always an ongoing process. We are invested in people who are mostly aware of their sense of loneliness. We've seen that people who have an awareness of their loneliness are more likely to find solutions for it, as it is a very fundamental human need. Critical mass and safety measures. Of course, these are sensitive subjects, and we're continuously working on how to create these sensitive safety measures. One of them is we've installed Bank ID, which is a Swedish system. And this, for example, ensures that people can log in, not using anyone else's identity. We're also installing an anonymity function on the platform, because we want to prioritize people having conversation and community around their emotional health, rather than necessarily show their identity at first. So these are things that we are observing and experimenting with. Yes, and I agree. Of course, the more we can define the market group, the easier it will be to compare, since it is a very large market there. So we will continue doing that. I think we might be out of time.
Yeah, thank you so much. But
thank you so much.
But good presentation and great feedback from our panel. Thank you. Let's queue up the next startup. We have Nick joining us from GameSuite.
Yes, hi everyone. Yeah, I'm Nick, based in Stockholm, and CEO of GameSuite, which allows you to have all the tools of the mobile games available at your fingertips. And yeah, it's great to be here. I've already met some of you, Isabel and Reid, and looking forward to your feedback. Yeah.
Awesome. Let's go ahead and play the video.
Hi, I'm Nick, and I've developed GameSuite, which is a software as a service toolkit for the Unity game engine to accelerate game development. The biggest benefits are gained for mobile games. I've worked in the industry for 15 years and launched 21 games. As a technical director, I'm specialized in building reusable tools. The status quo is that developers are building games from scratch over and over again. Game studios are also competing in a tough market with a low 5% success rate. Game development is very time-consuming and expensive. GameSuite is built for maximum reusability, so you never have to start from scratch again. Using GameSuite allows studios to get more iterations on the game to hit those important KPIs, therefore minimizing the risk giving them a higher chance to succeed. GameSuite allows developers to save thousands of development hours and millions of euros. We do all this by supplying a library of the most popular gaming features that can be implemented with just a single click. GameSuite replaces a large portion of the development team required while still reaching the highest speed and quality output. GameSuite has 3 subscription tiers and unlocks access to more features. The competition focuses either on the front end or the back end part and have limiting feature sets. We're building a community of next generation developers with educational posts and videos about boosting your productivity to the next level. We have a total addressable market of 880 million euros as of today. We're raising a 500,000 euro pre-seed round to last us 18 months. We recruit a team and support our customers with an ever-growing library of the most popular features. GameSuite removes the gap between the startups and the industry giants. Thank you.
Nick, thank you so much for the pitch. Since you mentioned Reed and Isabel have seen this before, I would request maybe Johan and then Elsa, and then we can go forward.
Yeah.
Johan, yeah.
First, this is like a school book example of a really good pitch. The format was professional done. What you can improve is to explain more clearly what sets you apart from asset libraries. Of course, I didn't get that from the presentation. And also explain the TAM, why approximately 1 million users, developers will use your services. And the most important, I imagine there's really big competition in this area. How can you build a sustainable competitive advantage?
Thank you so much, Johan. And Elsa, would you like to go next?
Absolutely. I echo Johan on the pitch. It was great, and it was you included some details in there that we want to see. For example, what Isabel said earlier: how far will this money actually take you? Where will you go? Which is great. I'm not so experienced in the industry, but I mean, like, yes, it sounds good if you can provide better quality at a lower cost, of course. My question was also in regards to competition. Why are you better than someone else that could do this? Because right now you're comparing yourself to maybe not your peers in the industry actually, but rather the more traditional players. And I would like to say, I assume, I don't know too much, but I assume you're not the first one doing this.
Got it. Thank you. Isabel, and then Reed.
Yeah, sure. Hi, Nick. You got feedback from me already 2 days ago, so I don't have a lot more new things to say here. But one thing that I was thinking about is how do you avoid, what's your ideal customer profile? Because I assume that after some time, a lot of these games might end up looking similar and maybe don't fit into every gaming studio's way of working. If you could say something about that, what type of gaming developers is suitable for, and how do you avoid a limited library set where a lot of stuff start looking very similar?
Thank you. Reed, over to you. And then Nick, you can take the last 1 and 2 minutes to kind of reply back. Yes, Reed.
Yeah, for me, it's really about having met recently with a few different companies that are, I would say, probably already in the next generation of gaming development using generative AI to create assets, to create storylines, to create interactive NPCs, and also to sort of manage the deployment of all of that through Unity. And so I guess what I'm wondering is whether, you know, you're sort of skating to where the puck was already rather than to where it's going, right? And I wonder how you sort of future-proof the platform in such a fast evolving market where we're seeing all these new technologies being very quickly adopted, not just by startups. Obviously, there are a lot of startups working on that, but also by some of the large players as well, building AAA games.
Awesome. Nick, you have 2 minutes. If you want to have some feedback.
Yes. Thanks, everyone. I'll go through it chronologically. So, Johan, So basically, what sets me apart is that there's 85,000 assets on the Unity Asset Store available. They're all not made to work with each other, right? So actually, my biggest competitor is actually starting from scratch because they try certain tools. If it doesn't do what they wanted to do, they build it themselves. So they build their own proprietary software. And that is the value of most of the companies, is what they build internally, right? But these tools that the big industry giants have are not available to the startups. So my ideal customer is actually the mobile startups at the moment. If they want to get a leg up and just focus on making the game, putting their creativity in the game, making an amazing experience for players, then you want to skip all that sort of necessary hassle of homework, etc., of setting up the skeleton of the project. So we will basically supply an ever-growing library of what the top games actually have. So we have, for example, Game Refinery is an external tool that basically checks all the features in existing games. And you can see that everybody is copying each other, right? When a top game implements, for example, like a battle pass, and everybody's copying it. It's already happening. Everybody's copying each other. So you need to stand out in your unique ways. And that is what Game Suite allows you to do. Just focus on what matters. The AI part, that's the next evolutionary step of Game Suite. Because if you want a real AI and not just heuristic programming, you want to have machine learning, right? You want to have neural nets. So the only way to do that is to have access to source code of games, which nobody shares, right? So Game Suite, we build all these tools, all these features, we have the code, we can train it on our own sets, on our own features to generate unique combinations that will allow you to basically generate unique games in just a few minutes.
Awesome.
And of course, yeah, the visual side, the AI artwork is a different side of the story than actually the gameplay, the feature set around it, the interactivity. So these are two separate features, and this is why we're also collaborating with the biggest neural net AI generator in games, which is Scenario. So thank you.
Thank you, Nick, for a good presentation and for the feedback from the panel. We have the last two pitches coming up. If we can queue them up, let me just check who is next on the list. Let's see. I think we had Ule coming in from SkillUp. Yes.
Hi, everybody. Yes, Ole Olsen. I am in Oslo. Coming in from SkillUp, as you say, and I'm very enthusiastic at being here because I'm pitching to Swedish investors because we are currently looking at actually relocating to Stockholm. So that may be something we may do in the future. So we are checking this up.
Awesome. Thank you so much. If we could, the Park Studio, if we could play, queue up the pitch.
Hi, I'm Ole Olsen, co-founder of SkillUp. I will talk about our medical simulation centers. Simulation in this context means systematic training. This is how it may look in a trauma department where the patient survival depends on solid training. Doctors and nurses go through role-playing training in conventional simulation centers. But more than 70% of the cost of doing a conventional simulation is related to the preparation. Not all hospitals and countries can afford conventional medical simulation centers. There are 1,000 simulation centers in the US, whereas Africa has less than 10 with 3 times the population. Since COVID, VR has become mainstream for training because of its immersive engagement and the anytime, anywhere capabilities. Analysts have predicted that the total medical simulation market will reach 17 billion in 2030, which is a 3-time growth from today. VR has in the same period a 10-time growth projection, and healthcare is already the largest adopter after gaming. SkillUp VR Medical Simulation Center is a virtual training facility equipped with responsive patient, interactive medical equipment, and real-time activity tracking. Our scenario customizer, the use of hand tracking and focus on team training enables improved engagement and training outcome. Our no-code scenario customizer differentiate us from competition. It allows full facilitator control, creation of unlimited learning scenarios. The SaaS platform is offered to hospitals, education, and training organizations. We are currently doing paid pilots of $220,000, and we have recruited several organizations for our ongoing beta testing. NG and I are the business builders. We have a strong technical team supported by medical experts who are also our early investors. We are asking for $800,000, half for sales and marketing, and rest for legal protection and product enhancement. Join us in our mission to change medical training and improve patient survival. Please contact me for further discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I would request Isabel to maybe go first on this.
All right. Very well pitched. I recently got to try this out, but for a different industry, something very similar. It was a lot of fun, and I really see how it comes together, and it's much easier than gathering everyone. So I really believe in this, and it sounds like you have some good early traction. I would have loved to understand more about these pilots. What does success mean? How long are they going on for? When are they completed? And how does your pipeline look after that? And also, if you could monetize that, give us a bit of a revenue forecast, because you do have some rough idea, I assume, already. And then also, my first comment that I said was more general to everyone. Where does the 800K actually take you?
Thank you so much. Reed, if you'd like to go next.
Sure. I think also a general comment for everyone. First of all, I should say, oh, that great pitch. Really enjoyed the pitch. I think actually, one of the low-hanging fruit applications of VR, and it's definitely something that I could see, like Isabel said, definitely taking off. But a general comment would be to put the team slide earlier, and also to put a little bit more emphasis on your background, co-founder's background. Tell us a little bit about that, earlier on in the presentation. I think in an industry like this, that's actually super, super crucial. Also, a little bit on the go-to-market beyond these pilot customers. How do you see, is it sort of the US? Is it Europe? Where's really the market for this in the short term? Like Isabel said, show us the sort of immediate use of funds. How does that actually take you to market and take you into commercial contracts rather than just POC?
Hello? Okay, so I thought there was more feedback I was waiting for. So sorry about that. Pipeline, revenue, and okay, let's start with the team.
Ole, actually, I can give you some feedback.
Okay.
I really like that you have paid pilots. And it almost disappears in your presentation. You should emphasize that more from the sales perspective, I think. And then I'm not an expert, but it feels like the competition will be really hard in this field. There will be a lot of capex going into this, and I would like to see how you will defend your position from competition. And then I have a feedback to all of the founders. I would like to see the valuation and how you came up to it. It's interesting to see how if you say it's worth 50 million, how do you come up with that figure? So it makes my job much easier to see if you're realistic or if you're up in the sky.
Sounds good. Okay. Should
I can also just flip in.
Okay.
I think
Elsa, please go ahead.
And I think that's where we.
Oh, that was the reason.
Yeah, that was the reason. But I've also seen this. I've been at Northvolt in a production plant, so I've seen the need for this type of training when there might not be a production line up and running. And I've seen solution for that, especially in the industry. So again, very, very interesting. For me, it's also a question about like competitors. You differentiate yourself in the chart, but I would still want to know more about your customers and pilots. That I cannot emphasize. It's like everyone has touched on that, but that was my first point as well. Like, what will that lead to? Do you have LOIs? How many pilots are those, and how will you? What does your business model look like after that? Because I think that is super interesting. Because you touch also like about Africa. There's very few training facilities. I mean, are those your target customers or elsewhere? So it would be more interesting to know more about that.
Got it. We can take 1 minute. Ule, it's 1 minute to you. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. About the team and the background, we are a team of 6 people. We have 4 that is development, meaning 2 programmers, and then project manager slash character designer. Then we have 1 e-learning person that is also a programmer. Myself, background from as an engineer, and Angie is from marketing and sales. I had previously brought a company from start until being a part of a listed company. That is actually 38% of the Finnish company Dovre Group that is listed on the Helsinki Stock Exchange. That was my previous startup. The team has actually quite a good background for coming to the stage where we are now. We are also need to actually ramp up our sales part, and that we will do a lot with distributors. Why we are also thinking about Sweden is because there is actually an environment within medical simulation. You have surgical science and you have mentees. They are both in the space, but they are in different areas, not competing with us. And our competition is mostly the mannequins, like Leran Medical, CIA, healthcare, those that deliver the dolls, because they are the one that is actually having the hurdle to prepare for. But we also know there are other VR companies that has come quite far, especially in UK. You have Fundamental VR, focusing on surgical procedures. But our solution is a team solution. That means that we focus on the communication, the team, and the decision-making training, which they normally do in traditional conventional simulation centers. So we are different because we are able to customize I saw your sign. Okay, to customize the scenario according to the procedures that they have already. That means that our scenario customizers allow the patient to be customized, young, old, child, woman, female, and also the injuries and diagnosis you can customize. So that means that you are not fixed in the scenario. You don't have any. That means that gives some fantastic flexibility. I don't think I have time for more, but I'm happy to talk more in the meetings.
We can see if we can arrange something in the afterhand. But great, thank you so much for a great pitch. We take our last pitch now. If we could queue up, let's see, Tatiana, who is joining us from Evi. Yes.
Hello. I'm here.
Awesome. Where are you connecting from, Tatiana?
Okay, well, hello everyone. I'm Tatiana. I'm from Colombia. I'm a physical therapist, but I'm connecting right now from Tallinn, Estonia. It's very sunny today, but it's not always like that.
Awesome.
But yeah, we are based here.
Perfect. Let's queue up the presentation and play it with the Park team.
Hello, I'm Tatiana. I'm a physical therapist expert and co-founder at EVI, where we empower women to take control of their pelvic floor symptoms. 75% of women will experience a pelvic floor disorder at some point of their life, such as urinary incontinence, endometriosis, or painful sex. On top of that, many of us are suffering in silence. It will take us around 6 years to seek help and get a proper treatment. That's why we create EVI. It's an evidence-based digital therapeutic app that empowers women to take control of their pelvic floor symptoms. They can take control in just 3 steps. 1, complete a short questionnaire about their pelvic floor health, meet a physical therapist expert through a video call, and start their own and personalized program through the app and one-to-one follow-up sessions every week. We offer different programs for every stage of life, such as pregnancy preparation, postpartum recovery, bladder conditions, menopause, and more. And most of the competitors are in the US and Europe, but mainly they focus in physiotherapies in general. Our app offers a personalized remote consultation with expert pelvic floor physical therapists that are in Latin America and educational content that makes our treatments free of wearable solutions and, of course, more affordable. In the last 6 months, we have completed more than 5,000 sessions, and we have 80% completion rate across all our programs. And we are happy to share that our patients report a reduction of their symptoms in pelvic pain and urinary leaks by 89%. So that means that they are super satisfied with the experience on the app. Our business model is a B2B2C, where we meet customers where they are already covered. That means that we are making partnerships with employers or with health benefit companies. Our diverse team is a mix between medical experience and software development, working with the best physical therapist expert in pelvic floor and digital health, and also software development with experience working in the startups in the US, such as Shopify and Glossier. We are raising our pre-seed round for 5,000 euros within the next 5 months, and we are excited to expand our presence across all Europe. So this is our roadmap. We already launched the app the last month. We are opening our pre-seed round funding, and we are planning to improve our marketing and partnership strategy in order to grow and make our traction even better. So please join us in breaking the gender health gap.
Thank you so much. Reid, would you like to go first here?
Yeah, first I would just say it's a great pitch. I really appreciate the style and the way that you sort of take us through the problem and the way that you built the app, and also the really good initial traction. That's very impressive. The one thing I would say, actually, I made a similar comment earlier, but really tightly defining the user profile here. Obviously, 80% or 75% of women is an absolutely ginormous number, right? So let's try to narrow down the ideal user. Is it somebody who's just about to get pregnant, who's trying to get pregnant, who's maybe just had a baby? Is it somebody who it has endometriosis? What is the ideal user for you? Somebody who's going to become a power user? I think that's really something I'd like to see earlier in the presentation. But other than that, I think it was a very well done pitch. Really enjoyed that.
Thank you, Reid. Johan?
Yeah, I also like the pitch, and I especially like the slide traction, and I like your business to consumer model. But I would like you to explain more clearly the collaboration with your customers, with your companies and with health benefit companies. And it would also, 120 euro is the cost, but I would like to see the unit economics to better understand your business.
Okay, thank you. Isabel, and then Elsa.
Yes, I can echo what everyone else said earlier, very well pitched. I think it's an important problem that you're working at. Like Johan said, I would like to understand better the relationship with your customers, and what do these companies and these plans do to actually push this to the women who need it? How do they find out about this opportunity? And then if you could say something, because one thing that happens when it's you're addressing problems that arise during certain periods of life is that the investor is going to want to know what's the average lifetime value of this customer, because it's during pregnancy or preparing for pregnancy, and then it seems like you have such a high success rate in the recovery post-pregnancy that I'm wondering how long do you actually keep the customer for? So that ties into your unit economics and how much you pay to acquire them. Also, some more about how are you going to reach these 10,000 women? How do you get these customers to actually push this to the women?
Thank you, Isabel. Elsa? And
Yes.
Reid, just a minute. Reid, you had a hard cut at 15:30, so that's okay. I remember. Yes, Elsa.
Yes. First of all, great pitch, and I love that you're tackling this problem. I mean, there's so little data on the female body, and yet we constitute half of the population. So it's very interesting. again, there is a lot of competition. I would like to understand how you differentiate even more, I think, because we've seen a lot of those companies arising over the last years. And I can only echo like what Isabella also said last, and what you and Rita has talked about. The business model, KPIs, LTV, CAC. I think that is super interesting to know in this case. Especially, I like that you're going B2C because again, converting to paying users. So I like that idea, but I would like to know more about that. And you already have 5,000 users in 2 months, which is like great traction. Are all of those paid customers or paying customers, etc.? So I would like to know more about that.
Got it. Thank you, Elsa. Tatiana, we can stick around for a couple of minutes if you have some follow-up observations or answers or questions to ask.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for all the feedback. I really appreciate it. Yeah, as you all say, like we have been working on this in telerehabilitation actually for the last 4 years, but in the last 2 years, we are just focusing on women's health because all the insight that we have all these years working with chronic conditions, chronic pain, is that women, we are willing to make something for our health. Right now, we have more awareness. We are super empowered to do something, right? Like it's not the same when you talk with someone with back pain. They say, okay, I will wait until the last time when I'm dying, for example. So they start looking for some help. But for us, it's different. Like we realize that, for example, women that are pregnant, we don't need to convince them because they already know that they need something, that they need to be prepared for the partum day. So basically, these users, they are with us at least 2 years because it's 9 months for preparation for pregnancy, of course. And also, if the experience is really good, we will have these same users for the next 9 months. That it's a minimum time that we will take to recover after giving birth. So that's actually a really good lifetime value for having a user. And of course, everyone can use it. Like we realize that even youths or small, how do you say that? Small girls, they can start knowing about their body, their sexual health, and so on. But our approach is, of course, from 20 to 35, like that we are waiting to looking for kids, or we are having some problems, because these kind of problems, sadly, is not just for women that are pregnant or that they just gave birth, right? It's for like all of us. Like we don't need to have a baby to have these kind of problems. So yeah, I think that's our approach, and hopefully we will see more numbers in the next months, because of course this is a program that it lasts 3 months, and our different way to do it from the other startups that they are already doing this is first that we are bringing here professionals from Latin America. That makes our service very accessible for users in Europe, but also we are helping women in Colombia or in Latin America to have a really good salary because it's a win-win for all of us. So that's a really good differentiation. And also we are creating these kind of programs that we make the follow-ups. Some of the apps, they just need to do it by yourself or by your own. You have the exercise, you have the Kegel exercise, the videos, and so on, but we don't know even where is our pelvic floor. We don't know our muscles. So there is like a lack of knowledge that we don't know our bodies. So we are making these follow-up sessions every week with the patients, with the users. It's very human touch because it's also a taboo topic. So
thank you, Tatiana. Thank you so much. A great pitch, I think, and a very good feedback from all our panelists. We'd like to wrap up the session now. We just got a good comment here. I'll just read it out. It's from David, who is saying, would be great to have best pitch presented on a YouTube Vimeo link as an example to follow after all these excellent presentation to help us to help us watching to include 100% information to investors. Thank you. So good feedback coming in from the community that is connected to the event. A big thanks to all the startups who showed up today, took the courage and took the time to prepare and pitch today and be here with the investors, and to all the investors who joined us today. Thank you, Elsa, Isabel, and Johan and Reed, who just left.
Thank you for having us, and very well presented, everyone, and good luck with your businesses going forward.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We now take the last two addresses. We have a keynote address coming up with the co-founder and global CEO of world's largest PreSeed accelerator, which is Founder Institute. So I'll request the studio team to queue up our next session. Let's see. We have Jonathan Gretchen joining us on the keynote talk. Jonathan is the co-founder and CEO of Founder Institute, the world's largest PreSeed accelerator, with more than 7,000 companies in its portfolio and with a combined valuation of more than 30 billion USD. Hi, Jonathan. How are you?
Hey, I'm good, Naimol. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you so much for joining us today. We and our audience here are interested in knowing if you could tell us a little bit about yourself and what attracted you to building the world's largest PreSeed accelerator.
Sure. So I think our story is going to be pretty analogous to most companies that start. We found a need, we followed that need in a very kind of like MVP sequential format. Had no idea where it was going to lead, but here we are, right? And it starts with myself and my co-founder, Adeo Resti. We were working at a startup in New York City in the mid-2000s. At that time, investors had all the power. All right. I mean, and when I mean all the power, I mean all the power. There were things like exploding term sheets was a common thing back then, where it was like, hey, take this money, or at 5 p.m. it's going to expire, and don't bother ever contacting me again. And there was just a lot of bad activity back then, and we saw it in the company that we had as well. We had Elon Musk was one of our investors in this startup, and one of our other investors was able to organize a coup on the board, essentially kick Elon off the board and replace Elon with his own son, right? So we were just seeing a lot of chicanery, so to speak. We had investor through clipboard at our face during an investor meeting. So anyway, this was a different time back then. Investors were still kind of coming out of the dot-bomb crash of the early 2000s. So it was just a different time. But after that company was sold to Real Networks, we launched something called thefunded.com, which was a website for investors to share ratings and reviews about, for founders to share ratings and reviews about investors in a completely subpoena-proof environment. And it was something that kind of caught on a lot. It became the talk of the valley. It was featured in Wired magazine and all these kinds of things. But as we were starting to build that out, we wanted it to be a useful resource for entrepreneurs. And the reality is that that investors do have to say no to, 90%, 95% plus of the entrepreneurs that they get pitched to. So if we just created a forum for entrepreneurs to just bash every investor that said no to them, that wouldn't be particularly helpful. So every entrepreneur that we were accepting to this platform, we were kind of going through a very manual process to validate, okay, have you raised funding, or are you actually in the process of raising funding right now, where you can provide realistic feedback on investors? And we ended up having to reject upwards of 85-90% of founders applying to this website because they thought that they were ready to raise funding and about to go on this funding path, but they were applying with just having an idea, or not even having any kind of semblance of any business, back of the napkin kind of thing. And that's where we saw this gap of education and structure and network in the market, of just helping people that go from that sort of zero stage to the point where they're ready to raise funding. So that was the first version of Founder Institute was called the Funded Founder Institute. It was definitely a mouthful, not branded very well. Eventually we removed the funded from it and it just became the Founder Institute. But we incorporated in middle of April 2009, and our first cohort started in May of 2009. And then as soon as we ran that cohort, we just started getting inbound from cities all over the world that just wanted to run it there. And we just started following the demand. So just found a customer problem, tried to solve it as quickly as possible through an MVP. Seemed like we did a pretty decent job. And then we just started to expand from there based off demand.
That's awesome. Like building something where the demand follows you, rather than building something where you're just stuck and then you're thinking who will buy it. So I think great lesson for the startups who are tuned in today. You now have, so starting from 2009 and to the part of the journey where you now have more than 7,000 portfolio companies and they are spread across the world in 100 plus countries. You are, how do you read the market now? The challenges of those days, are there still some of the challenges which are today? What are the current challenges that the very early stage, the first stage founders are struggling with, which you see in your ecosystem?
We're in a much, much better place than we were in 2009. So let me just start there, right? Actually, I think the better analogy that we're going into right now, this market is 2019.
Okay.
Right? Right before COVID. Honestly, the market for startups and venture capital was just fine. It really was. And then COVID happened, and then there was a dip in because people were not sure what was going to happen and everything. And then surprisingly, we were all forced to only look at our screens for a while when everything was in lockdown. So you saw all types of online services, streaming, etc., just totally skyrocket. Right. And then it created a totally, totally false environment, which was basically, if you look at 2021, I mean, it's insane. There's a stat, it's like the number of unicorns that were minted in 2021 versus years before. It's like 500% increase. Okay. So that's where I think there is a lot of kind of doomsdayers out there saying, yes, if you take statistics from right now compared to what we saw in 2021, no matter what statistics you're comparing, it's going to look terrible, right? But the fact is that 2021, this is going to be the kind of thing where in 20 years, 100 years, people, economists, et cetera, are going to look and they're going to see a chart, and then there's going to be this 1 year with this massive, crazy, insane spike, and they're going to be like, whoa, what was 2021 all about? And be like, oh, well, there was actually this massive global pandemic, and everybody was forced to look at their screens for a while, so everything just went nuclear on tech. So we're looking at basically about 2019 is a lot of the metrics that we're seeing from a fundraising perspective. And it honestly is just going back to the fundamentals for a lot of things. It's literally when you're in a bubble, things like unit economics stop getting talked about, right? All that matters is MRR or ARR. And no, there's like no consideration as to how you're achieving that MR or AR, right? But now I'm seeing it a lot more in the decks that we're looking at. It's looking, and it's smart. It's just saying, hey, yes, we are growing our MR, but at the same time, we're looking at the ratios of our unit economics, and also on a monthly basis, we're improving those, right? And these are concepts that shouldn't be too revolutionary. It's just, hey, not only are we looking at building our business and growing it to make it big, we're looking at making it sustainable. So it's a lot more stuff. Even I saw the term viral coefficient in a pitch deck the other day, and I was like, holy shit, I haven't seen that term. Sorry, excuse my French, but I'm like, wow, I haven't seen that term in a pitch deck in years, right? Because again, that was all the rage in like the mid 2010s was viral coefficients. Because again, that relates back to your unit economics, right? If you are able to build a business that has network effects and that has virality, then your unit economics will improve over time. And it was just, with this COVID induced just, euphoria in the venture markets, and it was a massive bubble. just some of those fundamental concepts went out the window, and now we're seeing that a lot more. I'd say just for any entrepreneurs in attendance too, it's talking a lot more about your unit economics, talking about your unit economics and showing it in charts and stuff in a way that shows that on a monthly basis, you are attacking those unit economics to lower your cost of customer acquisition, figure out ways to increase your lifetime value, in the same way that you're doing it with all the other metrics in your business. They're super important. I'd say that the other thing is definitely, and this was guidance we always gave to founders pre-COVID, was when you're asking, okay, this is how much money I'm raising, kind of the lazy way to do things. And this lazy way was successful during COVID because there was so much FOMO going on with investors, where it was saying, okay, well, I'm raising this much money because it's going to get me, I don't know, 18 months of runway or something, right? Like that never would work prior to like 2019 or so. People were saying, no, I don't care how much time you need, right? Why is that relevant? I want to know what exact metrics as a business you need to reach to raise your next round of funding, and how the money that I am investing in your business is going to get you to those milestones, right? When it's a frothy time, when it's a time of exuberance, just saying, oh yeah, I just need 18 months because obviously I'll just be able to raise another round, right? Like those times are over. So just very actionable advice to entrepreneurs is that when you're asking for the money, you need to, don't say how long it's going to let you live, right? Don't use a donut chart. Generic donut charts, people I see a lot too, right? But they're definitely, I'm seeing them less and less now because it's out of necessity, but it'll just say, oh yeah, I need $1 million, and it's just a donut chart, 60% to marketing, 40% to this or that or whatever, right? Just totally like not substantive at all. Those charts, you need to look at it in a very sequential fashion and make sure the investors understand that you're looking at things in a very structured way to say, I need this money because I know that in order to raise my next round and help you get a markup on your investment, I need to achieve these metrics. This is how much money I need, and this is how I'm going to achieve that, right? So it honestly is just a lot of going back to the basics, and those things just go by the wayside whenever there's a bubble, right? It's not entrepreneurs' fault, to be honest. It's probably more on the investor side, but entrepreneurs are going to, just follow that lead, and a lot of the pitch decks sort of got lazy the last couple of years, and a lot of businesses that were raising funding should not have been raising funding.
No, I think that's very practical advice, really down to the slide level for founders who are tuned in here. So this is really strong advice coming your way. Do away with the donut chart and not how long. So don't go kind of fluffy on your raise slide. Be very specific. What's your next raise? What steps will get you there, so that your investor knows what they will get out of this money, and yes, there is some hope for them to get a markup out of it. So very good point over there. And I also kind of agree with the point that you're making, that instead of kind of seeing today in the funding context, for example, as a dip, it's probably important to see the spike in a different way, that was an odd spike generated somewhere.
It's a correction back to sanity.
Yeah,
it was crazy. But 2021 is not in any way. Anybody that uses 2021 as any kind of reference towards some point they're making as to, if they're referring to 2021 as any kind of normal, then they're being misleading, either in a very good intentional or unintentional way.
So question now is, we can probably get some global perspective from your side, because we had a very interesting Nordic panel on funding, where we had a split view, where generally we said that yes, market, of course the funding market is stressed right now, but the burden of that is more towards the late stage, where there is revaluation, where the down rounds are happening, and early stage, because we had angels joining in, and they said that angels don't get a lot of voice in general media. Generally, the media story is coming from pitch books. It's coming from structured VC large-scale investing. So what's your view of really, really early stage funding for startups? Is that as bad as the overall picture, or is it still great time to build a startup?
Not at all. It's a great time to build a startup. Now, at the same time, I will say that the early stage, it's slowed down, right? Which is natural. But whenever you have these kind of macroeconomic effects, it always starts with the later stages, and then it slowly starts to filter its way down.
Very good point.
To the pre-seed, right? So pre-seed is definitely is always going to be a little bit more shielded.
Okay.
Smart investors right now are investing in the pre-seed, and that really is what's driving a lot of AI investment right now, right? Because they know that, look, yes, any investor in the pre-seed, they rely on the later stages of investing in order to realize their investments, right? So it's not like they're totally isolated. But at the same time, anybody making an investment at the pre-seed level, that company in a normal environment, okay, this stuff in 2021 was maybe happening within a year, but in a normal environment, a pre-seed investment is not going to need to be raising a seed or a Series A round or any kind of priced round like that. Usually you're talking about 18 to 24 months, even in the best case scenario, right? So that's where it is. Definitely, it's the bloodbath in the later stages is going to continue too, by the way. I think there are a lot of pundits out there that I see that are sort of already celebrating that, the worst is behind us on the later stages and layoffs and stuff. And I don't think that's the case.
Okay.
A lot of those companies raised at insane valuations at some point towards, in 2021, right? So a lot of people were just doing the math and saying, okay, well, back then people were generally raising for 18 months of runway. Right. So that's why they were sort of pegging summer of 2023, generally speaking, as okay, like the bloodbath should happen by then.
Got it.
But, I think that it's still, we're not out of the clear yet. I think it's probably going to continue into at least Q1 or Q2 of next year, because obviously a lot of companies, once things started slowing down in early 2022, started cutting staff, extending runway, et cetera, to the point where really their sort of expiration date, I mean, that's probably a really mean way to put it, but the end of their runway, if they haven't improved things, is probably going to be more accurately around this winter or the early spring, right? So that bloodbath will continue, but again, during that frothy time of 2021, not only were a lot of investors raising money, but a lot of founders raising money, but a lot of investors were raising money for their funds, right? And a lot of that money still needs to be invested. A lot of that money was earmarked specifically for pre-seed and seed investment. So we still see a lot of dry powder there. We haven't seen a noticeable slowdown in the volume of investing for our companies at the pre-seed level. We have seen a dip in the valuation.
Okay.
Once they get to seed, but that's natural, right? And we were in a bubble, so we're just sort of getting back to normal. But yeah, for sure, angel and pre-seed, it's small money comparatively, so it's not going to get the press, but it looks brighter there. What we are seeing is a little bit of a Series A crunch right now. So I saw the other day for the first time this term, I saw a pre-Series A extension round.
Okay.
Which was unique, right? It's basically it's the fact that to get to Series A, some of the companies, were just they just weren't having some of the metrics to get there. So you're seeing a lot of extension rounds and things like that. But yeah, we haven't seen a noticeable slowdown in the volume of angel and pre-seed.
But I think that is kind of mirrored here as well, because some of the VCs in the morning pointed out that some of the startups which usually go to the late stage VCs, they are returning back to their previous VCs and asking for some sort of bridging and all that. So that's very much a reality. Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us. If we could wrap up the discussion, I thought you guys are building, of course, I'm part of the Nordic ecosystem for Founder Institute. If we could, from your perspective, share something on FI Venture Network, which is something that is being built.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It kind of relates back to what we were just talking about too. When you come out of a bubble in the venture market or any kind of bubble in any business, right? It's during a bubble, a lot of businesses start to expand out from their core and do things that they wouldn't normally do, right? Because everybody's printing money, so why not? And it's the same thing with investors, where you had a lot of multi-stage investors during the bubble. And now when it's not a bubble anymore, they start to retreat back to their stage. So you're seeing a lot less multi-stage investment. I mean, and even Y Combinator, they shut down their later stage continuity fund, right? Be case in point. And that's happened all across the board to a lot of investors that we're seeing. So that relates back to this FI Venture Network, because if you are a company at the pre-seed stages, right, the market is incredibly fragmented and specialized now, much more than it was in the past. And as you start to get further along in your startup journey, once you're at seed, Series A, Series B, et cetera, you start to hit a lot more generalist investors, right? But at that earliest stages, it's super, super fragmented. And I mean fragmented where you need to be, for example, looking at an investor in the Nordics that is focused on your exact kind of business at your exact kind of stage, and maybe even with something on top of that. Because that is where that's the thesis, that how they raise the money for their fund. So especially right now at the pre-seed stages, it's just an incredibly specialized and fragmented environment, to the point where we are FI building something called the FI Venture Network, because it's essentially, we're looking at it as a long tail of investors, because that's what you need at that pre-seed stage. And there are few things that I see founders waste more time on than pitching the wrong investors at those early stages, right? At the earliest stages, investors are super, super, super specialized. If you're going after, especially if you're going after any like VC or micro VC or something like that, but accelerators have become more specialized, angels have become more specialized. So it's just something to know when you're starting to do that outreach. And we're trying to build something at FI called the FI Venture Network, where it's less, it's less big names like A16Z or something like that, and it's more angels, micro VCs, accelerators, venture builders, syndicates, et cetera, to cover every single permutation of a venture thesis, basically. And because that's just where we kind of see the market going on that early side. It's the need to really match a company with a thesis really well. And that's really hard to do unless you have thousands and thousands and thousands of investors kind of in this network.
Got it. Jonathan, thank you so much for taking time out and joining us at the Nordic Startup Festival. We appreciate the bunch of insights that you have shared with the founders. Somebody actually put it as a quote here: build something where the demand follows you. Love it. So you were mentioning.
I think you said that.
No, but it came from you, because I built it on.
But make sure whoever said that you quote Nemo, because he took what I said probably in like a 3-minute rant and boiled it down very succinctly. So thanks, Nemo.
But thank you so much, Jonathan, for today, and we really appreciate your support in the Nordic ecosystem. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, everybody.
Take care. We now have, I think, my request to the studio is to kind of just check if Nick is here and we can have a concluding discussion on pitching. Let's see. Hi, Nick. Sorry, we got late by 10, 12 minutes. We had this time bubble that came in around noon time. And then it's very difficult to take, when something like that happens, when in a chain of events tied up, like chain of events, exactly. So it was very difficult to take over. But thank you so much for joining us. We are very happy that you could join us.
Hey, absolutely. I'm happy to be here, and it just gave me more time to drink my coffee, as it's morning time here in the United States. I'm just happy to be here.
Awesome. We are going to be talking to Nick now about Founders Live. Founders Live is a global pitching movement. At least I pitch it that way. It's very much understandable when we are presenting Founders Live in the Nordics. But Nick, let's hear it from you. Tell us about yourself and what inspired you to build Founders Live. And you are a founder and the CEO of it today. Yeah.
Absolutely. It's, again, nice to be here. Nick Hughes. I'm the founder and CEO of Founders Live, and quite amazing that I'm actually following Jonathan there at Founder Institute, because that's actually, I went through Founder Institute, about maybe 12 years ago now, 11, 12 years ago. And it was actually a pretty important part of my journey as an entrepreneur. So that's a fitting place to be. But, I was a founder of a startup before. I'm based in Seattle in the United States, and I was just, really just working on a startup and, saving all the gory details. It really didn't go anywhere, just kind of went down. And that was a challenge. And, through all of that struggle and frustration, I just wanted to surround myself with people and entrepreneurs, and I wanted to be a little more supported. I wish that there was that availability. And so maybe a year after that, so this is roughly in 2014, I just got people together and wanted to put an event on that highlighted and supported the early stage founders. Of course, there's pitch competitions and things in cities, especially in the United States. This was about almost 10 years ago, but just put on an event in Seattle, and we chose 5 founders, to pitch. They each had 99 seconds to pitch. We'll talk about that a little later. Then there's 4 minutes of questions from the audience. We cycled through those individuals, and then the crowd voted at the end of which one they thought was the best. This is a perfect example of just putting together an MVP, an early product, and it worked. It was really fun. And I just decided to keep doing that event every single month in Seattle, and it started to grow. And I can tell you that, more people are showing up every month. It became a thing in Seattle. And, I can save that story of how we really grew Founders Live. But I think in the end, just from a start in Seattle, I just wanted to create an environment where entrepreneurs and startup founders were supported. They were highlighted. This is not a fireside chat with one person that sold a company from $100 million. This is highlighting you all early stage founders so we can help you get more opportunity to be discovered.
Awesome. I think it takes a lot of courage and a lot of perseverance to build something, and being regular, because we discuss it when we are discussing Nordics as well, and you are discussing it when you're training the next generation of leaders in Founders Live. With any community, if the community is not active and the community builders are not taking the responsibility of making it an active and alive community, it's very difficult to sustain it forward. So I think having that level of momentum, frequency of meeting up, I think that has been crucial to what you are building. But let's go to what you mentioned, the 99-second pitch format. I'd like to discuss that a little bit, and how does it help founders? What's the idea behind it? Yes.
Well, if you think about it, as entrepreneurs, we need to be able to describe what we're building, and I came in a little bit late from, Jonathan talking, but as he spoke about, the investment side, you as entrepreneurs and founders must get to the point. What are you building? What's the problem you're solving? What's your solution? What's the unique value? Why should people care? And how does it impact the world? And what, again, I'll go back to, in some ways like stumbling upon this format is that I chose 99 seconds, not 90, not 2 minutes. It's 99 seconds. First of all, that's very unique and different, right? That's an important point from a branding standpoint. But 99 seconds is just enough time for people to get that information across. So in terms of why, in terms of like what's the benefit, well, if you think about it, it challenges founders to really be concise and really understand their business. So anyone that's chosen to pitch, whether they're over there in the Nordic region or United States or South America or Africa, they're forced into this, essentially this process of building and creating that 99-second pitch. What do I keep in? What are the words and descriptions and actually the things that I need to put in that helps either people or investors say, I want to learn more about this. This seems really interesting. I'm excited about it. And what do you keep out that you just save for the question and answer? Right. So it makes them focus on really understanding the value to put in their business. In terms of the timing, I mean, if you think about, timing, we created it even just to respect the attendees and people in the audience as well. And, I think we've all been to events that they just keep going and, will this person stop talking? And, so when you think about a brief structure of a 99-second pitch, we're respecting even the audience to know that this format is going to flow. It's going to be pretty brief. And, it's a 99-second pitch plus 4 minutes. So each person's on stage for about 5.5 minutes versus like maybe 10 or 20. And you're like, wow, there's another 4 people that are going to have 15, 20 minutes to talk about what they're building. So that gets a little boring, right? So we structured it in a way that is also respectful for the audience, and the format just flows really well. But again, I'll go back to, as a founder, we created it purposefully to make it challenging for people to really think about and understand. This is a forcing function for you all to really figure out what are we building and why is it valuable. And if you can't do that, you can't get up in front of 100 or 200 people and talk about your business, you got a lot of work to do.
You're absolutely right. And I think it goes back to, because we have had a lot of investors, VCs joining in since the morning on earlier part of the program. But if I kind of borrow some of the insights that were generated, one VC said that all you need to do as a startup is to perfect your short elevator pitch and take the process. You cannot achieve everything in one meeting. So it's not that investor is going to run away. So you need to have maybe the detailed numbers that you're going to show is a follow-up meeting when you're sitting across, you're sharing a spreadsheet, and they're saying, okay, can you rework that assumption and see how this generates? So you're absolutely right. What you leave out is more important than what you kind of build into the pitch. So you need to figure out what you need to take away from the pitch so that it's really, really clear and easy for people to understand. So really great points over there, Nick, and I love what you're building at Founders Life. We'd like to come to a personal and a kind of a business mix side. You have been going around the world, and what's the reason behind it, and when you are heading to Nordics? Yeah, that'll be a good point to it.
Well, this is exciting. So, to kind of carry on a bit of the Founders Life story, which I kind of didn't finish there in the sense that as we saw things really get started in Seattle and it really was working, I've, put the processes together, put everything together and, started to scale. And Founders Live has now scaled and grown to about 110 cities across 45 countries. And the Founders Live is all around the world, and it's really beautiful. And this really proves that entrepreneurship is a human desire, and that's the great thing. And each country and each culture celebrates that in its own unique way. And I by creating this, the beauty is now I have the opportunity to, choose parts of the world to go visit. And it's not only a personal thing from curiosity. I think the world is a very large place, and it should be, if you can, go see it and discover it and meet the other people of the world. And so now each year I choose an area of the world to go travel and tour and do that for Founders Live. And so like last year I was in the Southeast Asia region, and definitely spent a lot of time through Indonesia and then Singapore, and it was amazing. A couple months there. This year spent 5 months touring South America, over 11 cities, about 2 weeks in each city. It was an absolutely amazing experience. And these are all Founders Live cities. So I visit, meet our city leaders and region leaders like yourself. And then we go to the events. And of course, in South America, it was all Spanish. Un poquito español for me. So it was quite fun and quite difficult in the same time. It's an absolute amazing experience, traveling the world. It does challenge you in this way. I mean, I'm literally on tour for 5 months and changing cities every couple of weeks. And so you have to stay on top of your game, but it really teaches you, about yourself, and it makes you really, I'm working on, I got Airbnbs, I'm working at the Airbnb most of the time, and then I'm able to go out and see the city and visit the people. And so it's really challenging, but it's also incredibly rewarding, and so fun. And so I'm happy to announce that in 2024, I will be visiting and touring Europe and the Nordics. Awesome. And I'm so excited about this. And the trip right now, and this is fairly set in terms of timing, I will leave the United States in April, and this will also be another 5-month trip. It'll go from April through August. Okay. And I anticipate, so we kind of been mapping out, when I do these tours, you got to think about a few things in terms of just efficiency of, it's one-way flights or trains, right? So you kind of like got to map it out through the area and the continent. And so I will start in Portugal, and I've mapped it out so that kind of working up the continent to the Nordic region more in the summer. So kind of June, July. I know that might be a little slower time for you all, but we're going to make it work. And I mean, I can only be in one place at one time, so had to schedule it appropriately. And so it looks like, the Nordics, the cities that we've mapped out, it's all the main ones, that we've launched in, and the capitals and whatnot. Think about June and July region. I know my last city would be Reykjavik in Iceland, and that'll be August. So amazing here. You all will hear about it. We're going to make this a much bigger deal, actually. We have some surprises that we will announce later to involve all of you, and we're going to make this actually quite a bit of bigger deal. And I'm very, very excited this will be my first time really going through Europe, actually, and especially the Nordic region. I can't wait to see you all and your cities for sure.
It'll be awesome, Nick, to have you. And you'll be coming here at a semi-vacation time, which is good. You'll get to enjoy the Nordic vacation. And you'll get the real story of the autoresponders when the out-of-office responders which start happening around July time. So we'll get you into that mode when you're here. But I think somebody from the community also shared here. The Founders Live right now is in several cities of Nordics, but if you are interested in building Founders Live in a city like Tallinn or any of Sweden's sub-cities, we are live in, for example, Stockholm, but we can look into other cities, and likewise in all Nordic cities or anywhere globally. This is the link for you to follow. founderslive.com/lead. That's where you can send in a very short application of your interest of building a city as a city.
And I think Namo, we want to make sure that Oslo is a city that we've also we're still looking for a city leader to get going there, and anyone that's interested, really, reach out to Rameau or fill out that form. We're excited, and we just have a few more for sure that they're on our list to make sure that we get started in. But I can tell you that already I'm very impressed with you all, like just the region in general. I'm very impressed with everything that you all have done. Our city leaders that are active and working with you specifically to get this going is you all are amazing. I want to give a shout out to all of our city leaders, and keep up the great work. And if anyone else wants to join in, I mean, you're joining a group of leaders from all around the world. We're all the same in the sense that we all have entrepreneurship in our blood. We desire to help, be a part of this, expand the movement. And really, in the end, this is about opening more opportunities for more people to be successful. And hopefully you want to join in and help us.
Awesome. Nick, thank you so much for taking the time out to join us, explain the founder's life story, and also to talk about a sneak peek of your trip. We'll be following your journey here, and we'll try to map up the place in a way that we can get the best value out for Founder's Life. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
With Nick's address, this summit now comes to its conclusion. We are very thankful to all the community that joined us today at the summit.